Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I'd been slumped in my squeaky office chair, counting the minutes until the midday heat lost its grip on our remote desert outpost. The thermometer outside read 112 degrees, and the ancient air conditioning unit rattled and wheezed like it might give up at any moment. 3 years into my position as a senior park ranger at Juniper Desert National Reserve, and I still hadn't fully acclimated to the punishing summer temperatures. The radio on my desk crackled to life, startling me from my heat-induced stupor. One of our volunteers' voices trembled on the other end, asking for immediate backup. They'd spotted smoke rising from somewhere near the far boundary of our park. Normally, suspicious plumes of smoke meant yet another abandoned vehicle set ablaze, something we encountered often enough that it barely rattled me anymore. Drug runners and car thieves frequently used our 300,000-acre expanse of protected land as a dumping ground. But the quiver in the volunteer's tone gnawed at me. Something about this situation felt fundamentally wrong. Without waiting for protocol or double-checking any sign-out sheets, I grabbed my keys and waved my coworker Manny over. A stocky veteran ranger with 20 years of service etched into the creases around his eyes. Manny didn't ask questions. He simply followed. We piled into our dusty park service truck and took off down the barren road, nothing but a shimmer of heat distorting the horizon. My mind kept replaying worst-case scenarios. A wildfire blazing out of control, hikers trapped in a gutted vehicle, or something darker I couldn't fully process yet. The desert seemed unnaturally quiet as we sped toward the site. Normally I'd catch glimpses of desert hares scuttling across the road, or a red-tailed hawk circling overhead. Not this time. The entire landscape felt as if it was holding back, bracing for bad news. Manny fiddled with the radio, trying to reach the volunteers again, but all we got was static laced with muffled crackles. Each burst of noise made me grip the steering wheel tighter. "Could be the mountains blocking the signal," Manny offered, though his furrowed brow suggested he didn't believe his own explanation. I nodded, focusing on the dirt road ahead. "How far out did they say they were?" "Boundary marker 17. That's nearly 30 miles from the visitor center." That particular section of the park had become increasingly problematic over the past year. Its proximity to an unpatrolled stretch of highway made it attractive to those looking to dispose of evidence or engage in illicit activities. We'd found everything from stolen vehicles to drug paraphernalia to illegal hunting camps. But something in my gut told me this call would be different. As we approached marker 16, the truck's radio suddenly burst back to life. The volunteer's voice came through in broken fragments. "Human remains. Vehicle completely. Need assistance." Manny and I exchanged alarmed glances. This wasn't just another burned-out car. This was something far worse. We rounded a bend and spotted thick smoke curling into the cloudless sky. The acrid scent of burned rubber, melted plastic, and scorched metal tore through the truck's ventilation system. We pulled up, tires crunching on gravel, and the two volunteers waved us over frantically, their faces drained of color. I stepped out and immediately felt heat so intense it seemed to singe my eyebrows. The car in question was more of a scorched metal skeleton at this point, the flames mostly dying down but leaving behind angry black fumes that stained the pristine desert air. It was a sedan, or had been before the fire consumed most of its identifiable features. Manny and I exchanged uneasy glances. We'd dealt with torched vehicles before. Thieves often dumped them after stripping out valuable parts. But as we edged closer, something caught my eye through the shattered driver's side window. It looked like a large mass leaning against the steering wheel. I tried convincing myself it was just melted upholstery. Stepping around for a clearer look, I discovered it was definitely not just a ruined seat. My stomach dropped as I found myself staring at the remains of a person, the body blackened and distorted beyond recognition. The door handle had melted in places, and a length of rope had fused to the metal. This wasn't a simple joyride gone wrong. Someone had brought this car here, bound the person inside, and set the entire thing ablaze. The sight pressed down on me like a physical weight, suffocating me with its grotesque reality. Manny rushed back to the truck to call for proper backup. Police, forensics, the coroner. As we stood by, the smoke continued coiling in the sky, trailing a pungent odor that clung to my clothes and seemed to seep into my skin. Time seemed to grind to a halt while we waited. One of the volunteers hovered near me, stammering about how they'd initially assumed the car was just another stolen husk until they peered into the driver's seat. I scanned the area, suddenly paranoid about a possible suspect lurking in the brush, perhaps watching us from behind a cluster of sagebrush or creosote. The vast openness of the desert, which I'd always found comforting, now felt exposing and vulnerable. "How long have you been here?" I asked the volunteers, not taking my eyes off the surrounding terrain. "About 40 minutes, the younger one replied, his voice cracking. "We were doing the boundary check when we saw the smoke. Thought it might be hikers in trouble or the start of a wildfire." "Did you see anyone else? Any vehicles leaving the area?" They both shook their heads. "Just dust and heat," the older volunteer said. And then, "This." I nodded, pulling out my notebook to document the scene while we waited for authorities. The victim appeared to be of average build, though the fire had made details nearly impossible to discern. What struck me most was the rope, clearly visible where it had melted into the doorframe. This hadn't been an accident or suicide. Someone had wanted this person to suffer, to burn alive while conscious and aware. The thought made my skin crawl. The fire department roared in 30 minutes later, dousing the smoldering wreck and sending up fresh plumes of steam that hissed against the charred metal. Then the police arrived, setting up a perimeter with yellow crime scene tape that fluttered mockingly in the hot desert breeze. I tried to focus on small details as the scene transformed into a bustling investigation. Half-burned food wrappers on the ground, a single shoe nearly 50 feet from the vehicle, and what appeared to be bullet holes scarring the car's frame. How many shots were fired? Was the victim alive when they were bound? I hated how my own thoughts drifted into such morbid territory, but I needed to gather facts if I ever wanted to sleep again. Detective Rivera from the county sheriff's department approached me after speaking with the forensic team. I'd worked with her on previous cases, mostly illegal hunting operations and drug busts. Her normally composed demeanor seemed shaken. "This wasn't random," she said quietly, nodding toward the vehicle. "The victim was shot 3 times before the fire was set." "Small mercy, I suppose," I replied, immediately regretting the callousness of my words. "Maybe." She hesitated. "But the preliminary examination suggests the shots weren't immediately fatal. The victim was still alive when the fire started." The revelation hit me like a physical blow. Someone had intentionally left this person to burn to death after ensuring they couldn't escape. The cruelty of it was staggering. "Any ID on the victim yet?" I asked, swallowing hard against the dryness in my throat. "Nothing definitive. The heat destroyed most identifying features and any documentation that might have been present. We're checking missing persons reports and dental records, but it could take days." Hours slipped by as investigators combed through the ashes, taking pictures, bagging evidence, and mapping the scene. I noticed Manny in a corner staring silently at the wreck. He'd told me once that he was used to gore from his time in the military, but even he looked shaken. What we found here wasn't just violence. It was calculated malice. "You've been out here a while," Detective Rivera said, returning to where I stood. "Noticed anything unusual in the past few weeks? Strangers, suspicious vehicles, anything out of the ordinary?" I thought about it. "We had a group of hikers report seeing someone in a black pickup truck last weekend, parked in a no-vehicle zone. By the time our patrol got there, they were gone. And there's been an increase in unauthorized camping along the eastern ridge." "Black pickup," she repeated, making a note. "Model? License plate?" "No details, unfortunately. The hikers just mentioned the color." She nodded, clearly disappointed. Well, keep your eyes open. Whoever did this knows the park layout. They chose this spot specifically because it's remote but still accessible by vehicle. The implication wasn't lost on me. Our killer could be someone familiar with the area, perhaps even a regular visitor. The thought sent a chill through me, despite the desert heat. Eventually, the site was labeled secure, and the authorities sent us on our way. A few sheriff's deputies remained to maintain the perimeter until forensics could finish their work. As Manny and I drove back to headquarters, the sky had bled into a deep, sun-scorched orange. My head swam with everything we'd witnessed. The volunteers, wide-eyed and jittery, followed in their own vehicle, still reeling from the realization that the scene they'd stumbled upon was so much worse than they'd initially feared. By the time we reached the station, rumors were already circulating about the haunted site where the burned car had been discovered. Word travels fast in small circles, and folks around here couldn't resist a good ghost story. I overheard someone joking about how it had probably become the park's most sought-after camping spot for thrill seekers. Visitors love a grim legend. But there was nothing amusing in the images still stuck in my head. The scorched seat, the twisted rope, that unrecognizable form in the driver's seat. I tried distracting myself with trivial tasks, sorting gear, scribbling meaningless notes on my next shift's to-do list. Nothing helped. Deep down, I knew I wouldn't forget what I saw that day. The desert had always been harsh, but I'd never thought it could be so merciless. And we still had no clue who that poor person was, or why they ended up on that lonely stretch of sand. That night, rest was impossible. All I could do was stare at the ceiling of my small ranger cabin, replaying the stench of scorched metal and flesh, the hush of onlookers too rattled to speak. My mind refused to drift anywhere else. Instead, it clung to the notion that something, or someone, was out there, ready to do it again if they felt like it. For the first time since I started this job, the wide-open desert didn't look like a place of freedom. It felt like a vast graveyard where you bury your secrets, the kind that should never see daylight. 3 days after discovering the burned vehicle, I was back on duty, though the images from that scene continued to haunt my waking hours. The forensic team had removed the victim's remains, but yellow tape still cordoned off the area. Desert scavengers, coyotes, vultures, and ravens circled the site, drawn by the lingering smell of death despite the fire's destructive force. Detective Rivera called that morning with an update. They'd identified the victim through dental records as a 34-year-old man who'd been reported missing from a town about 80 miles away. His name was Samuel Winters, a construction worker with no criminal record or obvious enemies. The case was becoming more puzzling, not less. "Any leads on the perpetrator?" I asked, hoping for something concrete to ease my growing unease. "Nothing solid yet," Rivera admitted. "But we found something strange. The bullet casings recovered from the scene match those from another murder 6 months ago. A body found in an abandoned mine shaft about 40 miles from your park." My pulse quickened. "You think we're dealing with a serial killer?" "I didn't say that," she cautioned. "But the similarities are concerning. Both victims were bound, shot multiple times, and left in remote locations. We're reopening the previous case files." After hanging up, I sat at my desk, staring at the wall map of Juniper Desert National Reserve. Red pins marked locations of various incidents over the past year, mostly minor infractions like illegal camping or unauthorized off-road driving. But now I saw these innocent markers differently, as potential puzzle pieces in a larger, more sinister pattern. I was still reeling from this new information when we got another call that sent the station into near panic. Our supervisor, usually the picture of calm, was on the phone, voice tight with tension. A man on the line had threatened to end his life, claimed he had a stash of guns. He'd spat out coordinates that placed him right on the fringe of our territory, in a remote area known for its dramatic sandstone formations. I remember standing in the office, radio in hand, waiting to be dispatched, my mind already leaping to dreadful scenarios. Was I about to come across another scene as horrific as that burned-out husk? The station chief tried to keep the man on the line, but he was raving about regret, about how he had nowhere else to go, that he wanted the desert to swallow him up. My coworker Alonzo and I exchanged glances. We both knew we were going out there. Protocol demanded it, no matter how unqualified we felt for a crisis involving a potentially armed individual. We piled into the same dusty truck I'd driven to the charred vehicle days earlier. The sun was glaring overhead, and everything in the desert looked bleached, barren. Alonzo fiddled with the radio, trying to get more updates, but the chatter was fragmented. We heard that another ranger outfit from the adjacent state park had arrived first, so we sped up, hoping they'd managed to talk the man down. A pit in my stomach warned me the outcome might be far from ideal. As we approached the coordinates, we spotted a couple of trucks from the other agency parked at a crooked angle. One of their rangers stood by, raising a hand in a universal signal that basically said, "Keep your distance." We eased off the gas and rolled to a stop. I could feel a wave of dread pulsing from the group in front of us. I hopped out, scanning the desert for any sign of movement. The other agency's ranger, a woman who looked like she'd barely slept in days, walked over. Her expression was a mask of grief, as though she'd lived through this nightmare before. "You're too late," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the desert wind. He followed through with his threat, but he didn't die instantly. Shot himself, then staggered about 50 yards, leaving behind a trail of blood until he finally collapsed. That knowledge hit me like a weight on my chest. While Alonzo stayed back with the truck, I inched forward to where the sand turned darker. Another ranger was kneeling there, shaking his head, radio in hand. I couldn't see the man's body directly. It was behind some rocks, but the hush from everyone present told me I didn't want to. It made me think of the new ranger standing off to the side, hugging her own arms. Word around the station was that she'd lost her husband, a fellow ranger, to suicide not long ago. And here she was, face to face with another self-inflicted tragedy. The parallels must have cut her deeper than words could describe. Alonzo came up behind me, asked if we should offer help, do anything at all. The other outfit's lead ranger shook her head. She said they had it under control, though her tired eyes suggested otherwise. They told us to leave so we wouldn't be buried in endless paperwork. Officially, it was a matter for local law enforcement to finalize. We lingered, unsure of our place. Ultimately, we retreated back to our truck, guilt and sadness trailing behind us. Driving away felt surreal. The interior of the truck was baking from the sun, but I was shivering inside, grappling with the idea that these desert parks I once loved had turned into a stage for human despair. The further we got from that scene, the more the day's bright sky turned into a punishing glare, as if the desert itself was tired of witnessing such sorrow. Back at the station, the combination of the burned car murder and the suicide weighed heavily on everyone's mood. It was as if the walls themselves had absorbed the grimness. I heard hushed conversations in the hall, people whispering about how the desert had always attracted wanderers with troubled souls, how some folks came here for spiritual rebirth, while others sought an escape from their demons. That evening, I found myself in the records room, digging through old incident reports. Something about Detective Rivera's comment regarding the previous murder had triggered my investigative instincts. 6 months ago, a body in an abandoned mine shaft, 40 miles away. What else had happened during that period that might connect to our current situation? The files were disorganized, yellowing papers stuffed into manila folders with fading labels. Many predated digital record keeping, meaning they'd never been properly cataloged. I spent hours sifting through reports of missing hikers, most found alive, illegal hunting, drug trafficking, and vandalism. Just as I was about to give up, a thin folder labeled Unidentified Remains, March 2023, caught my attention. Inside was a sparse report about partial human remains discovered by a geology student in a remote canyon about 25 miles from where we'd found the burned car. The remains had been there for months, possibly years, and the case had apparently stalled due to lack of evidence. What struck me was a detail in the accompanying photographs, remnants of rope fibers found near the skeletal fragments. The report noted that the victim's wrists showed signs of being bound. The similarities to our current case sent a wave of unease through me. I was making copies of the file when Manny walked in, looking concerned. "You should go home," he said. "You've been here 14 hours straight." I gestured to the papers. "Look at this. March last year, remains found with rope markings." And Rivera mentioned another body from 6 months ago with the same bullet casings as our burned car victim. That's 3 potentially connected murders in our area. Manny frowned, taking the report from my hands. "You think we have a serial killer using the park as a dumping ground?" "Or worse, someone who works here, who knows the terrain," I said, giving voice to the fear that had been growing in me. "The locations are all different, but share certain characteristics. Remote but accessible by vehicle, minimal chance of witnesses, natural features that would help conceal evidence." Manny's face darkened. "That's a serious accusation. You can't just—" "I'm not accusing anyone specific," I clarified. "But I think these cases might be connected, and I think the killer has intimate knowledge of this area." Unable to take the tension at the station any longer, I decided to do something that in retrospect seems incredibly foolish. After my shift ended, I drove out to one of our closed seasonal parks for some midnight stargazing. I figured maybe solitude and a sky full of stars could help me remember the desert's beauty, give me a reason to breathe easier, and for some odd reason, I packed my banjo. I'm no musician, but strumming a few off-key chords had a calming effect I desperately needed. Under the cover of darkness, I navigated the winding roads leading to a park that had been closed to the public for the off-season. 30 miles of emptiness stretched behind me, not a single car light in sight. I pulled up to a rusted picnic table near the border of a dried-up wash, the overhead firmament ablaze with more stars than I'd seen in years. I climbed onto the table, banjo resting awkwardly in my lap. Each chord I played sounded tinny in the open space, and a breeze carried the notes away, scattering them across the desert. At first, I found a small measure of peace in that rhythm. Plunk, plunk, squeak, a laugh at my own poor skills. Then my imagination flared. Images of charred rope, bullet holes, and that empty-eyed ranger discovering another unspeakable scene. Doubts crowded my head. This place suddenly felt like a proving ground for every dark possibility. I glanced at the horizon, wondering if a stranger with bad intentions lurked out there, hidden in the shadows. Why had I chosen to be alone again? Where night could hide anything or anyone? A noise shattered my thoughts. Quick, muffled sounds in the brush, accompanied by what almost resembled whispers. My chest tightened and I paused, banjo strings still vibrating from the last chord. Something or someone was moving in the darkness, not even trying to be subtle. My eyes struggled to focus, scanning the shrubs for a shape, human, animal, or worse. Those high-pitched murmurs drew nearer, punctuated by rustling leaves. I braced for some twisted confrontation. Maybe it was a group of drifters or local troublemakers who'd come upon me by chance. My pulse hammered, and every nerve wanted me to dash back to the truck. Suddenly, 3 coyotes burst from the undergrowth. They yipped and scampered like they owned the place, giving me barely a passing glance as they streaked by. My heart nearly jumped out of my throat in that moment, a bizarre mix of shock and relief. When their dark silhouettes merged with the distant night, I stood there blinking, banjo clutched in a trembling grip. I couldn't help chuckling at my own paranoia, but a heavier realization sank in. These desert creatures roamed confidently, oblivious to my presence and the nightmares people bring. They weren't weighed down by haunted campsites or heartbreak in the sand. This place was theirs, and I was just an interloper. I put the banjo away, the final notes of my attempt at stargazing fading into memory. Driving back, I kept hearing those coyotes in my head, their wild, carefree calls echoing across the dunes, a stark contrast to the human tragedies we'd witnessed. Looking at the vacant road ahead, illuminated by my weak headlights, the desert didn't seem lifeless anymore. It was alive in a raw, indifferent way, capable of hosting scenes of cruelty, sadness, and awe. But the fear clung to me nonetheless, reminding me that while the coyotes found freedom out here, I was the one haunted by what we'd seen. No matter how many shooting stars lit the sky or how many chords I strummed, I couldn't outrun that uneasy feeling that more trouble could be lurking just beyond the next stretch of desert. 2 weeks after the burned car incident, I was conducting a routine patrol along the western boundary when my radio crackled to life. The voice on the other end belonged to Suki, one of our seasonal rangers who primarily handled visitor interactions. "Base to Unit 7, she said, her normally cheerful tone noticeably strained. "We've got a situation at Lookout Point. Hikers reported finding something concerning." "What kind of concerning?" I asked, already turning my vehicle around. A pause. "They say there are photographs nailed to a Joshua tree. Photographs of park rangers. Our rangers." My stomach tightened. "I'm 15 minutes out. Tell them not to touch anything." I pushed the old truck as fast as it would go, dust billowing behind me. Lookout Point was a popular spot for tourists seeking panoramic desert views, but it was a Tuesday in the off-season. There shouldn't have been many visitors. When I arrived, a middle-aged couple stood near their rental car, looking visibly shaken. They pointed wordlessly toward a gnarled Joshua tree standing about 50 yards from the main viewing area. As I approached, what I saw made my blood freeze. Dozens of photographs had been nailed directly into the trunk and branches of the ancient tree, creating a macabre display that rustled in the desert breeze. Most disturbing were the images themselves. Surveillance-style photos of park staff going about their duties. Manny checking permits at a trailhead, Suki leading a nature walk, our supervisor unlocking the visitor center at dawn. And there I was, captured through a telephoto lens as I fueled up my truck at the park depot. Someone had drawn a crude red X across my face. I carefully removed one of the photos, a shot of Alonzo on patrol, trying to touch only the edges. The image had been taken from a distance, suggesting the photographer had used professional equipment with powerful zoom capabilities. On the back, written in neat block letters, were the words, "Watching you all." After securing the scene and calling for backup, I interviewed the hikers who'd made the discovery. They were tourists from Minnesota who had stopped at Lookout Point on their way to the Grand Canyon. They'd seen nothing suspicious before finding the photos, though they mentioned a black pickup truck parked near the entrance when they arrived. It was gone by the time they returned to their car. A black pickup. The same vehicle mentioned by hikers weeks ago, before we found the burned car. When Detective Rivera arrived with her forensic team, she took one look at the display and ordered an immediate sweep of the area. "This isn't a threat," she said gravely. "It's a promise. Whoever did this is escalating." The forensic team worked methodically, documenting and collecting each photograph. 57 in total, featuring every full-time and seasonal employee at our park. The pictures appeared to have been taken over several months, suggesting long-term surveillance. Most disturbing was the realization that many had been taken in locations where staff shouldn't have been visible from public areas, suggesting the photographer had intimate knowledge of the park's layout or had been trespassing in restricted zones. "We need to consider the possibility that this is connected to the homicides," Rivera said as we watched her team work. "The level of planning, the specific targeting of park personnel, it feels personal." "You think one of the victims might have been connected to the park?" I asked. "Or the killer is," she replied, her eyes meeting mine. "Either way, everyone on your staff needs to be extremely cautious. Travel in pairs, vary your routines, report anything unusual immediately." That evening, the station held an emergency meeting. Our supervisor, a normally unflappable man in his 60s with 3 decades of park service experience, looked genuinely frightened as he briefed the staff about the situation. "Until further notice, no one patrols alone," he announced. "We're installing additional security cameras at all facilities, and the sheriff's department will be increasing their presence in the area. Detective Rivera has requested personnel files for everyone who's worked here in the past 5 years. Standard procedure in this type of investigation." A tense murmur ran through the room. The implication was clear. The killer could be one of us, or someone who had previously worked alongside us. "What about the photographs?" Suki asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do they have any leads on who took them?" Our supervisor hesitated. "The technical analysis suggests they were taken with a high-end camera with a telephoto lens. The printing was done at a commercial facility, but with cash payment and no security footage available. No fingerprints on the photos or nails except for the hikers who found them." After the meeting, Manny pulled me aside. "You've been digging into old case files," he said. "Found anything else that might connect to this?" I shook my head. "Nothing concrete, but I can't shake the feeling that we're missing something obvious. The killer knows this park, knows our routines. This feels targeted." "You think it's personal, against the Park Service? Or against someone specific?" I replied, the red X across my photo flashing in my mind. That night, I double-checked every lock in my small ranger cabin, drawing the curtains tight and positioning a chair under the doorknob. Outside, the desert wind howled against the windows, sounding almost like distant laughter. I pulled my service weapon from its lockbox and placed it on the nightstand beside my bed. As exhausted as I was, I couldn't close my eyes without seeing those photographs fluttering on the Joshua tree. Someone had been watching us, studying our movements, learning our patterns. And now they were making sure we knew it. What I couldn't figure out was why. What did a park ranger have to do with murdered civilians? What connection was I missing? As I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep, one thought kept circling. In the vast emptiness of the desert, you're never truly alone. There are always eyes watching from somewhere, whether animal, human, or something darker lurking in the shadows of your own mind. The day after the photo discovery, the park was closed to the public pending the investigation. Rangers were assigned to turn away visitors at entrance points while forensic teams continued their work. I was stationed at the eastern gate, a remote entrance rarely used except by hardcore hikers accessing the backcountry trails. The morning passed uneventfully, just a handful of disappointed tourists to redirect. Around noon, a dust cloud on the horizon signaled an approaching vehicle. I straightened up, preparing my explanation about the temporary closure. The vehicle that pulled up wasn't the typical tourist SUV or camper van. It was a black pickup truck, mud deliberately splashed over the license plate. My heart rate instantly accelerated as I recalled the descriptions from previous incidents. The driver kept the engine running, face obscured by dark sunglasses and a low-pulled baseball cap. Something about their posture, rigid, alert, hands gripping the steering wheel at precisely 10 and 2, struck me as military or law enforcement trained. "Park's closed today," I said, approaching cautiously, hand resting near my sidearm. "Environmental assessment work should reopen tomorrow." The driver remained silent, head turning slightly as though surveying the area behind me. Then, without warning, they threw the truck into reverse, executed a perfect three-point turn, and sped away, leaving me in a cloud of dust. I immediately radioed the incident, providing what details I could about the vehicle. It matched the description from previous sightings: black pickup, newer model, mud-concealing identifying features. Within minutes, county sheriff's deputies were dispatched to search the surrounding roads, but the truck had vanished. When my shift ended, I drove directly to the sheriff's department to meet with Detective Rivera. I found her in a conference room that had been transformed into an incident command center. Maps of the park covered one wall, with red pins marking the locations of the burned car, the photo display, and previous suspicious sightings. Another wall featured photographs of the 3 confirmed victims: Samuel Winters from the burned car, and 2 others from the cases I'd discovered in the records. "The black pickup showed up at my gate today," I told her without preamble. Mud over the plates, driver concealed their face. They left when I approached. Rivera looked up sharply from the file she'd been reviewing. "Description of the driver?" "Medium build, baseball cap, sunglasses. Couldn't tell gender or age, but they handled the vehicle like someone with tactical driving training. She nodded, adding a yellow pin to the map at the location of the eastern gate. That's the fourth sighting of a vehicle matching that description in the past month, always near locations connected to our cases. I studied the map, noting the pattern forming. They're circling the perimeter, testing our security maybe, or surveilling potential targets, Rivera said grimly. We've analyzed the 3 confirmed victims and found one connection. They all visited Juniper Desert National Reserve within 2 months of their deaths. This revelation sent a chill through me. Visitors? Not staff? Correct. Samuel Winters was here on a camping trip 6 weeks before his murder. The mine shaft victim had a parking permit for your Northwest trailhead found in his wallet. And the remains from the canyon case? She was wearing a Juniper Desert souvenir bracelet when she was killed. I sank into a chair, mind racing. So the killer is targeting visitors to our park. But why? Random selection, or something specific about these individuals? Rivera pushed a folder toward me. This is where it gets complicated. All 3 victims had criminal records. Minor offenses, but still. Winters had a domestic violence charge that was later dropped. The mine shaft victim had 2 DUIs. The canyon victim had been arrested for check fraud. You think the killer is some kind of vigilante? Targeting people with criminal backgrounds? Possibly. Or these individuals witnessed something they shouldn't have while visiting the park. Something that made them targets. I thought about the photographs nailed to the Joshua tree, the red X across my face. But why target park staff then? We haven't done anything wrong. Rivera's expression darkened. Maybe in the killer's mind, you have. By not preventing whatever they're punishing people for. As I drove back to my cabin that evening, the desert landscape seemed transformed. Every shadow potentially concealed a watcher. Every vehicle on the road could be the black pickup. The vast openness that had once represented freedom now felt like exposure. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. At home, I spread my own copies of the case files across my kitchen table, searching for connections I might have missed. The victims shared no obvious characteristics beyond their criminal records and visits to the park. Different ages, genders, occupations, hometowns. The only pattern was the killer's methodology: binding the victims, inflicting suffering before death, disposing of the bodies in remote locations within the desert. Around midnight, my phone rang. The caller ID showed Manny's number. "You need to come to the visitor center," he said without greeting, his voice tight with tension. "Someone broke in. Left something for you specifically." 20 minutes later, I stood in the darkened visitor center, staring at what had been left on the information desk. A single photograph, me, asleep in my bed, taken through my bedroom window the previous night. On the back, the same neat block lettering, "You're next." The discovery of the photograph taken through my bedroom window changed everything. Detective Rivera immediately arranged for me to be relocated to a safe house in the nearest town, 30 miles from the park. I was placed on administrative leave, partly for my protection, partly because I was now considered a specific target in an active investigation. The safe house was a small ranch-style home in a quiet neighborhood, with unmarked police vehicles parked discreetly on the street. 2 deputies were assigned as protection, working in shifts to ensure 24-hour coverage. My service weapon remained with me, a constant weight on my hip. 3 days into this protective custody, Rivera arrived with a proposition. "We need to draw them out," she said, sitting across from me at the kitchen table. "Our surveillance of the park isn't yielding results. Whoever this is knows the terrain too well, avoids our patrols, stays off the main roads." "You want to use me as bait," I stated flatly. It wasn't a question. She didn't deny it. "You're already their target. The photograph makes that clear. But we can control the circumstances of your exposure. Set a trap on our terms." "Why me specifically? What makes me different from the other rangers?" Rivera hesitated, then pushed a file folder across the table. We've been reviewing case histories. 3 years ago, you were the lead ranger on an incident involving a family of hikers who got lost in the northern sector. The father died of heat stroke before your team located them. I remembered the case all too well. A family of 4 who had ventured off trail without adequate water or supplies. By the time another hiker reported them missing and we mounted a search, the father had already succumbed to the elements. We found the mother and 2 children huddled beside his body, severely dehydrated but alive. What does that have to do with our current situation? I asked. The deceased was Joseph Mercer, an accountant from Sacramento. His son, William Mercer, was 17 at the time. After the incident, William joined the military, received training as a sniper, and was later discharged following a psychological evaluation that deemed him unfit for service due to obsessive tendencies and inability to process grief in a healthy manner. She pulled out a photograph, a military ID showing a young man with intense eyes and a rigid posture. William Mercer owns a black pickup truck registered in Nevada. He withdrew his entire savings 3 months ago and hasn't used a credit card or cell phone since. His last known address was abandoned, neighbors reporting he spoke frequently about returning to the desert to make things right. The pieces clicked into place with terrible clarity. He blames the Park Service for his father's death. He's punishing visitors who break rules, the same kind of infractions his family committed, and targeting rangers who he believes failed to protect his father. That's our working theory, Rivera confirmed. The 3 known victims all committed minor infractions in the park: off-trail hiking, unpermitted camping, unauthorized vehicle access, the same mistakes his family made. And I was the ranger who found them too late, I said quietly. In his mind, I failed to save his father. Exactly. Which is why you're uniquely positioned to help us catch him. He wants you specifically. We can use that. The plan they developed was simple, but dangerous. I would return to duty, patrolling a specific isolated section of the park where surveillance teams could maintain visual contact at all times. My movements would be predictable enough to tempt William Mercer, but I would never be truly alone or unprotected. Special tactical units would be positioned to intercept him when he made his move. I agreed to the plan, not out of bravery, but from a deep-seated need for resolution. The desert had become a place of menace rather than wonder, and I couldn't imagine continuing my career there with this threat looming. Better to confront it directly, with support, than to spend years looking over my shoulder. 3 days later, I was back in my ranger uniform, driving my familiar Park Service truck along a predetermined route. My vehicle had been equipped with hidden tracking devices and a panic button that would summon immediate backup. A bulletproof vest felt stiff and unnatural beneath my uniform shirt. The radio remained silent as I patrolled, though I knew multiple teams were monitoring my progress. I drove slowly, stopping occasionally at scenic viewpoints, making myself visible. Each exposed moment sent a shiver of vulnerability through me, knowing I was deliberately making myself a target. Hours passed without incident. The desert sun began its descent, painting the landscape in deepening shades of orange and purple. As twilight approached, Rivera's voice came through my radio. Time to head back. We'll try again tomorrow. I acknowledged the instruction and turned my vehicle toward headquarters. That's when I noticed the dust cloud on a distant ridge, a vehicle moving parallel to mine on an unmaintained service road. Possible contact, I reported calmly, though my heart was hammering in my chest. Vehicle on the Western Ridge Road moving south. Maintain course, Rivera instructed. Teams are tracking. I continued driving, resisting the urge to speed up or look directly at the parallel vehicle. Through my peripheral vision, I could see it was keeping pace with me, gradually descending toward the main road where it would intersect with my path about a mile ahead. He's moving to intercept, I reported. Black pickup, single occupant. Understood. Tactical teams are repositioning. Keep driving normally. Do not engage. The intersection approached, a simple 4-way junction where the service road met the main park drive. I maintained my speed, hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. The black pickup reached the junction moments before I did, skidding to a stop directly in my path. I had no choice but to brake hard, stopping 30 yards from the blocking vehicle. Through the windshield, I could see the driver, a young man with military short hair and intense eyes. William Mercer. He stepped out of his truck, and my breath caught in my throat. In his hands was a high-powered rifle with a scope, already aimed in my direction. "Rangers, suspect is armed," I said into the radio, keeping my voice level. "Rifle with scope. I am pinned in vehicle." "Hold position," Rivera responded urgently. "Teams are 60 seconds out." William Mercer began walking toward my truck, rifle trained steadily on me. His face showed no emotion, just a cold determination that was more terrifying than rage would have been. I had seconds to make a decision. Stay in the vehicle and risk being shot through the windshield, or step out and try to establish communication, buying time for the tactical teams to arrive. Taking a deep breath, I opened my door slowly, keeping my hands visible. "William," I called out, using his name deliberately. "I know who you are. I know about your father." He paused momentarily, surprise flickering across his features. Then his expression hardened again. "You let him die," he said, voice carrying clearly across the distance between us. "You could have saved him. Could have saved all of them if you'd done your job properly." "I know," I replied, stepping fully out of the vehicle but keeping it between us. "Not a day goes by that I don't think about your family. Wish I'd found you sooner." This seemed to catch him off guard. The rifle barrel dipped slightly. "You remember?" "Of course I remember. Joseph Mercer, age 45. Your mother, Catherine, you, and your sister, Abigail. July 17th, 3 years ago. Northern Canyon Trail." His eyes widened at the precise details. "You know their names." "I know all their names," I said truthfully. "Everyone we've lost in this park. Every person we couldn't save in time, including your father." For a moment, William seemed to waver, the rifle lowering further. Then his expression hardened once more. "Remembering isn't enough," he growled. "People keep making the same mistakes. Hikers ignore warnings, campers break rules, and rangers like you let them die. Is that why you killed those visitors? Because they broke park rules?" His face twisted. "They deserved it, just like the others deserved it. Just like you deserve it." In the distance, I could hear the faint sound of approaching vehicles, the tactical teams closing in. I needed to keep him talking just a little longer. "What about the rangers you've been watching? The photographs? What did they do to deserve your punishment?" "Failed," he spat. "All of you failed. You're supposed to protect people from the desert, from themselves. Instead, you let them wander off and die." I took a careful step to the side, trying to position myself better. "Your father made a choice, William. He chose to go off trail. He chose not to carry enough water." "Shut up!" he shouted, raising the rifle again. "Don't you dare blame him. He was just trying to show us something beautiful. A hidden canyon. Something special for our family." "I'm not blaming him," I said quickly. "I'm saying the desert is unforgiving. It doesn't care about intentions. Your father wanted to create a special memory for you, but the desert doesn't make exceptions for good people with good intentions." William's hands trembled slightly on the rifle. "He shouldn't have died. No, he shouldn't have. And I wish every day that we'd found you sooner. But killing innocent people won't bring him back." "They weren't innocent," he insisted. "They were all breaking rules. Just like my father. They needed to be examples." The sound of vehicles was now unmistakable. William glanced nervously over his shoulder, seeing dust clouds approaching from multiple directions. "William," I said firmly, "put the rifle down. This ends now, one way or another. But it doesn't have to end with more death." His eyes met mine, and I saw the broken young man beneath the killer's facade. A boy who had watched his father die in the merciless desert heat, who had never properly processed that trauma, who had twisted his grief into a mission of vengeance. For a long moment, we stood in silent confrontation, the desert wind whipping dust around us. Then, slowly, William lowered his rifle. "He would have been so disappointed in me," he whispered, tears suddenly streaming down his face. "What have I done?" As tactical teams surrounded us, weapons drawn, William Mercer sank to his knees in the desert dust, the rifle falling from his hands. The nightmare that had haunted Juniper Desert National Reserve was over. 6 months after William Mercer's arrest, I stood at Lookout Point, gazing across the vast expanse of Juniper Desert National Reserve. The Joshua tree where the photographs had been displayed had been carefully restored by park botanists, though it still bore the scars of that disturbing incident. The legal proceedings against Mercer had moved swiftly. Faced with overwhelming evidence, including journals detailing his mission and trophies taken from his victims, he had accepted a plea deal that would keep him in a psychiatric facility for the foreseeable future. His confession had allowed authorities to close not just the 3 cases we knew about, but 2 additional murders that had occurred in neighboring state parks. Detective Rivera had visited me the previous week, bringing closure to the investigation. William Mercer's psychological evaluation had revealed a mind fractured by unprocessed grief and survivor's guilt. After his father's death, he had fixated on the park service as both saviors who rescued his remaining family and villains who failed to prevent the tragedy. This contradiction had festered during his military service, where he received training that he would later use to enact his distorted vision of justice. He created a narrative where rule breakers deserved punishment, Rivera had explained, and rangers who failed to enforce those rules were equally culpable. In his mind, he was performing a necessary service, making examples of people so others would learn, and targeting me specifically because I led the rescue operation for his family, I had added. Exactly. You represented both the system that failed his father and the face of that failure. His fixation on you became the core of his delusion. Now, as I looked out over the desert landscape, I tried to reconcile the beauty before me with the horrors that had unfolded here. The burned car site had been cleared, the scorched earth covered with native plants as part of a restoration project. The abandoned mine shaft had been properly sealed. Life in the park had gradually returned to normal. But I knew I would never see this place quite the same way again. The vastness that once represented freedom now reminded me of how easily people could disappear. The remoteness that once felt like solitude now whispered of vulnerability. The harsh beauty that had drawn me to this career now carried an edge of danger I couldn't ignore. Manny joined me at the lookout, handing me a cup of coffee from his thermos. "Still thinking about it?" he asked, knowing the answer. "Hard not to," I admitted. "Especially here. You could have transferred, you know. No one would have blamed you." I nodded. Several rangers had requested reassignment after the Mercer case, unable to continue working in a place so marked by tragedy. I had considered it myself, had even filled out the paperwork. "I thought about it," I said, "but in the end, I couldn't leave." "Why not?" I gestured toward the panoramic view before us, the towering mesas, the sweeping valleys, the ancient Joshua trees standing like sentinels across the landscape. Because despite everything that happened, this place is still worth protecting, and the people who visit here still need someone looking out for them. Manny nodded in understanding. "So what now?" "Now we do our jobs better than before. We learn from what happened. We make sure no one else has to go through what the Mercer family went through." We stood in silence for a moment, watching a hawk circle lazily in the clear blue sky. The desert stretched out before us, neither good nor evil, neither kind nor cruel, simply a wild, untamed expanse that demanded respect. As we turned to leave, I noticed a small memorial plaque that had been installed near the lookout's guardrail. a simple bronze rectangle listing the names of all those who had perished in Juniper Desert National Reserve over the years. Joseph Mercer's name was among them, along with the victims of his son's misguided vengeance. I placed my hand briefly on the plaque, feeling the warmth of the sun-heated metal. This was the real legacy of what had happened. Not just the horror and fear, but a renewed commitment to protecting both the wilderness and those who ventured into it. The desert would always hold dangers, both natural and human, but it would also continue to offer solace, beauty, and the profound sense of perspective that comes from standing in a landscape that dwarfs human concerns. My job was to help visitors navigate that duality safely, to respect the desert's power while experiencing its majesty. As Manny and I walked back to our truck, I took one last look at the vast horizon. The shadows were lengthening across the sand, creating patterns that would shift and change with the setting sun. Just like the park itself had changed me, irrevocably, but not irreparably. The desert had shown me its darkest aspects, but in doing so, had also revealed the depth of my commitment to this place and this profession. Whatever nightmares might still come in the quiet hours of the night, I knew now that I belonged here, standing between the unforgiving wilderness and those who sought to experience it. Some scars never fully heal, but they remind us of what we've survived, what we've learned, and what we still have to protect. In the end, that's all any of us can ask for. The strength to face our fears and the wisdom to move forward, changed but unbroken, into whatever awaits on the horizon. The last week of August 2024 arrived with a bittersweet inevitability. In 7 days, I would be heading back to Westlake University for my junior year, leaving behind the comfortable monotony of my hometown and summer job. At 21, I was caught in that strange limbo between adolescence and adulthood, old enough to crave independence, but young enough to feel nostalgic about leaving home. We need one more adventure before summer ends, Vanessa declared during our shift at the local coffee shop. Her dark hair was pulled into a messy bun, and the afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows highlighted the determination in her eyes. "What did you have in mind?" I asked, wiping down the counter after the midday rush. "Camping," she replied without hesitation. "Nothing intense, just an overnight trip. Enough to say we did something besides working and binge-watching shows all summer." Daniela, who had been refilling the napkin dispensers, nodded enthusiastically. "I'm in. God knows I need to see something other than my bedroom ceiling and this cafe." The three of us had been friends since freshman year of high school. Vanessa was the planner, always organized despite her carefree demeanor. Daniela was the adventurous one, first to try anything new. And me? I was the cautious one, the voice of reason that usually got overruled but came prepared with the first aid kit anyway. By the end of our shift, we had a plan. Vanessa's older brother had told her about a secluded hiking trail about an hour away. Beautiful, peaceful, and typically deserted on weekdays. We would leave early Thursday morning, hike in, camp overnight, and return Friday afternoon. "It'll be perfect," Vanessa assured us. "One last hurrah before we're buried in textbooks again." None of us could have imagined how that simple plan would spiral into the most terrifying experience of our lives. Thursday morning arrived with perfect weather, clear blue skies with just enough clouds to keep the temperature comfortable. I woke early, double-checking my backpack before Vanessa's car pulled into my driveway at 7 a.m. Daniela was already in the passenger seat, her blonde hair catching the morning light as she waved enthusiastically. "Ready for some nature therapy?" she called as I tossed my pack into the trunk. "As ready as I'll ever be," I replied, climbing into the back seat. "Did you guys remember bug spray? Last time we went hiking, I looked like I had chicken pox." Vanessa laughed, pulling away from the curb. "Got it. Plus sunscreen, extra batteries, and those little packets of tuna you like." The car radio blasted our favorite songs as we drove with the windows down, singing at the top of our lungs without a care for how we sounded. For that hour on the road, We were simply three friends enjoying the last fragments of summer freedom. No responsibilities, no deadlines, just the open road and the promise of adventure. Halfway to our destination, Daniela turned down the music. "We can't have a proper camping trip without beer," she announced. "We're not 21, I reminded her. "Speak for yourself," Vanessa said, pulling into a gas station. "I turned 21 last month, remember?" "But you don't drink," I pointed out. "Details," she said with a dismissive wave. "Besides, I'm not buying. Daniela's ID might work." While Vanessa pumped gas, Daniela strutted confidently into the store. I watched through the window as she approached the counter, flashing her most charming smile at the clerk. Minutes later, she returned empty-handed, her expression sour. "No luck?" I asked, unable to hide my amusement. "The guy wouldn't even look at the ID," she complained, sliding back into her seat. "Said he knew we were college students the minute we pulled up." As Vanessa finished with the pump, a truck pulled in beside us. The driver, a man in his late 20s or early 30s wearing a navy blue flannel shirt, stepped out and glanced our way. He was average height with short brown hair and the kind of stubble that suggested he hadn't shaved for a few days rather than cultivating a beard. At first glance, he seemed ordinary enough. "Car trouble?" he asked, his voice unexpectedly deep for his frame. "No, just getting gas," Vanessa replied politely but distantly. He nodded, then leaned against his truck. "Heading somewhere fun?" Something about his casual interest made my stomach tighten. His gaze moved between the three of us, lingering just long enough to make my skin crawl. "Just a day trip," Daniela answered vaguely, surprising me with her sudden caution. The man smiled, revealing perfectly straight teeth. "Camping, huh? I see the gear in your trunk." I hadn't noticed that the trunk was still partially open, exposing our backpacks and tent. "Need any help with that?" he continued, taking a step closer. "I know all the best spots around here." "We're good, thanks," Vanessa said firmly, closing the trunk with a definitive thud. "My brother already told us where to go." "Ah, well, have fun then," he replied, his smile never wavering. "Beautiful day for it." As we drove away, I glanced back to see him watching our car until we turned onto the main road. "That was weird," I muttered. Daniela shrugged. "Just being friendly, I guess." But something about the encounter lingered in my mind like a bad taste. I couldn't shake the feeling that his interest was more than casual politeness. The trailhead was exactly where Vanessa's brother had described. A small clearing with space for about 5 cars, marked by a weathered wooden sign. We were the only ones there, which simultaneously thrilled and unnerved me. Privacy was nice, but isolation came with its own concerns. "Wow, your brother wasn't kidding about having the place to ourselves," Daniela remarked, stretching after the drive. Vanessa checked her phone. "No signal, exactly as advertised." "Great," I said, trying to sound enthusiastic despite the twinge of anxiety in my chest. "Just us and the great outdoors." We shouldered our packs and began the hike. The trail started easily enough, winding through sun-dappled woods with the occasional clearing offering views of distant hills. Birds called to each other overhead, and wildflowers dotted the path's edge. Under different circumstances, I would have found it peaceful. But as we hiked deeper into the forest, a peculiar sensation began to creep up my spine. Every so often I would turn around, certain I had heard something, footsteps perhaps, or the deliberate snap of a twig, only to see nothing but the empty trail behind us. "Did you hear that?" I asked after the 3rd or 4th time. "Hear what?" Vanessa was consulting her brother's hand-drawn map. "I don't know. Something moving." Daniela laughed. "It's the woods. Things move in the woods." "No, I mean, it sounds like—" I trailed off, unable to articulate what exactly was bothering me. Never mind. We continued hiking, the trail gradually becoming steeper and narrower. By midday, we stopped in a small clearing to eat lunch. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, creating shifting patterns on the forest floor. It should have been beautiful, but I couldn't relax. My eyes kept darting to the tree line, expecting to see... What? I didn't know. "You're jumpy today," Daniela observed, passing me a granola bar. "Just tired, I guess," I lied. "Didn't sleep well last night." After lunch, we pressed on. The trail became more challenging, with fallen trees to climb over and steep inclines that left us breathless. Despite the physical exertion, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. Several times I thought I glimpsed movement among the trees, a shadow moving independently of the swaying branches, a flash of blue that could have been a shirt. But each time I looked more carefully, there was nothing. By late afternoon, we reached our destination, a small plateau overlooking a valley, with a stream gurgling nearby. It was picturesque, exactly the sort of place that would appear on a postcard advertising the serenity of nature. "This is perfect," Vanessa declared, dropping her pack with a relieved sigh. I forced a smile. "Yeah, perfect." As we set up camp, I positioned myself to keep the trail in view, just in case. Setting up camp provided a welcome distraction from my growing unease. The physical tasks of pitching the tent, gathering firewood, and filtering water from the stream required enough concentration to momentarily quiet the nagging voice in my head that kept whispering warnings. "Have you ever seen stars like this?" Daniela asked as the sun began to set, painting the sky in vivid oranges and pinks. I had to admit, the view was spectacular. As darkness fell, the stars emerged one by one until the sky was ablaze with them, far more numerous and brilliant than what we could see from our light-polluted hometown. Vanessa got a fire going, a small contained blaze that cast a circle of warmth and light around our campsite. We roasted hot dogs on sticks and made s'mores, the familiar activities almost making me forget my earlier anxiety. Almost. As night fully descended, the forest around us transformed. The cheerful daylight sounds, birdsong, rustling leaves, the gentle babble of the stream, gave way to more ominous noises. Hoots, screeches, and distant howls punctuated the darkness. Though I knew they were just ordinary nocturnal creatures, each sound made my muscles tense. "Let's tell ghost stories," Daniela suggested, her face eerily illuminated by the flickering firelight. "How about no?" I countered, adding another log to the fire. Vanessa chuckled. "What's wrong? Scared of the dark?" "Yes," I wanted to say. "I'm terrified right now and I don't know why." Instead, I forced a laugh. "I just don't want to give myself nightmares. These woods are creepy enough." "They're just trees," Daniela said with a shrug. "Nothing here that can hurt us." I wasn't so sure. The darkness beyond our firelight seemed impenetrable, a solid wall of black that could hide anything, or anyone. Again, I found myself straining to identify sounds in the distance, to separate normal forest noises from something else. "Did you see something?" Vanessa asked, noticing my frequent glances into the darkness. "No," I lied, "just making sure the fire doesn't spread." We stayed up late, talking and laughing as we often did during our weekend sleepovers. The familiarity of our conversation provided some comfort, but I couldn't fully relax. Every time the fire crackled or a twig snapped in the distance, I flinched. Eventually, exhaustion won out over alertness. We doused the fire until only glowing embers remained and retreated to our tent. Inside the thin nylon walls, I positioned myself near the zippered entrance, my back to my friends, facing the way we had come. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by sounds both real and imagined. Each time I drifted off, the same unsettling dream jolted me awake. A figure standing motionless at the edge of our campsite, watching, waiting. Every time I woke, I had to remind myself it was just a dream, just my mind processing the day's anxieties. Until it wasn't. I jerked awake sometime in the deepest part of the night, my heart hammering against my ribs. The inside of the tent was pitch black, and for a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or what had woken me. Then I heard it again, a distinct crunching sound, like someone deliberately stepping on fallen leaves. Not an animal, a person. I held my breath, straining to listen through the thin fabric of the tent. Beside me, Vanessa and Daniela slept soundly, their breathing deep and regular. The sound came again, closer this time, followed by what could only be described as a slow exhalation. My entire body tensed. Someone was outside our tent, moving slowly around the perimeter. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, a deer perhaps, or even a bear, but animals don't move with such deliberate stealth. I wanted to wake my friends, but fear paralyzed me. What if I was wrong? What if it was nothing? Would they ever let me live it down? The footsteps circled the tent once, twice, then stopped directly outside the entrance. I could see the faint outline of a shadow against the fabric, a human silhouette standing perfectly still. For several excruciating minutes, nothing happened. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there as if waiting. My lungs burned from holding my breath, and my fingers curled around the edge of my sleeping bag so tightly they went numb. Then, slowly, the zipper of our tent began to move. Up, inch by inch, the sound deafening in the silence of the night. My mind raced through 1,000 terrifying possibilities. A deranged hunter, an escaped convict, the man from the gas station who had somehow followed us. I couldn't wait any longer. I lurched forward, grabbing the zipper from inside and yanking it back down. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice shrill with fear. The shadow disappeared instantly. There was a flurry of movement outside, rapid footsteps retreating into the woods, and then silence. "What the hell?" Daniela mumbled, sitting up groggily. "What's going on?" "Someone was outside," I whispered, trembling so violently I could barely form the words. "Someone tried to open our tent." Vanessa fumbled for her headlamp, switching it on. The sudden glare made me wince. "What? Are you sure?" "Positive. I saw their shadow. They were right here." Daniela crawled to the entrance, cautiously unzipping it just enough to peer outside. "There's nothing there now." "They ran when I called out," I insisted. Vanessa looked skeptical. "Maybe it was an animal?" "Animals don't unzip tents," I snapped. We sat in tense silence, listening to the night sounds. Nothing seemed amiss now, just the normal chorus of insects and the occasional distant call of an owl. After 15 minutes of vigilant listening, Daniela sighed. "It was probably just the wind moving the zipper," she suggested. "Or maybe you were dreaming." "I wasn't dreaming," I said firmly. "Someone was out there." Despite my certainty, I couldn't prove it. There were no footprints visible in the beam of Vanessa's headlamp, no evidence of an intruder. Eventually, my friends drifted back to sleep, convinced I had experienced a particularly vivid nightmare. But I stayed awake, sitting upright in my sleeping bag, staring at the zipped entrance of the tent. I knew what I had seen. Someone had found us in these remote woods, someone who had stood watching us sleep, someone who had tried to get inside our tent, and I was terrified they would return. The night stretched endlessly, each minute crawling by as I maintained my vigilant watch. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the hooting of an owl, the soft breathing of my sleeping friends, seemed magnified in the darkness. I didn't dare close my eyes, convinced that the moment I succumbed to sleep, the mysterious visitor would return. When the first weak light of dawn finally began to filter through the tent walls, I nearly wept with relief. Exhaustion weighed on me like a physical burden, but fear had kept me rigidly awake. "You look terrible," Daniela observed when she woke, stretching in her sleeping bag. "Did you sleep at all?" "No," I admitted, my voice hoarse. "I kept watch." Vanessa sat up, rubbing her eyes. "You really think someone was out there?" "I know someone was out there," I insisted. We emerged from the tent cautiously, surveying our campsite in the pale morning light. Nothing seemed disturbed. Our backpacks remained where we had left them. The cooler was undisturbed. The embers of our fire had completely died out. See? Daniela gestured around. Nothing happened. I was about to concede the point when something caught my eye. A flash of color at the edge of the clearing, partially hidden behind a tree. I approached slowly, my heart accelerating with each step. There, hanging on a low branch, was a navy blue flannel shirt. The same shirt the man at the gas station had been wearing. "Guys," I called, my voice barely above a whisper. "Look at this." Vanessa and Daniela joined me, staring at the shirt. "Someone left their shirt?" Daniela suggested, reaching for it. "Don't touch it," I hissed, grabbing her wrist. "It's his! The man from the gas station. He followed us here." Vanessa's face paled. "That's impossible. How would he know where we were going? We didn't even tell him." "I don't know," I admitted. "But this is his shirt. I'm sure of it." We stood there, staring at the garment as if it might suddenly animate and attack us. The implications were terrifying. Not only had someone been watching us, but they had deliberately left evidence of their presence, a message that we were not alone. "We need to leave," I said. "Now." For once, neither of my friends argued. We packed up our camp in record time, stuffing equipment haphazardly into our backpacks, not bothering with the careful organization we had used the day before. None of us suggested breakfast. Our appetites had vanished. As we were about to depart, I paused, looking back at the shirt still hanging on the branch. "Should we take it?" Daniela asked, following my gaze. "As evidence?" I shuddered at the thought of touching it. "No, let's just go." We set off down the trail at a pace just short of running, our earlier enjoyment of the forest completely evaporated. Every shadow, every movement in the periphery of my vision sent a fresh surge of adrenaline through my system. We had hiked for perhaps 20 minutes when a sound stopped us in our tracks, a clear, deliberate cracking of branches ahead. Someone was on the trail in front of us. "This way," Vanessa whispered, pointing to a narrow deer path that branched off from the main trail. "We can circle around." We veered off the established path, pushing through underbrush and scrambling over fallen logs. The forest seemed to close in around us, branches clawing at our clothes, roots threatening to trip us. I lost all sense of direction, trusting Vanessa's innate navigational skills to guide us back to the main trail eventually. After what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, we paused to catch our breath in a small clearing. Daniela pulled out her water bottle with shaking hands. "Do you think we lost him?" she asked. I was about to respond when I saw it. A flash of movement between the trees ahead of us. A figure, partially obscured by foliage, stood watching us. Though the distance made details difficult to discern, I could make out the outline of a man approximately 30 yards away. "There!" I breathed, pointing. "Don't move!" The figure remained motionless for several seconds, then raised a hand in what could have been a wave or a mocking salute. "Hey!" Vanessa shouted, her voice echoing through the trees. "What do you want?" The figure turned and disappeared into the dense underbrush. "Let's go," I urged, pulling my friends in the opposite direction. "We need to get back to the car." We abandoned any attempt at stealth, crashing through the forest like startled deer. Our only goal was distance, to put as much space as possible between ourselves and our stalker. I had no idea if we were heading in the right direction, but staying still wasn't an option. "Wait!" Vanessa gasped after we had been running for several minutes. She pulled out her phone, swiping to access the compass app. "We're going southeast. The car is northwest." We changed direction, moving more deliberately now, trying to balance speed with awareness of our surroundings. Every few minutes we would stop to listen, but the forest had gone unnaturally quiet. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, just the sound of our own labored breathing. Do you think he's still following us? Daniela whispered as we paused near a fallen tree. I don't know, I admitted. But I'm not taking any chances. We continued our trek, the terrain becoming increasingly unfamiliar. None of the landmarks matched what we had seen on our hike in. The realization dawned on me slowly, then with horrifying clarity. We were lost. Vanessa, I asked, trying to keep the panic from my voice. Do you know where we are? She studied her phone's compass with growing frustration. We should have hit the main trail by now. Daniela climbed onto a large rock, scanning the surrounding forest. I don't see anything that looks familiar. The sun was climbing higher in the sky, its heat intensifying. Our water supplies were dwindling, and the physical and emotional strain of the morning was taking its toll. I felt lightheaded from lack of sleep and food, my limbs heavy with exhaustion. Let's try to get to higher ground, Vanessa suggested. Maybe we can see the parking area from there. We began ascending a steep incline, using tree roots and rocks as handholds. The exertion was grueling, but fear provided an inexhaustible source of energy. About halfway up, I glanced back down the slope and froze. There, at the bottom of the hill, stood a man. Even from this distance, I recognized his build and stance. He was looking directly at us, making no attempt to hide. Go, I whispered urgently, pushing Daniela ahead of me. He's there. He's watching us. We scrambled up the remainder of the hill, not daring to look back again. At the top was a rocky outcropping that offered a view of the surrounding area. In the distance, perhaps a mile away, I could see what might be the parking area where we had left our car. There, I pointed. I think that's it. Vanessa oriented herself with the compass. It's that way, she said, pointing to a path that would take us down the other side of the hill. If we keep going straight, we should hit the main trail eventually. As we started our descent, a shout echoed from behind us. I just want to talk. The voice was unmistakably male, carrying clearly through the trees. Why are you running? We exchanged horrified glances and increased our pace, half running, half sliding down the steep hillside. Branches whipped at our faces, rocks dislodged beneath our feet, but we didn't slow down. Help me, Daniela gasped suddenly, stumbling to a halt. A branch had caught her backpack strap, yanking her backward. I turned to help her, but the sound of footsteps on the hill above us spurred me to desperate action. I pulled out my pocket knife and sliced through the strap, freeing her but leaving her pack behind. Leave it, I ordered when she hesitated. We can't stop. We continued our frantic descent, eventually reaching level ground and what appeared to be a game trail. Without discussion, we followed it, hoping it would lead us back to civilization. The trail widened gradually, showing signs of human use. Boot prints in the mud, a discarded energy bar wrapper. Hope surged through me. We were getting closer to safety. Then, without warning, we emerged onto the main trail. The sight of the clearly marked path nearly brought me to tears of relief. We weren't lost after all. Which way? Daniela asked breathlessly. Vanessa pointed to the right. That way. I recognize that fallen tree from yesterday. We set off at a jog, our exhausted muscles protesting, but adrenaline driving us forward. The trail seemed impossibly long, each bend offering the promise of the parking area only to reveal more forest. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the trees thinned, and we caught sight of the small clearing where we had parked. Our car sat exactly where we had left it, undisturbed. Keys, I gasped. Get the keys out. Vanessa fumbled in her pocket, producing the car keys with shaking hands. We were 10 yards from the vehicle when a truck pulled into the clearing, blocking our path. The same truck from the gas station. Time seemed to slow as the truck's door opened and the man stepped out. In the harsh daylight, his appearance was even more ordinary than I remembered. Medium build, short brown hair, unremarkable features. He could have been anyone, except for his eyes. They were cold, calculating, assessing us like a predator might regard wounded prey. "There you are," he said, his voice eerily calm. "I've been looking for you girls." We froze, caught between the dense forest behind us and the man blocking our path to the car. "What do you want?" Vanessa demanded, her voice stronger than I expected. He smiled, the same smile from the gas station, friendly on the surface but hiding something darker beneath. "Just to talk. Is that so scary?" "You followed us for miles through the woods just to talk?" I asked incredulously. He shrugged. "You left in such a hurry this morning. I didn't even get to introduce myself properly." "How did you find us?" Daniela asked, her voice barely above a whisper. His smile widened. "I know these woods better than anyone. When I saw you girls heading this way yesterday, I figured you'd be camping at the plateau. It's where everyone goes." The casual way he spoke, as if stalking 3 women through the forest was perfectly normal behavior, sent revulsion coursing through me. "Well, we're leaving now," Vanessa stated firmly, taking a step toward our car. The man didn't move from his position between us and the vehicle. "So soon? The day's just starting. We could hike together. I could show you some really special places." "No thanks," I replied, my mind racing for a way out of this situation. He took a step toward us, and we instinctively backed up. "You know it's dangerous out here for girls alone. All sorts of things can happen in these woods." The threat, though veiled, was unmistakable. My hand closed around the pocket knife in my jacket, a pathetically inadequate defense but better than nothing. "Our boyfriends are meeting us here," Daniela bluffed suddenly. "They should be arriving any minute." The man's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Doubt, perhaps, or recalculation. "Is that right?" he asked, his tone still conversational. "Funny. I didn't see any other cars coming up the road." "They're hiking in from the North Trail," Vanessa added, building on Daniela's lie. "They stayed at the North campsite last night." I pulled out my phone, pretending to check messages. "They're about 10 minutes away. I should call them to make sure they bring the extra water." I held the phone to my ear, mimicking a conversation. "Hey, where are you guys?" "We're at the car already." "Yeah, we had to leave early." "No, everything's fine. Just ready to go." "You're close?" "Great." The man watched this performance, his expression growing increasingly uncertain. He glanced toward the North Trail, then back at us. "Well," he said finally, "I guess I should get going then. Maybe I'll see you around sometime." He turned back toward his truck, but something in his posture suggested he wasn't giving up so easily. This was just a tactical retreat. As soon as he opened his truck door, Vanessa made her move. She sprinted for our car with Daniela and me close behind. We piled in, slamming the doors and locking them in one fluid motion. The man watched us from his truck, that unsettling smile still on his face. Vanessa started the engine and reversed rapidly, turning the car around to face the exit. As we drove past his truck, he raised his hand in a wave. "See you soon," he called, his voice carrying through our closed windows. Vanessa hit the accelerator, and we sped down the dirt road, dust billowing behind us. No one spoke until we reached the main highway, miles away from the trailhead. "What the hell just happened?" Daniela asked, her voice breaking. "I don't know," I admitted, the full weight of the experience finally hitting me. My hands were shaking uncontrollably. "But I think we need to call the police." We stopped at the first gas station we found, and I used their phone to contact the local sheriff's department. I explained what had happened: the stalking, the shirt left in our camp, the confrontation in the parking area. The deputy who took the report was sympathetic, but not especially alarmed. "Did he threaten you directly?" he asked. "Not in so many words," I admitted. "But he followed us for miles, watched us sleep, and tried to prevent us from leaving." We'll look into it, the deputy promised. But without a direct threat or assault, there's not much we can do except warn him to stay away from you. He knows what we look like and what car we drive, Vanessa pointed out. We don't even know his name. I'll send a patrol car to the trailhead, the deputy said. If he's still there, we'll have a talk with him. Can you describe him and his vehicle? We provided the details, though they were frustratingly generic. Brown hair, average build, blue eyes, driving a dark-colored pickup truck. Nothing distinctive enough to easily identify him in a crowd. The drive home was silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The experience had transformed what should have been a pleasant memory into a trauma that would haunt us for years to come. That night, despite being safely home in my own bed, I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me jerk awake, convinced that someone was outside my window, watching, waiting. I kept seeing the man's face, his unsettling smile, the cold calculation in his eyes. In the days that followed, we learned the police had found no sign of the man at the trailhead. The shirt we had described was gone, as if it had never been there. Without evidence, the case was essentially closed before it began. We returned to college the following week, but the experience changed us. Vanessa became hyper-vigilant, jumping at unexpected sounds. Daniela refused to go anywhere alone. And I developed an insomnia that medication could barely touch. Years have passed since that camping trip, but I still avoid hiking trails and forests. I still check my locks multiple times before bed. And I still scan every gas station, every parking lot, every crowd for a face I hope never to see again. Because the most terrifying realization wasn't that we were followed or watched or stalked. It was that our pursuer walked away unpunished, free to find other victims, other women to terrorize. And somewhere out there, perhaps at this very moment, he's watching someone else, calculating, planning, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The woods keep his secrets well. Too well. The morning frost crunched beneath my boots as I shouldered my pack at the Pinecrest trailhead. October 2023 had brought an early cold snap to the North Cascades, but the weather report promised clear skies for my planned 5-day solo trek. As an experienced backcountry hiker with over a decade of wilderness experience, I'd prepared meticulously. Satellite messenger, topographic maps, first aid supplies, and enough food to last a week. Weather can change fast up there, the ranger had warned when I registered my itinerary. Especially this time of year. I nodded, confident in my preparation. I've been through worse. If only I'd recognized the arrogance in those words. The trail began pleasantly enough, winding through ancient cedar and fir trees that blocked the morning sun. Moss hung from branches like tattered curtains, and the scent of decomposing vegetation filled my nostrils. The solitude was exactly what I needed after months of grinding office work in Seattle. My therapist had suggested this trip. Reconnect with yourself, she'd said. Find some perspective. By midday, I'd covered 8 miles of steadily ascending terrain. The forest gradually thinned as I approached the alpine zone, revealing sweeping vistas of jagged peaks. I paused to document the scenery, snapping photos and marking waypoints on my GPS. According to my map, an established campsite waited near a small mountain lake another 3 miles ahead. The first odd thing I noticed was the silence. Wilderness is never truly quiet. Birds call, insects buzz, the wind whispers through leaves. But as I climbed higher, the natural symphony diminished until only my labored breathing and footsteps remained. I initially attributed it to elevation and the season, but something about it raised the hair on my arms. I reached the lake by late afternoon. Crystal clear water reflected the surrounding mountains, creating a perfect mirror image that almost seemed too pristine. A flat area near the shore offered plenty of space for my tent. As I began to unpack, I noticed something unusual. A circle of stones with the remains of a fire. Nothing strange about a fire ring at a campsite, but this one seemed recent, with ash that looked fresh despite the Forest Service policy prohibiting fires in this protected area. Beside it, small animal bones had been arranged in a peculiar pattern. Probably just inconsiderate campers, I told myself, though something about the configuration seemed deliberate. I kicked the bones apart and scattered the ashes. As twilight settled over the mountains, I cooked a simple dinner of dehydrated stew, watching the alpenglow paint the peaks in vibrant oranges and reds. The beauty of the moment almost dispelled my earlier unease. I secured my food in a bear canister and placed it far from my tent before crawling into my sleeping bag. That night I woke to sounds outside. Not the familiar rustling of nocturnal animals, but something that sounded unsettlingly like footsteps, deliberate and unhurried, circling my tent. I fumbled for my headlamp, heart pounding as I called out, "Hello?" Silence answered. I unzipped the tent flap and peered into darkness. The moon illuminated the landscape in silver blue light, revealing nothing unusual. The footsteps had stopped. Perhaps I'd dreamed them, I reasoned. Or maybe it was just a deer investigating my campsite. As I settled back into my sleeping bag, a distant sound echoed across the lake, something between a coyote's yip and a human scream. Wildlife, I assured myself, though I'd never heard anything quite like it in all my years of backcountry travel. I slept fitfully the remainder of the night, startling awake at every snap of a twig or gust of wind. When dawn finally broke, I emerged from my tent to find the previously pristine campsite disturbed. My bear canister had been moved from where I'd placed it, now standing upright directly in front of my tent. More concerning were the footprints, human-sized but oddly elongated, circling my tent before disappearing into the forest. I considered hiking out immediately, but the rational part of my brain insisted there must be a logical explanation. Another hiker playing pranks, perhaps. Or maybe I'd sleepwalked and moved the canister myself without remembering. Either way, I hadn't come this far to turn back on the first day. I marked the location on my GPS and photographed the footprints before continuing along my planned route. The map showed an old fire lookout another 6 miles ahead, my destination for the day. According to the guidebook, it offered spectacular views and shelter if the weather turned. What it didn't mention was what waited for me there. The morning hike took me through increasingly sparse terrain. Stunted subalpine firs gave way to meadows dotted with granite boulders, their surfaces painted with orange and green lichen. Above treeline now, I felt exposed. The sensation of being observed intensified with each step, though scanning the horizon revealed nothing but windswept ridges and scattered marmot dens. I'd been hiking for nearly 3 hours when I found the camera. It was a wildlife trail camera, the kind hunters and researchers use to document animal movements. Strapped to a lone tree near my path, its lens pointed directly at the trail. Not unusual in itself. The National Park Service often monitored wildlife this way, but something seemed off about its placement. No official markings identified it as belonging to the Park Service or a research institution. I approached the camera cautiously and examined it. The memory card slot was empty. Someone had collected the data recently, or perhaps the camera was non-functional. I considered taking it down, but decided against tampering with what might be legitimate research equipment. As I continued hiking, more cameras appeared, always placed in locations that offered clear views of the trail. By the 5th one, anxiety gnawed at me. This didn't feel like standard wildlife monitoring, it felt targeted. The lookout tower appeared on the horizon around 2 p.m., a wooden structure perched atop a rocky outcrop, its windows reflecting the afternoon sun. According to my guidebook, it had been decommissioned decades ago, but was maintained as an emergency shelter. As I approached, I noticed fresh boot prints in the muddy path leading to the tower. Different from the strange, elongated prints at my previous campsite, but definitely recent. The tower door stood slightly ajar. I hesitated, then called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" When no response came, I pushed the door open. The single room contained the standard lookout furnishings: a small desk, a metal frame bed with a thin mattress, and a wood stove in the corner. Maps of the surrounding wilderness covered one wall, some yellowed with age, others surprisingly new. What caught my attention were the photographs pinned to another wall, dozens of them, showing hikers on various sections of the trail I'd been following. In several images, I recognized locations I'd passed through earlier that day. A chill worked its way down my spine as I examined them more closely. The photos appeared to have been taken over several weeks, documenting multiple hikers. Their faces had been systematically crossed out with red marker, all except for 3 that remained untouched. With mounting horror, I realized one of the unmarked photos showed me at the trailhead yesterday, shouldering my pack as I began my journey. I backed away from the wall, nearly tripping over something on the floor, a journal bound in what appeared to be dark leather. When I picked it up, pages fell open to reveal handwritten entries filled with disjointed observations. Day 143, another one on the trail. Male, approximately 30-35, traveling alone. Good physical condition, documenting his route, potential. Day 145, the transformation continues. The hunger grows stronger. Need to find another soon. The ritual requires completion before the next full moon. Day 146. Found him. Watching now. He destroyed the offering circle. This one will do nicely. The final entry was dated yesterday. My hands trembled as I replaced the journal exactly where I'd found it. Whoever had written those entries likely intended to return. I needed to leave immediately. As I turned to go, I noticed something I'd overlooked: a collection of personal items arranged carefully on a shelf. Watches, wedding rings, a driver's license, prescription glasses. Trophies, I realized with sickening clarity. I backed out of the tower and descended the steps rapidly, no longer concerned about leaving evidence of my presence. The sun had dipped behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the alpine meadow. I couldn't risk traveling in darkness, but neither could I stay at the lookout. I needed to find shelter elsewhere and reassess my route. 2 miles down the trail, I found a secluded spot between several large boulders that offered some protection from the wind and concealment from the path. I set up my tent with shaking hands, repeatedly scanning my surroundings. The sensation of being watched had intensified to an almost unbearable degree. Just before complete darkness fell, I noticed a figure standing motionless at the edge of a distant ridge. Tall and unnaturally thin, silhouetted against the darkening sky. When I blinked, it was gone. Exhaustion eventually overcame fear, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. Sometime in the deepest part of night, I jerked awake to the sound of that same yipping scream, closer now. Much closer. Through the thin fabric of my tent, I could make out a shadow passing by, human-shaped but moving with an odd, loping gait. I remained absolutely still, barely breathing, my hand clutching my hunting knife. The shadow paused near my tent, so close I could hear breathing, ragged and uneven. Then it moved on, seeming to sniff the air as it went. I didn't sleep again that night. When dawn finally broke, I packed quickly and silently. As I shouldered my backpack, my foot struck something that hadn't been there the night before. A small bundle of twigs bound with what looked disturbingly like human hair, placed deliberately at my tent entrance. I was being hunted. My original 5-day itinerary no longer mattered. I needed to get back to civilization as quickly as possible. The shortest route would take me over Granite Pass and down to the ranger station at Cascade River Road, approximately 18 miles of difficult terrain. If I pushed hard, I might make it by nightfall. I studied my topographic map, looking for alternatives. The standard trail would be the most direct, but also the most predictable. If someone was tracking me, they'd anticipate that choice. An unmarked game trail branched east before the pass, eventually connecting with an old mining road. Longer, but potentially safer. Decision made, I set off at a brisk pace, fighting the urge to run. Running would waste precious energy I might need later. The morning air bit sharply as the trail climbed through rocky terrain. Every few minutes, I stopped to listen and observe my surroundings, scanning ridgelines and shadows for movement. 3 miles into my hike, I found the first evidence that I was indeed being followed. Fresh boot prints overlapping my own from yesterday, heading in the same direction. More disturbing was what lay beside them. Parallel drag marks, as if something heavy had been pulled along the ground. I increased my pace, ignoring the burning in my legs as the trail steepened. The forest had thinned to scattered pines, offering little concealment but better visibility. Every sound, a branch creaking in the wind, a distant rockfall, sent adrenaline coursing through my system. Near midday, I reached the junction where the game trail split from the main path. I deliberately continued on the main trail for another 100 yards before doubling back through a stream bed, leaving as few traces as possible before taking the game trail. The tactic would buy me time, but not much. Anyone with tracking experience would eventually figure it out. The game trail proved more challenging than anticipated. Overgrown in sections and barely visible in others, it forced me to move more slowly than I'd hoped. My water supply dwindled faster than planned due to the exertion and stress. According to my map, a small creek crossed the path about 2 miles ahead. I reached the creek around 2 p.m. and paused to refill my water bottles, adding purification tablets. As I waited for the tablets to work, I noticed something unnatural among the rocks downstream. A crude structure assembled from branches and animal bones. It resembled the kind of marker a hiker might leave to indicate direction, except for the deliberate arrangement of small animal skulls atop it. My skin prickled with goosebumps. Someone wanted me to know I was being followed. I abandoned the rest period I'd planned and continued eastward, now moving off-trail entirely, using my compass and map to navigate through increasingly rugged territory. By late afternoon, clouds had rolled in, obscuring the mountain peaks and diffusing the sunlight. The temperature dropped noticeably. According to my GPS, I'd covered nearly 12 miles, still 6 miles short of the ranger station. I wouldn't make it before dark. I found a defensible position, a small alcove in a cliff face partially hidden by vegetation, and began preparing a minimal camp. No tent tonight, just my sleeping bag and tarp positioned for quick departure. I gathered rocks to create a small barrier at the alcove entrance and collected several stout branches that could serve as makeshift weapons. As I worked, something white caught my eye amid the undergrowth about 50 yards away. I approached cautiously, dreading what I might find. A backpack, torn and partially emptied, lay against a tree trunk. Nearby, camping equipment had been scattered as if in a struggle. A broken headlamp, a torn map, a single hiking boot. Most disturbing was the sleeping bag, slashed open with what must have been a knife or claw. The gear looked relatively new but had been exposed to the elements for at least a few days. I searched for identification, finding a wallet containing a driver's license for a man from Portland, one of the faces I'd seen in the unmarked photographs at the lookout tower. According to the date on his wilderness permit, also in the wallet, he'd entered the backcountry just 1 week earlier. The implications turned my blood cold. I photographed everything with my phone, then collected the ID and permit. When I made it out, I would report this to authorities. Returning to my alcove, I completed my preparations and settled in as dusk fell. I ate a cold dinner, not risking a fire that might reveal my location. The cloud cover had thickened, promising rain and eliminating any moonlight that might have helped visibility. The rain began around 9 p.m., a gentle patter that gradually intensified to a steady downpour. While it would make travel miserable, it offered one advantage. The sound would mask any noises I might make, and the rain would obscure my scent and tracks. I dozed fitfully until approximately midnight, when a sound cut through the rainfall. A low rhythmic chanting coming from somewhere in the darkness. The words were indistinct, but had a pattern that raised the hairs on my neck. Against all better judgment, I crept to the edge of my alcove and peered out. Through the curtain of rain, approximately 200 yards downslope, a faint orange glow flickered between the trees. Someone had built a fire despite the downpour. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out a figure moving around the flames, its movements jerky and unnatural. Even from this distance, something about the figure's proportions seemed wrong. Limbs too long, posture too hunched. It appeared to be wearing some kind of headdress or mask with protruding antlers or branches. As I watched, it raised something to the fire, something that looked disturbingly like clothing similar to what the missing hiker had worn. The chanting grew louder as the figure made a series of gestures toward the flames. Then it stopped abruptly and turned in my direction, as if sensing my observation. I couldn't make out facial features through the rain and distance, but I felt its gaze lock onto my position with terrible certainty. I retreated silently into my alcove, heart hammering in my chest. The rational part of my brain suggested I was witnessing some isolated individual, perhaps suffering from mental illness or drug-induced psychosis, playing out disturbed fantasies in the wilderness. The primal part of my brain screamed that I was facing something far worse. Whichever was true, I knew I couldn't stay. I packed my essential gear with trembling hands and prepared to move out, despite the darkness and rain. Better to risk injury on the trail than face whatever approached through the night. Just as I shouldered my pack, a high-pitched, ululating cry echoed through the forest. The same yipping scream I'd heard before, but now charged with triumph. It had found my trail. I ran. The rain transformed the forest floor into treacherous terrain, slick rocks, concealed roots, and mud that sucked at my boots with each step. My headlamp carved a weak tunnel through the darkness, barely illuminating 3 feet ahead. I'd abandoned stealth for speed, moving as rapidly as the conditions allowed, constantly scanning for landmarks to match against my map. That cry had changed everything. Whatever pursued me was closing the distance. I'd glimpsed enough at the fire to know I wanted no closer encounter. My GPS indicated I'd veered off course, now heading northeast instead of due east. The error would add miles to my journey, but might confuse my pursuer. I decided to maintain this direction until I intersected the abandoned mining road marked on my map. Thunder rolled across the mountains, followed seconds later by lightning that momentarily transformed night to day. In that flash, I saw something that stopped me cold. A figure on a ridge to my left, silhouetted against the sky. Even at that distance, I could tell it wasn't moving like a human. It loped forward with a jerky, disjointed gait, head swiveling unnaturally as it scanned the forest below. I doused my headlamp and dropped to a crouch, heart threatening to burst from my chest. The darkness enveloped me completely. I fumbled in my pack for my satellite messenger, fingers slipping on the wet plastic as I typed an SOS message with my coordinates and a brief explanation. Being stalked in backcountry, send help immediately. The device blinked 3 times, indicating transmission attempt, then displayed an error. No signal. The mountains and storm were blocking transmission. I'd need higher ground or clearer skies. Another lightning flash revealed the figure had descended from the ridge and was moving through the trees, closing the distance between us. It appeared to be tracking something, head down, moving in a zigzag pattern that horrifyingly resembled a predator following a scent. I retreated deeper into the undergrowth, moving as silently as possible despite the rain and darkness. Every few yards I stopped to listen, straining to hear anything beyond the patter of raindrops and the occasional rumble of thunder. After what felt like hours but was probably only 40 minutes, I reached the mining road. Little more than an overgrown track now, but distinct enough to follow. According to my map, it descended through a ravine before eventually connecting with the main Forest Service road, approximately 4 miles ahead. The rain had begun to slacken, which improved visibility, but meant my pursuer would have an easier time tracking me. I needed to move faster, despite my exhaustion and the treacherous footing. Around 3 a.m., the clouds briefly parted, revealing a waning moon that cast weak silver light across the landscape. The improved visibility allowed me to increase my pace, but also exposed me more completely. I'd traveled perhaps 2 miles along the mining road when I heard it. The crack of a branch breaking somewhere behind me, followed by that distinctive yipping call, closer than before. I abandoned all pretense of stealth and ran, my pack bouncing painfully against my back. The mining road deteriorated further, becoming little more than a deer path that wound between massive boulders. My lungs burned and my legs trembled with fatigue, but terror provided fresh reserves of energy. Rounding a sharp bend in the path, I skidded to a stop. The road ended abruptly at a washout, a section where spring floods had carved away the hillside, creating a 20-foot drop to a stream bed below. No way around it. I'd have to backtrack and find another route. As I turned, movement caught my eye. A dark shape detaching itself from the shadows at the bend I'd just navigated. The figure stood upright but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin. Its proportions subtly distorted. It wore what appeared to be tattered clothing beneath some kind of animal skin draped over its shoulders. Its face remained in shadow, but I caught the gleam of eyes reflecting the moonlight. We stood frozen for several heartbeats, separated by perhaps 50 yards of narrow trail. Then it spoke, a hoarse, rasping voice that sounded as if it hadn't been used for normal speech in a very long time. Nowhere left to run. The voice jolted me from paralysis. I backed toward the washout, searching desperately for options. The stream bed below might offer a path if I could reach it without breaking my neck. As the figure took its first step toward me, I made my decision. I shrugged off my heavy backpack, keeping only my knife, water bottle, and satellite messenger. The weight reduction would make climbing down the washout marginally safer. As I secured these essential items to my belt, the figure continued its approach, not rushing, but moving with the confident patience of a predator that knows its prey is cornered. Lightning flashed again, illuminating details I wish I hadn't seen. The figure's face partially covered by what appeared to be a crude mask made from animal hide, antlers rising from its head, and hands that held something long and curved, a hunting knife or some primitive blade. I reached the edge of the washout and began a desperate scramble down the eroded hillside, using roots and rock outcroppings as handholds. The surface was slick with mud, and twice I nearly lost my grip. Behind and above me, I heard movement as my pursuer reached the edge and began its own descent. I dropped the final 6 feet, landing hard on the rocky stream bed. Pain shot through my ankle, but adrenaline allowed me to push through it. The stream itself was swollen from the rain, flowing rapidly between moss-covered boulders. I began following it downstream, sometimes wading through knee-deep water when the banks became too steep to navigate. Behind me, I heard splashing. My pursuer had reached the stream bed and was following. I pushed harder, ignoring the pain in my ankle and the numbness spreading through my rain-soaked limbs. The stream entered a narrow gorge where the water ran deeper and faster. Swimming would be dangerous in these conditions, but I had little choice. I plunged into the current, allowing it to carry me forward while struggling to keep my head above water. The frigid water shocked my system, temporarily clearing the fog of exhaustion. I managed to angle toward the opposite bank, catching hold of an exposed tree root and pulling myself out of the current. I lay there for precious seconds, gasping for breath, before forcing myself upright. Through the diminishing rain, I saw moonlight reflecting off what appeared to be a metal surface downstream, perhaps an old mining structure or equipment. I moved toward it, discovering the rusted remains of a water sluice and, more importantly, a dilapidated cabin partially concealed by vegetation. The cabin door hung askew on a single hinge. Inside, the floor was littered with debris, rotted furniture, animal droppings, fallen ceiling beams. Not an ideal shelter, but it might offer temporary concealment and a chance to try the satellite messenger again. I wedged myself into a corner where I could watch the door while remaining hidden from outside view. My hands shook violently as I activated the satellite messenger. This time, no error message appeared. The transmission had gone through. Now I just needed to survive until help arrived, which could be hours or even a full day given my remote location. From my position, I could see a section of the stream through gaps in the cabin wall. Something moved along the bank, a shadow among shadows, methodically examining the ground. It paused where I had exited the water, then raised its head and appeared to sniff the air. I pressed deeper into my corner, controlling my breathing as the figure turned toward the cabin. It approached with that same unnerving, loping gait, pausing at the threshold. For one terrible moment, I thought it would enter. But instead, it circled the structure, occasionally scraping something against the exterior walls. After completing the circuit, it retreated to the tree line and became still, watching, waiting. I realized with growing horror that it wasn't leaving. It was settling in for a siege. Dawn was still hours away, and with it any realistic hope of rescue. My pursuer seemed prepared to wait, confident in its advantage. I examined my meager resources, a hunting knife, half a bottle of water, and a device that had summoned help that might arrive too late. As the night crawled toward morning, I forced myself to confront the reality of my situation. If rescue didn't arrive soon, I would become too weak from exhaustion and exposure to effectively defend myself or escape. I needed a plan that didn't rely on outside intervention. The cabin itself offered few resources, but as I examined my surroundings more carefully, I noticed something I'd overlooked: a trapdoor in the floor, likely leading to a root cellar or storage space beneath the cabin. It might offer an alternative exit if I could open it without alerting what waited outside. Moving as silently as possible, I cleared debris from the trapdoor and located a recessed iron ring handle. The wood had swollen with moisture, requiring considerable effort to lift. It finally gave with a muted groan that seemed thunderous in the silent cabin. A ladder descended into darkness. I activated my phone's flashlight, revealing a small cellar partially filled with stagnant water. More importantly, I spotted what appeared to be a drainage tunnel leading away from the cabin. Tight, but potentially navigable. Outside, something scraped against the cabin wall again, closer to the door this time. My pursuer's patience was evidently wearing thin. I had to make my choice: remain and confront whatever lurked outside, or descend into the flooded tunnel with no certainty of where it led, or whether I could even fit through its entire length. As the first hint of pre-dawn gray lightened the eastern sky, I lowered myself into the cellar, pulling the trapdoor closed above me. The tunnel entrance barely accommodated my shoulders, but I forced myself forward into the unknown darkness, away from the horror that had tracked me through the night. What waited at the tunnel's end, I couldn't know, but it had to be better than what I was leaving behind. The drainage tunnel constricted my movements to an agonizing crawl. Cold, stagnant water soaked through my clothing as I inched forward on elbows and knees. My phone's flashlight revealed rough-hewn walls supported by rotting timber braces, a relic from the area's mining history that had somehow survived decades of neglect and seasonal flooding. The air grew increasingly stale as I progressed, carrying the musty scent of fungus and decay. Claustrophobia threatened to overwhelm me in the narrow space. I focused on controlled breathing and the simple mechanics of movement: reach forward, pull, push with toes, repeat. Each yard gained was a victory against panic. After perhaps 30 minutes of this grueling progress, I heard it. Faint at first, then unmistakable. Scraping sounds from behind me, back toward the cellar entrance. My pursuer had discovered my escape route and was following. I increased my pace despite the risk of injury, ignoring the splinters that tore at my palms and the sharp stones that bruised my knees through soaked pants. The tunnel began a gradual incline, and the water level decreased. I allowed myself a flicker of hope. Perhaps the passage would soon emerge above ground. That hope was short-lived. My light illuminated a partial collapse ahead, where the ceiling had caved in, leaving only a narrow gap near the top of the tunnel. Beyond the collapse, the tunnel appeared to continue, but navigating the obstruction would require squeezing through a space barely larger than my shoulders. Behind me, the sounds of pursuit grew louder. a rhythmic splashing accompanied by labored breathing that echoed unnaturally in the confined space. I had no choice but to attempt the squeeze. I positioned myself beneath the gap and reached upward, finding handholds in the debris. Using the last reserves of my strength, I pulled myself into the narrow opening. Halfway through, my pack caught on something. I contorted desperately, feeling my shirt tear as I wrenched myself forward inch by excruciating inch. With a final surge of effort, I broke free, tumbling down the other side of the collapse in a shower of dirt and small stones. Pain lanced through my shoulder where I'd struck the tunnel floor, but I forced myself back to hands and knees. The collapse now formed a barrier between me and my pursuer, temporary at best, but it might buy precious minutes. I continued forward, noting with relief that the tunnel widened slightly and the incline grew steeper. After another 100 yards of crawling, I detected a change in the air, a freshness that suggested an opening nearby. My light revealed the tunnel's exit ahead, partially concealed by vegetation, but clearly leading to the outside world. I emerged into early morning twilight among a jumble of boulders at the base of a ravine. Dawn had broken while I was underground, painting the eastern sky in pale yellows and blues. The rain had stopped completely, though water still dripped from saturated vegetation. Getting my bearings was critical. I climbed to higher ground and consulted my phone's GPS, which miraculously still functioned despite the moisture. My position placed me approximately 3 miles from the main Forest Service road, closer to civilization than I'd been before discovering the mining cabin. The satellite messenger at my belt chirped softly, indicating a received message. Emergency services notified. Search and rescue deploying to your coordinates. Maintain position if safe. Relief flooded through me, immediately tempered by the realization that my current position, while plotted by GPS, was not the location I'd sent in my distress call. Search and rescue would be looking in the wrong place unless I updated my coordinates. I quickly composed a new message with my current position and status, adding, "Being pursued, on the move toward Forest Service Road." After confirming transmission, I assessed my physical condition. My body was a catalog of minor injuries: scraped hands, bruised knees, a twisted ankle that had stiffened during my time in the tunnel, and various cuts that throbbed with each heartbeat. None were life-threatening, but collectively they compromised my mobility and endurance. The hypothermia risk from my soaked clothing was perhaps the most immediate concern. The Forest Service road represented safety, regular patrols, possible traffic, and cell phone coverage. If I could reach it before my pursuer emerged from the tunnel, I might survive this ordeal. I oriented myself toward the road and began moving as quickly as my injuries permitted, using the rising sun to maintain my eastward heading. The terrain gradually transitioned from rocky ravine to more open forest. Under different circumstances, I might have appreciated the beauty of dawn light filtering through the canopy, casting long shadows across the forest floor carpeted with pine needles and autumn leaves. After half an hour of steady progress, I paused to check my heading and listen for sounds of pursuit. The forest had awakened with morning birdsong, a reassuring sign. Predators, human or otherwise, tend to silence the natural chorus. I allowed myself a moment to rest against a tree trunk, sipping sparingly from my water bottle. The moment of respite ended abruptly when a sound cut through the morning stillness. That distinctive, yipping call, but different now, tinged with rage rather than triumph. It came from behind me, but considerably distant. My pursuer had escaped the tunnel but had not yet picked up my trail. I pushed onward with renewed determination, navigating by the occasional glimpse of mountains through breaks in the canopy. According to my map, a small ridge lay between my position and the Forest Service road. If I could reach its summit, I would have clearer satellite reception for communications and better visibility of the surrounding terrain. The climb proved more challenging than anticipated. My twisted ankle protested each upward step, and my energy reserves were dangerously depleted after a night without rest or proper nutrition. Twice I stumbled, catching myself against trees to prevent a fall that might have resulted in more serious injury. Near the ridgetop, I discovered something unexpected. A recently used campsite with a fire ring still containing the charred remains of wood. Empty food packaging had been stuffed into a hollow tree trunk, and a trampled area suggested where a tent had stood. I searched the site carefully, finding a dropped compass, and more significantly, a digital camera partially hidden beneath fallen leaves. When I examined its memory card, I found dozens of photographs documenting a hiking trip, landscapes, wildlife, and selfies of a young woman enjoying the backcountry. The final images turned my blood cold. They showed the same figure I'd been fleeing, captured from a distance as it moved through the forest. The last photograph was a blurred shot of the figure much closer to the camera, clearly in pursuit of the photographer. I pocketed the camera as evidence and continued to the ridgetop, now moving with greater urgency despite my exhaustion. From the summit, I gained the overview I'd hoped for. The Forest Service road visible as a thin line cutting through the wilderness approximately 1 mile east. More importantly, I spotted movement on that road. A vehicle moving slowly northward. Hope surged through me. I activated the satellite messenger again, confirming my position and indicating my intended route to the road. This time, the confirmation message contained more specific information. Search team deployed by helicopter. ETA your location, 45 minutes. Ground team on Forest Service Road. 45 minutes. I could reach the road well before then if I maintained a steady pace downhill. I began my descent, choosing a direct route that sacrificed stealth for speed. Halfway down the eastern slope, I heard it again, that yipping call now to my left and much closer than before. My pursuer had somehow cut across my path and was now between me and the road. It was hurting me, I realized with dawning horror, using terrain knowledge to anticipate my movements and drive me in a specific direction, away from safety. I changed course immediately, veering southeast rather than due east. This approach would still intersect the road, but at a point further south than my original trajectory. The deviation would add distance, but might circumvent the trap being set for me. The forest thickened as I descended, limiting visibility to a few dozen yards in any direction. Every shadow harbored potential threat. Every sound triggered a surge of adrenaline. I moved as silently as my injured state allowed, pausing frequently to listen and observe. During one such pause, I heard the unmistakable sound of an approaching helicopter, the distinctive whoomp-whoomp of rotor blades growing steadily louder. Rescue was near, but so was my pursuer. I needed to reach open ground where the helicopter crew could spot me. According to my GPS, I was now less than half a mile from the road. Between my position and safety lay a section of particularly dense forest, followed by a small clearing that bordered the road itself. If I could reach that clearing, I would be visible from both air and ground. I pushed forward with desperate intensity, ignoring the protests of my battered body. The helicopter sounds grew louder, now accompanied by radio chatter too indistinct to understand. They were searching, calling my name into the wilderness. As I approached the edge of the dense forest section, movement flickered in my peripheral vision. A tall figure moving parallel to my course, matching my pace with uncanny precision. It remained just visible enough to let me know it was there, herding me like prey. The realization struck with terrible clarity. It was driving me away from the clearing, forcing me deeper into terrain where rescue would be difficult if not impossible. This was not random pursuit, but calculated strategy. I had one advantage, knowledge of the approaching rescue that my pursuer might not possess. I made a split-second decision and changed direction abruptly, charging directly toward where I'd spotted movement. The maneuver caught my pursuer off guard. I glimpsed a startled figure in tattered clothing backing away into denser foliage. This momentary confusion created the opening I needed. I sprinted toward the clearing with every ounce of remaining strength, crashing through underbrush and leaping over fallen logs with reckless abandon. My ankle screamed in protest, but survival instinct overrode the pain. I burst into the clearing just as the helicopter appeared overhead, its downdraft flattening the tall grass around me. I waved frantically, and a spotlight from the aircraft locked onto my position. Through the aircraft's external speakers, I heard an amplified voice. "We see you. Stay where you are." From the forest edge, another sound rose, a howl of frustration that contained both rage and despair. My pursuer stood partially concealed among the trees, watching as a rescue technician descended from the helicopter on a cable harness. Even at this distance, I could see its face clearly for the first time. Gaunt and weathered beyond normal human limits, eyes reflecting the helicopter's spotlight with an animal-like gleam. As rescue personnel secured me in a harness for extraction, I pointed toward the forest edge, shouting to be heard above the rotor noise. "There, someone there." But when they turned to look, the figure had vanished, melting into the wilderness from which it had emerged. The helicopter delivered me to a regional medical center where doctors treated my physical injuries: severe dehydration, mild hypothermia, contusions, lacerations, and a moderately sprained ankle. The medical staff expressed amazement that I'd escaped more serious harm given the ordeal I described. 2 county sheriff's deputies interviewed me that first day, taking detailed statements about my experience. I provided them with the camera I'd found, the ID from the missing hiker's backpack, and precise GPS coordinates for the lookout tower and other significant locations from my account. Their expressions as I recounted my story shifted from professional concern to poorly concealed skepticism. When I described the figure pursuing me, its unnatural movements, the antlered headdress, the ritualistic elements, one deputy exchanged a glance with his colleague that clearly communicated their assessment: trauma-induced hallucination or outright fabrication. "We'll investigate thoroughly," the senior deputy assured me, though his tone suggested otherwise. "These mountains have a history of unusual incidents." I was released from the hospital after 2 days of observation with instructions to follow up with my primary physician and a referral for trauma counseling. The psychological impacts were proving more persistent than my physical injuries. Insomnia, hypervigilance, and panic attacks, triggered by certain sounds or movements glimpsed at the edge of vision. 3 days after my return home, a detective from the county sheriff's department contacted me with an update. They had found the lookout tower exactly as I described, including the wall of photographs, though the journal was missing. More significantly, they discovered human remains in a shallow grave near the fire site I'd observed during my escape. "Preliminary identification suggests the remains belong to the hiker whose ID you recovered," the detective informed me. "Cause of death appears to be multiple stab wounds, but we're awaiting the medical examiner's complete report." When I asked about the figure I'd encountered, the detective's response was measured but revealing. "We found unusual footprints matching your description in several locations. The forensic team is analyzing them now, but initial assessment suggests they were made by someone wearing modified footwear, possibly to create an intimidation factor or mask their true identity." "What about the cameras along the trail?" I pressed. "We recovered 12 surveillance cameras. They appear to have been placed over several months. Most memory cards were missing, but we retrieved footage from 2 units. They show multiple hikers being observed and selected, for lack of a better term." I wasn't surprised when the detective confirmed they had no suspects in custody. Whoever, or whatever, had stalked me through those mountains knew the terrain intimately and had established patterns that suggested long-term presence in the wilderness. They wouldn't be easily found by conventional search methods. In the weeks that followed, further discoveries emerged. The authorities identified 3 additional sets of human remains in the general vicinity of the lookout tower. All were hikers reported missing over the past 18 months. Evidence suggested they had been stalked, killed, and subjected to what the official reports delicately termed post-mortem ritualistic treatment. The media inevitably caught wind of the story. Initial reports focused on the rescue and recovery operation, but soon speculation about the Cascade Stalker or the Backwoods Butcher dominated local headlines. Several journalists contacted me for interviews, which I declined. My experience felt too personal, too horrifying to become fodder for sensationalistic reporting. 6 weeks after my rescue, I received another call from the detective. They had identified a suspect, a former Forestry Service employee who had disappeared into the backcountry 3 years earlier after exhibiting increasingly erratic behavior. His last known communications included rambling journal entries about becoming one with the forest and learning the old ways. We believe he's been living off the grid, possibly in seasonal hunting camps or abandoned structures like the mining cabin you discovered, the detective explained. The psychological profile suggests paranoid schizophrenia exacerbated by isolation and possibly influenced by local Native American legends about skinwalkers and similar entities. I asked the question that had haunted me since my rescue. Do you think you'll find him? The detective's hesitation spoke volumes. We're conducting regular patrols of the area and have trail cameras installed at strategic locations. But the territory is vast, and he knows it better than we do. Time and weather are working against us. What he didn't say, but what I understood implicitly, if they didn't find him before winter set in, the case would likely go cold until spring, if not indefinitely. I still attend weekly therapy sessions to process the trauma. The nightmares have diminished in frequency, but not intensity. In them, I'm always back in that forest, running through endless trees while something pursues me with patient, inhuman determination. My therapist suggests these dreams represent unresolved fear rather than any premonition. I want to believe her. Yet sometimes when I wake sweating and trembling in the darkest hours of night, I find myself checking the locks on my doors and windows, drawing the curtains tight against the darkness. Because I know what's out there. I've seen it with my own eyes. A human being who chose to become something else. Something that straddles the boundary between man and monster. The authorities frame it in clinical terms: mental illness, isolation, psychotic break. But these explanations feel insufficient against the primal horror I experienced. Yesterday, I received a package from the sheriff's department. Personal effects recovered during their investigation that they determined belonged to me. My abandoned backpack, somewhat weathered but largely intact. As I unpacked it, something fell from a side pocket. A small bundle of twigs bound with what appeared to be animal sinew, similar to what had been placed outside my tent that night but not identical. I hadn't placed it there. It wasn't mine. The note accompanying the package indicated it had been recovered 2 weeks ago, long after my rescue. I've contacted the detective again, but he hasn't returned my calls. The local news reports that another hiker has gone missing in the North Cascades, last seen near Granite Pass. Tonight I'll check the locks again, though I understand now that physical barriers offer little protection. The thing that pursued me through those mountains, man or monster or something in between, is still out there, still hunting. And somewhere deep inside, a terrible certainty grows. Our encounter remains unfinished. This account is based on personal experience, though certain details have been altered to protect ongoing investigation. If you hike in the North Cascades, particularly in the Granite Pass region, never travel alone and always register your itinerary with park rangers. Some predators are not recognized by conventional wilderness safety guidelines. When I was 14 years old, my girlfriend Mira and I spent the summer at my grandparents' house in the rural countryside. The isolation of their property, surrounded by dense woodlands and forgotten dirt roads, felt like the perfect backdrop for teenage adventures. We had been dating for 6 months, and like most couples our age, we were eager to prove our courage to each other and ourselves. The idea came to us on a particularly stifling August evening in 2015. The air hung thick and motionless, and the old farmhouse creaked with every slight movement. Mira and I sat on the front porch, swatting at mosquitoes and listening to the distant howl of coyotes echoing through the trees. That's when she suggested it. A test of courage in the middle of the night, an excuse to explore some abandoned and creepy places we'd heard whispered about in town. "Come on," she urged, her dark eyes gleaming with mischief. We can't spend the whole summer sitting around doing nothing. Where's your sense of adventure? I knew she was right, though something in my gut twisted uneasily at the thought. Still, at 14, the need to impress her outweighed any reasonable caution. We decided to ask my grandfather if he knew of any abandoned places nearby, somewhere with a reputation, somewhere that would make for a proper challenge. Grandpa Roy was sitting in his worn leather recliner, the evening news casting blue shadows across his weathered face. When we approached him with our request, his expression grew serious, and he muted the television with deliberate slowness. "There's a place," he said finally, his voice carrying a weight that made the room feel smaller. "About a kilometer south of here, through the old growth forest, there's an abandoned house and cabin that's been empty for decades." He leaned forward, his rheumy eyes fixed on us with an intensity that made my skin crawl. The house belonged to a man named Roger Thornfield. Came here from Ohio sometime in the early 1900s. Built that place with his own hands, lived there alone for years. Then one day he just vanished. Never heard from again. Nobody knows what happened to him. The way Grandpa told the story, with his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, sent an uncomfortable shiver through me. But Mira squeezed my hand, and I could see the excitement building in her expression. "What do you mean, vanished?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "I mean gone without a trace. Food still on the table, bed still warm, but Roger Thornfield was nowhere to be found. The authorities searched for weeks. Some folks say he just got tired of the isolation and moved on, but..." Grandpa's voice trailed off, and he shook his head slowly. "That man loved that place more than anything. He wouldn't have just left it behind." We were skeptical of the story, naturally. Mira and I weren't strong believers in ghost tales or supernatural nonsense. We figured it was just another local legend, embellished over the decades until fact and fiction had become hopelessly tangled. The mystery only made the place more appealing as a destination for our midnight adventure. My grandparents, predictably, were adamantly against our plan when we revealed our intentions the next morning. Grandma Helen nearly dropped her coffee mug when we told her, and she immediately launched into a lecture about the dangers of wandering through the forest at night. "Absolutely not," she declared, her voice brooking no argument. "That forest is full of wild animals, unstable terrain, and God knows what else. You two are not going out there in the dark." But like most teenagers faced with adult disapproval, we saw their concerns as challenges to overcome rather than wisdom to heed. We spent the rest of the day planning our expedition in secret, gathering supplies and waiting for the household to settle into sleep. By 11:30 that night, the farmhouse had fallen quiet, except for the steady tick of the grandfather clock in the hallway and Grandpa's occasional snores drifting from the master bedroom. Mira and I had agreed to meet by the old oak tree at the edge of the property, each of us sneaking out through our respective bedroom windows. The night air was cooler than expected, carrying with it the scent of pine needles and something else. Something organic and decay-sweet that I couldn't quite identify. We had armed ourselves with what we considered essential equipment. 2 hunting knives borrowed from Grandpa's workshop, 2 heavy-duty flashlights, and several extra battery packs. In retrospect, our preparations seem laughably inadequate, but at the time we felt like seasoned explorers. "Are you sure about this?" I whispered as we stood at the forest's edge, the beam of my flashlight barely penetrating the wall of darkness between the trees. Mira nodded, though I noticed her hand trembling slightly as she adjusted her grip on her own flashlight. "We've come this far. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? It's just an old house." Those words would come back to haunt me later, but in that moment, her confidence was infectious. We plunged into the forest, following what appeared to be an old game trail that headed roughly south according to my compass. The forest seemed to close around us as we walked, the canopy so dense that even our powerful flashlights created only small pools of visibility in the suffocating darkness. Every step produced a symphony of sounds, the crunch of dead leaves, the snap of twigs, the rustle of unseen creatures moving through the underbrush. But beneath these natural sounds, I began to detect something else. A subtle wrongness that I couldn't quite name. It started as a feeling, a growing certainty that we were not alone in these woods. The sensation began as a tickle between my shoulder blades, the instinctive awareness of being watched that every human possesses. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more and more frequently, sweeping my flashlight beam in wide arcs behind us, but finding nothing except more trees and deeper shadows. "Do you hear that?" Mira whispered after we'd been walking for about 20 minutes. I stopped and listened carefully, straining my ears against the ambient noise of the forest. At first I heard only the expected sounds of nocturnal wildlife, but then I caught it. A subtle disturbance in the natural rhythm of the woods. It sounded almost like footsteps, but not quite. The timing was wrong, and the spacing between the sounds suggested something moving with deliberate stealth. "Probably just a deer," I said, though my voice lacked conviction. We continued forward, but the feeling of being observed only intensified. Several times I could have sworn I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. A shadow that shifted when it shouldn't have, a flash of something pale between the trees. But whenever I turned to look directly, there was nothing there except the endless repetition of tree trunks and darkness. The forest itself seemed to be holding secrets, and the deeper we ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe, and carried strange scents that changed with each gust of wind. Sometimes it smelled like rotting vegetation, other times like something metallic and sharp, and occasionally like burning wood, though we saw no signs of fire. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 minutes, we spotted the first signs of human habitation. A crumbling stone wall that emerged from the undergrowth like the backbone of some buried giant. The stones were covered in thick moss and lichen, and several had tumbled down, creating gaps that looked disturbingly like missing teeth in a skull's grimace. Following the deteriorating wall led us to a clearing that opened up like a wound in the forest's flesh. In the center stood the house that Grandpa had described, but seeing it in person was far more unsettling than I had anticipated. The structure was indeed a typical American farmhouse from the early 1900s, but time and abandonment had transformed it into something that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The white paint had long since peeled away, leaving the wooden siding exposed to decades of weather. What remained of the paint hung in strips like diseased skin, fluttering in the slight breeze with a sound like whispered conversations. The front porch sagged dramatically on one side, supported by makeshift posts that looked ready to collapse at any moment. Several windows were broken, their glass teeth catching our flashlight beams and throwing distorted reflections back at us. But it was the overall presence of the house that truly disturbed me. Even in its decay, the building possessed a malevolent quality that seemed to emanate from its very foundation. The dark windows watched us like empty eye sockets, and the partially open front door hung ajar like a mouth caught mid-scream. "God, that's creepy," Mira breathed, and I noticed she had moved closer to me, close enough that I could feel her trembling. We approached the house slowly, our footsteps unnaturally loud on the overgrown path. The porch steps groaned ominously under our weight, and I half expected them to give way entirely, but they held. The front door was unlocked, or more accurately, the lock had long since rusted away, leaving the door free to swing on its corroded hinges. The interior of the house assaulted us immediately with the smell of mold, decay, and something else. Something organic and sweet that made my stomach turn. Our flashlight beams revealed a living room frozen in time, furniture still arranged as if Roger Thornfield had simply stepped out for a moment and might return at any time. But it was the additions to the room that truly disturbed us. The walls were covered in graffiti, but not the typical vandalism of teenagers. These markings were deliberate, methodical, carved deep into the wood with sharp implements. Some were symbols I didn't recognize, geometric patterns that seemed to writhe and shift in the dancing shadows cast by our flashlights. Others were words in languages that looked ancient and threatening. We moved through the house room by room, each space revealing new horrors that seemed designed to assault both our sanity and our senses. In what had once been the kitchen, we found books scattered across every surface. But these weren't normal books. They were texts on demonology, witchcraft, and ritual magic, their pages yellowed and brittle with age. Some were written in English, others in languages I couldn't even begin to identify, but all shared a common theme of darkness and forbidden knowledge. The illustrations in these books were particularly disturbing. Detailed anatomical drawings showed human figures in various states of dismemberment, while other pages depicted creatures that seemed to exist at the intersection of nightmare and reality. The artwork was skillfully done, which somehow made it even more unsettling. These weren't the crude scribblings of a madman, but the careful observations of someone who believed deeply in what they were documenting. In the dining room, we discovered paintings hanging on the walls that defied explanation. They depicted scenes of rural life, but twisted into something fundamentally wrong. Farmers working fields where the crops appeared to be made of human hair. Children playing games that involved dismembered animals. A family dinner where the food on the table was clearly not meant for human consumption. The paintings were executed with technical skill, but the subject matter was so disturbing that I found myself unable to look at them directly for more than a few seconds. There was something in the brushwork itself that seemed to suggest movement, as if the scenes were not static images but windows into actively unfolding horrors. But the dolls were the worst of all. Every room we entered contained them, arranged in groupings that suggested some sort of purpose or ceremony. They were antique dolls, the kind with porcelain faces and glass eyes, but someone had modified them in ways that transformed innocent children's toys into objects of pure terror. Some had been dismembered and reassembled incorrectly, with limbs attached at impossible angles. Others had their faces repainted to show expressions of agony or rage. Still others had been stuffed with what looked like human hair and animal bones, their seams splitting to reveal the grotesque contents within. The doll's eyes seemed to track our movement as we passed, though I knew it was just an optical illusion created by the angle of their glass pupils. But knowing something intellectually and feeling it emotionally are two different things, and I found myself constantly checking over my shoulder to make sure none of them had moved. In the master bedroom, we found the most disturbing display of all. A collection of dolls arranged around what had once been the bed, their positions suggesting they were attending some sort of ritual or ceremony. At the center of the arrangement was a single doll that was different from the others, larger, more realistic, and wearing what appeared to be human clothing that had been carefully tailored to fit its proportions. After 20 minutes of exploring the house, we had seen enough. Both Mira and I were badly shaken, but we had committed to investigating both the house and the cabin, and teenage pride demanded that we follow through on our promise. We forced ourselves to exit the house and make our way across the clearing toward the wooden cabin that stood about 50 feet away. The cabin was smaller than the house, built from logs that had weathered to a deep gray color that seemed to absorb the light from our flashlights. Unlike the house, which felt actively malevolent, the cabin radiated a different kind of menace. Something quieter but no less threatening. It squatted in the shadows like a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. As we crossed the space between the two buildings, I became increasingly aware of the sounds around us. The normal nighttime symphony of the forest had fallen silent, creating a vacuum of noise that felt unnatural and wrong. Even the wind had died away, leaving the air still and heavy with an electric tension that made the hair on my arms stand up. It was during this crossing that I first heard the voice. "Over here." The words were spoken clearly, distinctly, in a tone that was neither male nor female, but something in between. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, carried on air that moved without wind. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart hammering against my ribs as I swept my flashlight beam across the clearing, searching for the source of the sound. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Mira, but she was already several steps ahead of me, apparently unaware that anything had happened. Hear what? She called back, turning to look at me with confusion. I wanted to explain, but something prevented me from speaking. The voice had triggered a response in my brain that felt almost primitive, a recognition of danger that bypassed rational thought and went straight to the most basic survival instincts. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run, to get away from this place as quickly as possible, but I found myself unable to move. It was then that I noticed the small mound of concrete near the base of a large oak tree. It was roughly rectangular, about the size of a grave, and someone had etched symbols into its surface that were similar to the ones we had seen inside the house. The concrete was old and cracked, with weeds growing through the fissures, but the symbols remained clearly visible. I approached the concrete mound against my better judgment, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't understand or resist. Each step felt like walking through thick mud, requiring enormous effort to overcome an invisible resistance that seemed to emanate from the mound itself. My flashlight beam wavered as my hand began to shake, casting dancing shadows that made the carved symbols appear to writhe and shift. When I reached the edge of the mound, I stopped as if I had walked into an invisible wall. Every muscle in my body locked up simultaneously, freezing me in place with my flashlight pointed down at the mysterious concrete rectangle. I tried to call out to Mira, tried to move my legs, tried to do anything other than stand there like a statue, but my body refused to obey my commands. The symbols on the concrete began to blur and swim before my eyes, and I felt a strange sensation of falling, even though I knew I was still standing upright. The world around me started to dim at the edges, as if someone was slowly turning down the lights in my peripheral vision. The last thing I remember was the overwhelming smell of earth and decay, as if I was standing at the edge of a freshly dug grave. Then there was nothing. Complete, absolute blackness that swallowed my consciousness entirely. When awareness returned, it came slowly and painfully, like swimming up from the bottom of a deep, dark pool. My first sensation was of cold, bone-deep cold that seemed to have settled into my very marrow. My second was pain, a throbbing agony that started at the base of my skull and radiated outward through my entire head. I opened my eyes to find myself lying face down in the dirt, approximately 10 feet from where I had been standing when I lost consciousness. My flashlight was still clutched in my hand, though the beam was now dim and flickering as the batteries struggled to maintain power. The taste in my mouth was horrible, metallic and bitter, like I had been chewing on old pennies. Panic set in when I realized I couldn't see Mira anywhere in the immediate vicinity. I pushed myself up to my hands and knees, fighting off waves of nausea and dizziness, and began searching for her with my failing flashlight. The beam swept across the clearing, illuminating the house, the cabin, the trees, but no sign of my girlfriend. It was then that I heard a low moan coming from the direction of the cabin. I forced myself to my feet, swaying dangerously as my equilibrium struggled to reassert itself, and stumbled toward the sound. I found Mira lying unconscious about 20 feet from the cabin entrance, face down in a patch of dead grass that surrounded the building like a cancer. Her flashlight had rolled several feet away and was still functioning, casting a steady beam that revealed the alarming pallor of her skin. When I reached her, I could see that she was breathing, but her respiration was shallow and labored. "Mira," I whispered, gently shaking her shoulder. "Mira, wake up." She stirred at my touch, then suddenly came awake with a violent jerk, her eyes wide and filled with terror. The scream that erupted from her throat was raw and primal, the sound of someone who had seen something that fundamentally challenged their understanding of reality. "Leave us alone!" she shrieked, scrambling backward across the ground with her hands and feet, her eyes fixed on some point behind me. I spun around, expecting to see whatever had terrified her, but found only the empty clearing and the dark shapes of the buildings. When I turned back to her, I saw that her face had taken on a sickly pallor that made her look like she was suffering from some terrible wasting disease. Her skin had a grayish tint, and her eyes were rimmed with dark circles that hadn't been there before our adventure began. "What happened?" I asked, kneeling beside her and trying to keep my voice calm despite my own mounting terror. What did you see?" "There was a man," she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. "He's been following us since we entered the forest, watching us. I saw him when I woke up. He was standing right behind you, just watching." I looked around again, more carefully this time, but saw nothing that could be described as human. The clearing remained empty except for the two of us and the ominous buildings that loomed in the darkness. Mira was in no condition to walk, so I helped her climb onto my back and began the terrifying journey back through the forest. Every shadow seemed to hide potential threats, and every sound made me jump and nearly lose my footing. The weight of my girlfriend on my back made progress slow and exhausting, but adrenaline and desperation gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. The journey back felt both eternal and impossibly brief. We crashed through the underbrush, following our earlier trail when I could find it, and blazing new paths when I couldn't. My flashlight batteries finally died completely about halfway back, leaving us to navigate by the faint moonlight that occasionally penetrated the forest canopy. When we finally emerged from the tree line near my grandparents' property, I was shocked to discover that virtually no time had passed since our departure. My watch showed 11:39 p.m., only 1 minute after we had entered the forest, despite what felt like hours of exploration and travel. I called my Uncle Roy from the landline in the kitchen, trying to keep my voice steady as I explained that we needed immediate transportation to the nearest hospital. He arrived within minutes, his truck's headlights cutting through the darkness like twin blades. The look on his face when he saw Mira's condition was one of barely controlled fury mixed with genuine fear. During the frantic drive to the emergency room, I tried to explain what had happened, but my uncle cut me off with a string of profanity that would have made a sailor blush. "You two are lucky to be alive," he finally said, his knuckles white as he gripped the steering wheel. "Other people have tried to investigate that place over the years. Some came back hurt, some came back changed, and some—" He didn't finish the sentence, but his implication was clear. At the hospital, doctors found that Mira had suffered what they termed blunt force trauma to her head, though neither of us could remember any impact that might have caused such an injury. The wound required 12 stitches and left a permanent scar that she carries to this day, a curved line along her left temple that serves as a constant reminder of our encounter with whatever dwells in those woods. We never spoke of that night again, not to each other and certainly not to anyone else. Some experiences are too profound, too fundamentally disturbing, to be shared through mere words. But sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet and the shadows seem to move on their own, I still think about that voice calling my name and the concrete mound that held secrets too terrible to uncover. We're both adults now, with families and responsibilities and rational explanations for most of the world's mysteries. But we've never returned to any abandoned places, and we never will. Some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again, and some knowledge is too dangerous to possess. The forest still stands, and the house and cabin remain abandoned, waiting for the next curious souls brave enough or foolish enough to test their courage against whatever dwells in the darkness between the trees. Growing up in Cedar Ridge, Utah in 2019, I learned that some places exist at the intersection of civilization and emptiness. Our house occupied the final lot on Juniper Street, where pavement surrendered to wild grass and endless desert. At 17, I thought I understood the landscape around me, but the vast fields stretching toward distant mountains held secrets I wasn't prepared to uncover. My bedroom window faced east, offering a view of rolling terrain that seemed to breathe with the wind. During summer afternoons, heat mirages would dance across the ground, creating phantom lakes that vanished when you looked directly at them. The optical illusions should have been my first warning about how easily this place could deceive the eye. My closest neighbor, Jake Martinez, lived in the only other house on our dead-end street. His family had moved here 3 years earlier, and we'd become inseparable despite our different backgrounds. Where I was cautious and analytical, Jake was impulsive and fearless. His basement became our sanctuary, equipped with gaming consoles, a mini fridge, and furniture that had seen better decades. The basement's single window well faced the empty cul-de-sac that marked where town planners had once envisioned expansion. Instead of new neighborhoods, the area remained undeveloped, creating a half-finished circle of asphalt that led nowhere. During daylight hours, the incomplete road seemed harmless, even amusing. But as darkness fell, that broken pavement transformed into something that made my skin crawl. Jake's parents worked evening shifts at the regional hospital, leaving us unsupervised most nights. We'd settle into our routine of gaming marathons and junk food, but I found myself increasingly distracted by sounds drifting through that basement window. Initially, I attributed the noises to wildlife or wind-blown debris. The desert supported various nocturnal animals, and identifying every sound seemed impossible. However, certain disturbances didn't fit typical animal behavior patterns. A rhythmic scraping would emerge from the darkness, followed by what resembled labored breathing or choking sounds. These episodes occurred irregularly, sometimes multiple nights in succession, then vanishing for weeks. The unpredictability made them more unsettling than any consistent pattern would have been. By late August, the strange nocturnal activities had established a disturbing rhythm. Jake and I developed an unspoken protocol whenever the sounds began. Pause whatever we were doing, exchange worried glances, and strain our ears for additional clues. Neither of us wanted to acknowledge how these incidents were affecting our sleep and concentration. The sounds defied easy categorization. Sometimes they resembled someone dragging heavy objects across rough ground. Other times we'd hear what could only be described as wet, gurgling vocalizations that made my stomach clench. Most disturbing were the periods of absolute silence that followed these episodes, as if something was deliberately testing our reactions. Jake suggested we investigate one particularly active night in early September. Armed with flashlights and false bravado, we crept upstairs and peered through his kitchen window. The beam of my flashlight swept across the empty cul-de-sac, revealing nothing but cracked asphalt and scattered tumbleweeds. Yet the sensation of being watched pressed against my consciousness like a physical weight. "There's nothing out there," Jake whispered, but his voice carried no conviction. We both saw how the shadows seemed to shift and writhe beyond our light's reach. Something about the darkness felt deliberately evasive, as if it possessed intelligence and malicious intent. The next morning, we examined the area in broad daylight, searching for evidence of nocturnal visitors. The ground showed no clear footprints or disturbances, though certain patches of dirt appeared oddly compressed. Jake found what looked like scratches in the asphalt near the cul-de-sac's center, but we couldn't determine if they were recent or had existed for years. Our investigation raised more questions than answers. If animals were responsible for the sounds, where were the tracks? If human activity was involved, why would anyone lurk in such a remote location? The absence of obvious explanations forced us to consider possibilities that challenged our understanding of the world around us. As September progressed, I noticed changes in my own behavior. I'd catch myself staring out windows, scanning the horizon for movement that never materialized. Sleep became elusive, interrupted by dreams of pursuing something pale and skeletal across moonlit desert. During the day, ordinary shadows seemed to contain hidden threats, and I found myself avoiding areas where visibility was limited. October brought shorter days and longer nights, amplifying my growing anxiety about our isolated location. The temperature dropped enough to require jackets during evening activities, but cold weather didn't explain the bone-deep chill I experienced whenever I looked toward the empty cul-de-sac. Jake's family announced they'd be relocating to Salt Lake City before Christmas. His father had accepted a position at a larger hospital, offering better opportunities and higher pay. The news devastated me, not just because I'd lose my best friend, but because it meant facing whatever lurked in the darkness alone. We spent more time in his basement during those final weeks, partly to savor our remaining friendship, and partly because staying indoors felt safer. The strange sounds continued with increasing frequency, sometimes lasting for hours. On one particularly unnerving night, we heard what sounded like fingernails scraping against glass, though we couldn't locate the source. During a rare moment of courage, I suggested we try recording the sounds with Jake's phone. We positioned the device near the window well and waited in tense silence. When the familiar scraping began, followed by those wet, choking vocalizations, we captured nearly 10 minutes of audio. Listening to the playback the next morning proved more terrifying than experiencing it in real time. The recordings revealed details our frightened minds had missed. Beneath the obvious scraping sounds, we detected what resembled whispered words, though we couldn't decipher their meaning. Most disturbing was a rhythmic tapping that suggested intelligence and purpose. Whatever was producing these sounds wasn't acting on pure instinct. Jake's mother noticed our increasingly haggard appearances and asked if we were feeling ill. We couldn't explain how exhaustion and fear were draining our energy without sounding paranoid or delusional. Instead, we claimed stress about upcoming college applications and Jake's impending move. The lies came easily, but they couldn't mask the truth from ourselves. Something was fundamentally wrong with our situation, and we were running out of time to understand it. Jake would leave soon, abandoning me to face the growing darkness alone. The prospect filled me with dread that went beyond normal separation anxiety. Late one evening, as we sat pretending to focus on homework, Jake looked up from his textbook and asked the question that had been haunting us both. What if it's not an animal? November arrived with unseasonable warmth, but the pleasant weather couldn't dispel the oppressive atmosphere that had settled over our neighborhood. Jake's departure date was set for the weekend after Thanksgiving, giving us less than a month to solve the mystery that had been consuming our lives. We decided to conduct a more systematic investigation, documenting every strange occurrence with timestamps and detailed descriptions. Jake created a log on his laptop, recording not just the sounds but environmental factors like wind conditions, temperature, and moon phases. We hoped to identify patterns that might explain the phenomena. Our meticulous record-keeping revealed disturbing trends. The activities occurred most frequently during new moon periods when darkness was absolute. Wind direction seemed irrelevant, ruling out sounds carrying from distant sources. Most significantly, the episodes were becoming longer and more intense, suggesting whatever was responsible was growing bolder. One particularly active night, I made a decision that would haunt me for years. While Jake dozed fitfully on the couch, I crept upstairs and positioned myself at the kitchen window with binoculars. The sounds had been continuous for over an hour, accompanied by shadow movements that seemed to defy explanation. Through the binoculars, I observed something that challenged every rational explanation I'd considered. A figure moved across the cul-de-sac with jerky, unnatural motions, like a marionette controlled by an inexperienced puppeteer. Its proportions were wrong, too tall and thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. The figure appeared to be searching for something, methodically examining the ground and occasionally pausing to look directly toward Jake's house. When it turned in my direction, I caught a glimpse of a face that made my hands shake so violently I nearly dropped the binoculars. The features were human but distorted, as if someone had stretched and warped them beyond recognition. Most terrifying was the thing's mouth, which hung open far wider than anatomy should allow. Dark fluid dripped from its lips, creating small puddles on the asphalt. The sight triggered a primal terror that bypassed conscious thought and went straight to my nervous system. I backed away from the window, heart hammering against my ribs. When I finally gathered courage to look again, the figure had vanished, leaving only empty pavement and my own ragged breathing. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the basement, too afraid to tell Jake what I'd witnessed. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a hallucination brought on by stress and sleep deprivation. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real, and that knowledge changed everything. Thanksgiving week brought an unexpected development that shattered any remaining hopes of rational explanation. Jake's younger sister, Amy, mentioned seeing the sick man while walking their dog near the cul-de-sac. Her casual reference to something we'd been investigating in secret sent ice through my veins. When we questioned her about the encounter, Amy described a figure that matched my own terrifying observation. She'd noticed someone moving strangely near the broken pavement, apparently searching for something on the ground. What made her account particularly disturbing was her matter-of-fact tone, as if encountering such an entity was perfectly normal. "He looked really sick," she explained to her parents over dinner. "Like he needed to go to the hospital. His arms and legs were all wrong, and he kept making these weird sounds." Jake's parents exchanged concerned glances and promised to contact local authorities about a possible vagrant camping in the area. Their practical response highlighted how different adult and teenage perspectives could be. They saw a potential public health issue. We understood we were dealing with something that defied conventional categorization. The knowledge that others had witnessed the figure both validated our experiences and amplified our fear. If Amy could see it during daylight hours, the thing was becoming more active and less concerned about detection. The implications of this escalation filled me with mounting dread. Jake's anxiety about leaving increased dramatically after Amy's revelation. He confided that he felt guilty about abandoning me to face whatever was lurking in the darkness. We discussed involving our parents, but neither of us could articulate our fears without sounding mentally unstable. The final week before Jake's departure brought a frenzy of strange activity. Every night produced new sounds and disturbances that seemed deliberately designed to torment us. Sleep became impossible as we lay awake listening to scraping, tapping, and those wet, choking vocalizations that made our skin crawl. On Jake's last night, we made a decision that would define the rest of my teenage years. We would confront whatever was out there directly, hoping to gain some understanding of what we'd been experiencing. The plan was simple. Wait for the sounds to begin, then approach the cul-de-sac with flashlights and Jake's father's baseball bat. As midnight approached, we positioned ourselves near the back door, weapons in hand and hearts pounding with terror and determination. The familiar scraping sounds began right on schedule, accompanied by shadow movements that seemed to mock our fears. "Are you ready?" Jake whispered, his voice barely audible above my own ragged breathing. I nodded, knowing this moment would either provide answers or create new nightmares that would follow me forever. We stepped into the cold November air with every muscle tensed for fight or flight. The sounds emanating from the cul-de-sac had grown louder and more agitated, as if our presence had triggered some kind of response. Jake gripped his father's aluminum bat while I carried the largest flashlight we could find. The walk from his back door to the edge of the pavement felt like crossing an enormous distance. Each step brought new waves of terror that threatened to overwhelm my ability to move forward. The rational part of my mind screamed warnings about the stupidity of our plan, but curiosity and desperate need for answers drove us onward. As we approached the broken asphalt, the sounds abruptly ceased, creating a silence so profound it seemed to ring in our ears. The absence of noise was somehow more frightening than the disturbances had been. It suggested intelligence and awareness that surpassed anything we'd previously considered. Jake raised his flashlight and swept the beam across the cul-de-sac's surface. The light revealed nothing but cracked pavement and scattered debris, yet the sensation of being watched pressed against us with suffocating intensity. Something was definitely present, lurking just beyond our ability to detect it. Then we heard breathing. Not the labored, choking sounds we'd grown accustomed to, but slow, deliberate respirations that seemed to come from multiple directions simultaneously. The breathing had a wet quality that suggested damaged lungs or airways, adding another layer of horror to our situation. "Where is it?" Jake whispered, his voice cracking with strain. Before I could respond, movement erupted from behind a cluster of sagebrush at the cul-de-sac's far edge. The figure I'd glimpsed through binoculars emerged into our flashlight beam, revealing details that would haunt my dreams for years to come. It had once been human, but disease or injury had transformed it into something barely recognizable. Its skin hung in loose folds, pale and translucent, stretched over bones that jutted at unnatural angles. The face was the worst part. Features melted and reformed by some terrible affliction that had left the mouth permanently agape and dripping. The thing's eyes reflected our flashlight beam like an animal's, but there was human intelligence behind them, a awareness that made its condition infinitely more tragic and terrifying. It regarded us with what might have been curiosity, tilting its head in a gesture that was almost childlike despite the horror of its appearance. Jake raised the baseball bat, but I grabbed his arm. Whatever this creature was, it had once been someone's family member, someone's child. The realization that we were looking at a human being in an advanced state of decay or disease changed everything about our situation. The figure made a sound that might have been an attempt at speech, though the words were unintelligible through its damaged vocal cords. Then it began moving toward us with that jerky, puppet-like gait I'd observed previously. We ran. The sprint back to Jake's house lasted only seconds, but the terror of those moments stretched them into eternity. We burst through the back door and immediately began securing every lock and window latch we could reach. The knowledge that something human yet monstrous was lurking outside transformed our sanctuary into a potential trap. Jake's parents were working late shifts, leaving us alone with our fear and the terrible understanding of what we'd encountered. We huddled in the basement, finally speaking the words we'd been afraid to voice. The figure was human, or had been human, before something horrific had transformed it. "We have to tell someone," Jake insisted, his hands still shaking from our confrontation. "That person needs medical help." But what could we tell authorities? That a diseased vagrant was camping near our neighborhood? How could we explain the inhuman movements, the distorted features, the sense of intelligence behind those reflective eyes? Any description we provided would sound like the ravings of teenagers with overactive imaginations. We spent hours debating our options while listening for sounds that might indicate the figure's continued presence. The silence outside was almost as disturbing as the previous nocturnal disturbances had been. At least the sounds had provided some indication of the thing's location and activities. Dawn brought Jake's departure and my first day alone with the knowledge of what existed beyond our neighborhood's boundaries. His family loaded their belongings into a moving truck while I stood in the driveway, fighting back tears that had nothing to do with friendship and everything to do with terror. "You'll be okay," Jake assured me during our final goodbye, but his eyes held the same fear that was consuming me. We both understood that my situation had become untenable, yet neither of us could think of viable solutions. After the truck disappeared down Juniper Street, I returned to my own house and tried to establish new routines that didn't involve Jake's basement sanctuary. But every room felt exposed. Every window seemed to offer insufficient protection against whatever might be watching from the darkness. My parents noticed my increasingly erratic behavior, but attributed it to depression over Jake's departure. They suggested counseling and increased social activities, unaware that my problems stemmed from knowledge of something that challenged the foundations of their reality. Sleep became impossible without pharmaceutical assistance. Even with prescription help, my dreams filled with images of pale, distorted figures dragging themselves across moonlit terrain. I'd wake in cold sweats, convinced that scraping sounds were coming from outside my bedroom window. The worst part was the isolation. I couldn't share my burden with family or friends without risking my credibility and mental health reputation. The secret of what lurked in the darkness became a weight that threatened to crush my ability to function normally. Winter deepened, and the strange sounds returned with increasing frequency. Without Jake's presence to share the burden of fear, every nocturnal disturbance felt like a personal assault on my sanity. I developed elaborate rituals for securing my house each evening, checking locks multiple times, and positioning furniture to block potential entry points. My academic performance suffered as exhaustion and anxiety consumed my mental resources. Teachers expressed concern about my declining grades and frequent absences, but I couldn't explain how fear of something they'd never believe was destroying my ability to concentrate. During one particularly active period in late January, I made a discovery that provided both comfort and renewed terror. Research into rare medical conditions revealed several diseases that could theoretically produce the symptoms I'd observed in the figure. Advanced leprosy, severe autoimmune disorders, and certain genetic conditions could explain the physical distortions. The knowledge that medical science could account for the creature's appearance was enormously relieving. It meant I wasn't dealing with something supernatural or impossible, just tragically human. But this understanding also raised new questions about how such a person had ended up living rough in the Utah desert. I began leaving food and water near the cul-de-sac, reasoning that if the figure was indeed a sick human being, basic compassion demanded some attempt to help. The offerings disappeared regularly, though I never witnessed their collection. Somehow this small act of kindness made the entire situation more bearable. Spring arrived early that year, bringing warmth and longer days that gradually reduced the frequency of nocturnal disturbances. I began to hope that the figure had moved on, seeking shelter or medical care elsewhere. The sounds that had terrorized me for months became memory, then gradually faded to the back of my consciousness. Graduation approached with promises of college and escape from the isolation that had defined my final year of high school. I accepted admission to a university 3 states away, partly for academic reasons, but mostly to put distance between myself and the memories that haunted Juniper Street. On my last night before leaving for college, I walked to the cul-de-sac one final time. The broken pavement remained unchanged, but the oppressive atmosphere that had once characterized this place seemed diminished. Perhaps the figure had indeed found help, or perhaps death had finally claimed whatever disease had been consuming it. I never saw the pale, distorted figure again, but the experience of those months changed my understanding of the world's hidden corners. Somewhere beyond the boundaries of normal life, suffering exists that challenges our capacity for comprehension and compassion. Years later, whenever I encounter news stories about missing persons or unidentified remains found in remote locations, I remember the creature that lurked near my childhood home. I wonder about the circumstances that led a human being to such desperate isolation, and I hope that whatever happened to that poor soul, it finally found the peace that had been stolen by disease and abandonment. The memory serves as a reminder that horror often wears a human face, and that the monsters we fear most are usually the ones we create through neglect, cruelty, and our failure to care for the most vulnerable among us. I was 19 when this happened, back in June of 2003, and even now, 20 years later, I can't shake the memory. Growing up in Wells, Nevada, there wasn't much to do except explore the endless miles of desert and mountains that stretched in every direction. My friends thought I was crazy for spending my weekends alone in those desolate places. But there was something about abandoned settlements and forgotten mining claims that called to me like a siren song. The burger joint in Wells had these old maps from the early 1900s preserved under glass on every table. I'd spent countless hours studying them while nursing a coffee, tracing my finger along roads that no longer existed, noting the locations of towns that had been swallowed by time. One map in particular caught my attention. It showed several settlements just north of Ruby Valley in Elko County, places with names like Prospect Creek and Silver Ridge that weren't on any modern map. I'd been planning this trip for weeks, gathering supplies and checking my gear. My 1972 Dodge W200 pickup was perfect for these expeditions, built like a tank and high enough to clear most obstacles. The truck was army green with rust creeping along the wheel wells, but the engine was solid and the four-wheel drive had never let me down. I'd inherited it from my grandfather, along with his love for the remote places where civilization had tried and failed to take hold. Being raised in a family of hunters and ranchers, I never went anywhere without protection. Wild animals were common in the Ruby Mountains. Mountain lions, bears, and the occasional pack of feral dogs that had gone wild after being abandoned by prospectors decades earlier. My rifle was an HK-91, a semi-automatic .308 that my uncle had brought back from his time in the military. The weight of it was reassuring in my hands, and I could hit a target at 300 yards without breaking a sweat. The morning I set out was clear and calm, with the kind of crystalline air that made the mountains look close enough to touch. I filled the truck with gas, loaded my rifle with a 20-round magazine, and stuffed 2 spare magazines into my backpack along with water, jerky, and a first aid kit. My father asked where I was headed as I loaded my gear, and I told him I was exploring north of Ruby Valley. He paused in his coffee drinking and gave me a look I couldn't quite read. "Be careful up there," he said. which struck me as odd. My father wasn't the type to worry unnecessarily, but something in his voice made me take notice. Some places are forgotten for good reason. I laughed it off at the time, but his words would echo in my mind later. The drive from Wells to the Ruby Valley area took about 2 hours on Highway 93, passing through landscape that seemed untouched by time. The road stretched straight as an arrow across valleys dotted with sagebrush and Joshua trees, with mountains rising like purple walls on either side. Traffic was almost non-existent, maybe one car every 20 minutes. When I reached the turnoff that would take me into the valley proper, I stopped to check my map one more time. The modern road would take me only so far. After that, I'd be following mining roads and cattle paths that might not even exist anymore. The nearest town was more than 50 miles away, and cell phone coverage was non-existent in the mountains. If something went wrong, I'd be on my own. The paved road ended after about 10 miles, replaced by a dirt track that wound through stands of pinyon pine and juniper. The truck's suspension groaned as I navigated ruts and rocks, but I kept a steady pace, windows down to enjoy the mountain air. The temperature dropped noticeably as I gained elevation, and the silence was broken only by the rumble of my engine and the crunch of gravel under my tires. I passed several old homesteads in various states of decay, collapsed barns, rusted fence posts, and the scattered remains of what had once been someone's dream of making a life in this harsh country. Each one told a story of hope and eventual defeat, of families who had packed up and left when the mines played out or the winters became too brutal to endure. About 3 hours into the drive, I found what I was looking for. A barely visible track heading north into a canyon that didn't appear on any modern map. The entrance was marked only by a weathered wooden sign so faded I couldn't make out what it had once said. Ancient tire tracks were still visible in the hardpan, suggesting that someone had been this way before, though probably not recently. The path climbed steadily through dense stands of pine and aspen, their branches sometimes scraping against the sides of my truck. The deeper I went, the more oppressive the silence became. I'd expected to hear birds, insects, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, but there was nothing except the labored breathing of my engine as it worked to maintain traction on the increasingly steep grade. After another hour of slow progress, I encountered my first real obstacle, a massive pinyon pine that had fallen across the road. The tree was easily 2 feet in diameter and had been down for years, judging by the way smaller trees and brush had grown up around it. There was no way to drive around it. The canyon walls were too steep and the undergrowth too thick. I parked the truck and walked around the fallen giant, trying to estimate how much work it would take to clear a path. The tree had fallen naturally. I could see the rotted stump where it had broken off, probably during a severe winter storm. But what struck me as odd was the complete absence of saw marks or any attempt to clear the road. If anyone had been using this route regularly, they would have dealt with this obstacle years ago. Standing there in the shadow of that fallen tree, I felt the first stirring of unease. The silence was absolute now, so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat. I cupped my hands around my mouth and shouted, just to break the oppressive quiet, and my voice echoed off the canyon walls before being swallowed by the trees. No response came back. No bird calls. No rustle of disturbed wildlife. Nothing. I decided to continue on foot, grabbing my rifle and extra ammunition before locking the truck. The fallen tree was easy enough to climb over, and on the other side, the road continued its relentless climb toward what the old map had marked as Prospect Creek. I estimated I had maybe 2 hours of daylight left, enough time to reach the settlement and explore before making the trek back to my truck. The road beyond the tree was in better condition than I'd expected, though still obviously abandoned. Someone had maintained it once, probably during the mining boom of the early 1900s, but nature was slowly reclaiming it. Wildflowers grew in the center strip, and saplings had taken root in cracks in the hardpan. Still, it was clearly defined and easy to follow as it wound deeper into the mountains. I'd been walking for about 10 minutes when I noticed the change in the forest around me. Below the fallen tree, the woods had been normal, thick with undergrowth, fallen logs, and the usual debris of a living ecosystem. But here, everything was different. The trees grew in unnaturally straight lines, as if they'd been planted rather than seeded naturally. The undergrowth was sparse, and what plants did grow seemed stunted and pale. More disturbing was the continued absence of sound. I'd spent enough time in the wilderness to know that even the quietest forest had background noise. The whisper of wind through leaves, the distant call of a hawk, the scurry of chipmunks through the brush. But here, the silence was so complete, it felt like a physical presence pressing against my eardrums. After another 20 minutes of hiking, the road began to level out and curve to the right. Through the trees ahead, I could see a clearing and what looked like the remains of buildings. My pulse quickened with anticipation. This was what I'd come for, a piece of history that had been abandoned and forgotten, waiting for someone to rediscover it. But as I approached the edge of the clearing, that feeling of wrongness intensified. Something about this place didn't feel right. The air itself seemed heavier, pressing down on me like the moment before a thunderstorm. I stopped at the tree line and studied the scene before me, trying to identify what was triggering my unease. The settlement consisted of a main cabin and several smaller outbuildings, all in remarkably good condition for structures that had been abandoned for nearly a century. The cabin was a substantial log building with a stone chimney and what appeared to be a covered porch. The windows were intact, which was unusual. Most abandoned buildings I'd explored had long since had their glass broken by weather or vandals. I approached the cabin slowly, my rifle held ready, but not quite raised. The building was larger than it had appeared from the tree line, probably 200 square feet, with a high-pitched roof designed to shed snow. The logs were still solid, chinked with what looked like original mortar that had held up remarkably well. A wooden porch wrapped around the front and one side with hand-carved railings that showed the skill of whoever had built this place. What really caught my attention were the windows. Not only was the glass intact, but there were curtains hanging behind them. Faded and moth-eaten, but definitely there. In my experience, anything made of fabric disappeared quickly in abandoned buildings, eaten by insects and small animals, or simply rotted away by moisture and time. Yet here were curtains that looked like they'd been hanging undisturbed for decades. I climbed the 3 wooden steps to the porch, wincing as they creaked under my weight. The sound seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. The front door was made of heavy wood with wrought iron hinges and a large brass handle that had tarnished to green. I tried the handle, expecting it to be locked, but it turned easily. The door swung open with a groan of protest from hinges that hadn't been oiled in decades. The interior of the cabin took my breath away, but not in a good way. Most abandoned buildings I'd explored were empty shells, stripped of anything valuable and left to decay. This cabin was fully furnished, as if the occupants had simply stepped out for a walk and planned to return for dinner. A substantial wooden table dominated the center of the main room, surrounded by 4 chairs with woven seats. Place settings for 4 people were arranged on the table: plates, glasses, silverware, even folded napkins. In one corner stood a wood-burning stove with a pile of split logs beside it. Pots and pans hung from hooks on the wall, and shelves held an assortment of dishes and cooking implements. Everything was covered with a thick layer of dust and cobwebs, but it was all there, as if waiting for someone to return and resume their life. The bedroom was equally disturbing. A large brass bed dominated the space, still made up with quilts and pillows that had somehow survived the decades. A dresser held personal items, a hairbrush with strands of gray hair still caught in the bristles, bottles of medicine with labels too faded to read, and a small leather-bound book that crumbled when I tried to open it. On the walls hung photographs in wooden frames, their subjects long faded to ghostly outlines. I could make out the shapes of people, a family, I thought, but their faces were indistinct shadows. One photograph seemed better preserved than the others, showing 4 figures standing in front of this very cabin. 2 adults and 2 children, I thought, though the details were unclear. What really unnerved me was the sense that someone had left in a hurry. Drawers were pulled out, as if someone had been packing quickly. Personal items were scattered on the floor. In the kitchen, I found moldy remains of what might have been a meal, long since consumed by insects and time. Whatever had driven these people away, it had happened suddenly. I spent perhaps 20 minutes in the cabin, my unease growing with each passing moment. The place felt wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. It wasn't just the preserved state of everything, it was something deeper, a sense that I was trespassing in a place where something terrible had happened. The air inside felt thick and hard to breathe, carrying an underlying odor of mustiness and something else I couldn't identify. When I finally stepped back onto the porch, I was grateful for the fresh mountain air, despite its unnatural stillness. I decided to check the rifle chamber, and the metallic click of the bolt echoed across the clearing like a gunshot. The sound was reassuring, a reminder that I wasn't completely helpless in this place that seemed to exist outside normal experience. Behind the cabin, I noticed a stone-lined well with a wooden cover that had partially collapsed. As I approached it, I became aware of a new sound, a faint rustling that seemed to come from below ground. At first, I thought it might be wind moving through an underground passage, but the air above ground was completely still. When I was about 30 feet from the well, the smell hit me. It was the unmistakable stench of decay, sweet, cloying, and so intense it made my eyes water. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and mouth, but the odor seemed to penetrate everything. Something had died down there, and from the strength of the smell, it had been something large. I forced myself to move closer, despite every instinct screaming at me to turn and run. The rustling sound grew louder as I approached, and I realized it wasn't wind at all. Something was moving down in the darkness of that well, and whatever it was very much alive. I could hear scratching sounds like claws on stone, and what might have been breathing, low, labored, and definitely not human. The wooden cover of the well had rotted and partially collapsed, leaving a gap large enough for someone to fall through. I found a small stone and dropped it into the opening, counting the seconds until I heard it hit bottom. The well was deep, at least 40 feet, and from the echoing quality of the impact, it opened into some kind of underground chamber. The smell was becoming unbearable, and the sounds from below were growing more agitated. I backed away from the well, my rifle now raised and ready. Whatever was down there had noticed my presence, and I had no desire to find out what it was. The logical part of my mind suggested it might be an injured animal that had fallen in and couldn't climb out. But some deeper instinct warned me that this was something far more dangerous. I decided to check the mine shaft I'd spotted earlier, hoping to find some clue about what had happened to the people who once lived here. The entrance was built into the hillside about 100 yards behind the cabin, with heavy timber supports framing the opening. Unlike the random holes I'd explored in other locations, this was clearly a professional operation, with rails for ore cars still visible disappearing into the darkness. As I climbed toward the entrance, I noticed an unusual warm breeze flowing from the shaft. Most mines maintained a constant cool temperature, acting like natural refrigerators even in summer. But this air was warm and carried with it an even stronger version of the putrid smell I'd encountered at the well. The stench was so intense I had to stop several times to keep from gagging. The mine entrance was larger than I'd expected, probably 8 feet high and 6 feet wide, supported by massive timbers that showed signs of recent maintenance. That should have been my first warning. If this mine had been abandoned for decades, those timbers should have been rotted and collapsed. Instead, they looked solid and well-maintained, as if someone had been taking care of them. I pulled out my flashlight and pointed it into the tunnel. The beam illuminated perhaps 30 feet of the passage before being swallowed by darkness. The rails continued straight into the mountain, and I could see side passages branching off the main tunnel. What I couldn't see was any sign of the cave-in or flooding that usually made these old mines impassable. That warm breeze continued to flow from the depths, carrying with it not just the smell of decay but other odors. Unwashed bodies, rotting food, and something else that reminded me of a zoo or animal pen. I stood at the entrance for several minutes, fighting the urge to turn and run while trying to work up the courage to explore further. The sound came without warning, a low moan that echoed from somewhere deep in the mine shaft. It was definitely human in origin, but distorted in a way that made my skin crawl. The moan was followed by other sounds, scratching, scraping, and what might have been whispered words in a language I didn't recognize. I took one step into the mine entrance, my flashlight beam probing the darkness ahead. The warm air felt unnatural against my face, and the smell was so strong I could taste it. Another moan echoed from the depths, closer this time, and I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps, multiple sets moving toward the entrance. My rational mind tried to provide explanations. Maybe there were homeless people living in the mine, taking shelter in a place where they wouldn't be disturbed. Maybe what I was hearing was just someone in distress who needed help. But every survival instinct I possessed was screaming at me to get away from this place as quickly as possible. I was backing away from the mine entrance when I saw the first shadow moving in the depths. My flashlight beam caught a glimpse of something that shouldn't exist. A human figure, but wrong in ways that made my mind refuse to process what I was seeing. It was crouched low, moving on all fours like an animal, but the proportions were all wrong. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. The figure moved with a fluid grace that was somehow more terrifying than if it had shambled like a movie monster. This thing was fast, agile, and clearly intelligent enough to stay partially hidden in the shadows. As it drew closer to the entrance, I could make out more details that sent ice through my veins. Its skin was pale and mottled, stretched tight over a skeletal frame that looked like it belonged to someone who had been starving for months. But this wasn't simple malnutrition. This was something that had adapted to living in darkness, feeding on things that shouldn't be food. Its fingers were elongated and ended in what looked like claws or heavily overgrown fingernails. When it lifted its head, I caught a glimpse of its face in my flashlight beam. The features were human, but distorted, as if someone had taken a normal person and stretched them like taffy. The eyes reflected the light like an animal's, and when it opened its mouth, I saw teeth that had been filed or worn into points. That's when it screamed. The sound was unlike anything I'd ever heard. Part human shriek, part animal howl, with an underlying note that seemed to vibrate in my bones. It was the sound of madness given voice, of pain and hunger and rage all rolled into one horrific cry. My ears rang from the assault, and for a moment, I was paralyzed by the sheer wrongness of it. Training took over before conscious thought. I raised my rifle and put the front sight on what I hoped was center mass. The rifle bucked against my shoulder 5 times in rapid succession, the muzzle flash illuminating the mine entrance in strobing white light. I heard the distinctive sound of bullets hitting flesh, and the creature's scream changed pitch, becoming even more agonized. But that's when I realized this thing wasn't alone. The answering screams came from multiple directions, from deeper in the mine, from the area around the well, and from the hillsides above me. Whatever these things were, there were several of them, and they were coordinating their response to my presence. I heard the sound of rocks falling as something large moved through the trees above the mine entrance. I started running back toward the cabin, ejecting the empty magazine and slamming in a fresh one as I moved. Behind me, I could hear multiple sets of feet or claws hitting the ground as things emerged from the mine shaft. They were following me, and from the sounds they were making, they were angry. I made it about halfway to the cabin before I realized I was surrounded. These things, whatever they were, had spread out to cut off my escape routes. I could see movement in the trees on both sides of the clearing, shapes that moved too quickly and too fluidly to be normal humans. They stayed in the shadows, but I caught glimpses of pale skin and elongated limbs as they moved from tree to tree. The one I'd shot was still screaming somewhere behind me, but its cries were getting fainter. Either it was dying, or it was moving away to nurse its wounds, but the others were very much active, and they were closing in. I could hear them communicating with each other. Not words exactly, but a series of clicks and guttural sounds that might have been some kind of language. I reached the cabin and took shelter behind the porch, using the structure as cover while I tried to spot targets. The rifle felt solid in my hands, but I only had about 15 rounds left, and I had no idea how many of these things I was facing. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat, and the oppressive silence that had marked this place was now broken by sounds of movement all around me. One of them broke cover, sprinting across the clearing in a hunched-over run that covered ground with frightening speed. I led the target and squeezed the trigger, hearing the bullet connect with a wet thunk. The creature stumbled and fell, but was back on its feet almost immediately, leaving a dark trail on the ground as it disappeared back into the trees. They were learning from my attacks, staying hidden and trying to get close enough to overwhelm me. I could hear them moving through the brush, circling the cabin like wolves. Every few seconds, one would show itself just long enough to draw my fire, then disappear before I could get a clean shot. I was down to my last magazine when I decided I had to make a break for the truck. Staying here was suicide. They would eventually work up the courage to rush me all at once, and there was no way I could fight them all off. My only chance was to reach the vehicle and get out of this nightmare place. I sprinted for the tree line, firing at anything that moved. Behind me, I heard the creatures give chase, their inhuman screams echoing off the canyon walls. They were fast, but they seemed reluctant to leave the cover of the trees. Every time one got close to the open road, it would duck back into the shadows. The fallen tree seemed like it was miles away, though I knew it was only a few hundred yards. I could hear them pacing me on both sides, staying hidden but matching my speed. When I finally reached the barrier, I threw myself over it with more desperation than grace, landing hard on the other side and scrambling for my truck. The engine turned over on the first try, and I threw the transmission into reverse without even closing the door properly. As I spun the truck around, my headlights swept across the forest, and I got my clearest look yet at one of my pursuers. It was crouched on a fallen log about 50 feet away, its pale skin almost glowing in the headlight beam. This one was larger than the others I'd seen, with broader shoulders and longer arms. It was definitely human in basic structure, but it had been changed by whatever circumstances had driven it to live in this forgotten place. Its face was gaunt and feral, with hollow cheeks and eyes that reflected the light like mirrors. For just a moment, we stared at each other through the windshield. Then it opened its mouth and spoke, or tried to. The sounds that came out were almost words, garbled and slurred as if it had forgotten how human speech worked. But there was intelligence there, a mind that was still trying to communicate even though it had been driven far beyond the boundaries of sanity. I gunned the engine and fled down the mountain road, not slowing down until I reached the highway. Even then, I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see pale figures emerging from the darkness behind me. It wasn't until I was back in Wells, sitting in the familiar parking lot of the burger joint, that I finally felt safe enough to turn off the engine. I never told anyone the full story of what happened that day. How could I? Who would believe that somewhere in the Ruby Mountains, there were people who had been living like animals for decades, feeding on God knows what, and slowly losing their humanity in the process? I tried to convince myself that they were just homeless people, maybe mentally ill individuals who had taken shelter in the mine and been driven mad by isolation and starvation. But I knew better. What I'd seen wasn't just mental illness or malnutrition. Those things had been changed by their circumstances, adapted to a life that no human being should have to live. They'd found ways to survive in a place where survival should have been impossible, and in the process, they'd given up everything that made them human. When I got home that night, my father took one look at my face and knew something had happened. I told him I'd gotten lost and had to spend longer than expected getting back to the truck, but he wasn't buying it. Finally, he asked me directly if I'd found the cabin with the fallen tree across the road. When I nodded, he was quiet for a long time. Then he told me about the plane crashes, military aircraft that had gone down in the mountains during the 1940s and 50s, and the recovery teams that had been sent to retrieve the bodies. Most of the crashes had been successfully handled, But there had been one incident where the recovery team never made it back. Sometimes, he said, choosing his words carefully, people survive things they shouldn't survive. And sometimes what they become isn't something you'd want to meet in a dark place. He never elaborated, and I never asked for more details, but I understood what he was telling me. Those things in the mine weren't monsters. They were human beings who had been pushed beyond the breaking point and found ways to keep going that should have been impossible. 20 years later, I still think about that place. Part of me wants to organize an expedition, bring cameras and proper equipment, maybe even contact authorities about what might be living up there. But a larger part of me knows that some secrets are better left buried. Whatever happened to turn those people into the things I encountered, it's a kind of hell that no one should have to witness. I've never been back to Ruby Valley, and I never will. Some places are forgotten for good reason, and some mysteries are better left unsolved. The world has enough darkness without shining a light into corners where humanity has been stripped away and replaced with something that should not exist. But on quiet nights, when the wind is still and the world seems to hold its breath, I sometimes hear echoes of those screams, and I remember pale faces in the darkness, reaching out from a place where civilization failed and something else took its place. Something that might once have been human, but had forgotten what that word meant. That's my story. I've never shared the complete version before, and I probably never will again. But sometimes, the weight of carrying it alone becomes too much, and you have to tell someone, even if they don't believe you. Because the alternative, pretending it never happened, feels like a betrayal of the truth, no matter how horrible that truth might be. I never intended to become a park ranger. Growing up in the suburbs of Pittsburgh, I was more interested in video games and comic books than the great outdoors. But life has a way of taking unexpected turns. After high school, I bounced around between dead-end jobs, trying to make ends meet while pursuing my dream of becoming a graphic novelist. But the dream remained frustratingly out of reach. I was chronically broke, barely scraping by, and starting to lose hope. That's when I saw the job listing. Park ranger positions available in several states, including Pennsylvania. No experience necessary, on-the-job training provided. To be honest, I applied on a whim without giving it much thought. I never expected to get an interview, let alone an offer. But life is full of surprises. A month later, I found myself driving deep into the Allegheny National Forest of northwestern Pennsylvania, on my way to the remote ranger outpost that would be my home for the next 6 months. I tried to stay positive, reminding myself that at least the job provided free room and board. If nothing else, it would give me a chance to save some money while figuring out my next move. Still, as the miles ticked by and civilization receded in the rearview mirror, an uneasy feeling crept over me. I couldn't shake the sense that I was driving headlong into the unknown, into a world I wasn't fully prepared for. As the road twisted and turned through the shadowy forest, the October afternoon rapidly darkened toward dusk. According to the crude map I'd been given, the ranger station should be just ahead. But there was still no sign of it. Suddenly my headlights flashed across a weathered wooden sign. Ranger Station 1 mile, and an arrow pointing up a narrow dirt track. I turned up the bumpy lane, fallen leaves swirling in my wake. The forest pressed close on either side, the spindly branches scratching at my windows like skeletal fingers. At last I rounded a bend, and my headlights settled on a small log cabin nestled in a clearing. A battered pickup truck was parked out front. I pulled up next to it and killed the engine. In the sudden silence, the forest seemed to exhale a held breath, a long, deep sigh that sounded almost relieved. Or maybe it was just my imagination. I'd always been prone to flights of fancy, especially when I was nervous. And I was very, very nervous. Grabbing my duffel bag, I headed for the cabin door. It opened before I could knock. A grizzled older man stood inside, his flannel shirt and full beard marking him as a classic outdoorsman. He sized me up with shrewd gray eyes. "You must be the new recruit," he said gruffly. "I'm John, the supervising ranger. Come on in and we'll get you situated." I followed him inside, the plank floor creaking under my feet. The cabin was Spartan but functional, with a small kitchen, a living area centered around a cast iron stove, and a hallway leading to what I assumed were the bedroom and bathroom. Antlers, faded maps, and old photographs adorned the walls. It had a certain rustic charm, but it was a far cry from the creature comforts I was used to. John showed me to my room, which held a simple cot, a wooden chest for my belongings, and a tiny writing desk overlooking the forest. Then he ran me through the daily routine, manning the ranger station, patrolling the trails, assisting visitors, and performing various maintenance tasks around the park. It was a lot to take in, especially for a greenhorn like me. But John assured me he'd teach me everything I needed to know. As we shared a meager dinner of canned stew that night, John told me stories of his decades working these woods. Most were the usual tales of black bear encounters, lost hikers, and the occasional drunken camper. But there was one story he only hinted at, his voice dropping low as if he were afraid of being overheard. "There's strange things in these woods," he murmured, staring into the flickering coals of the stove. "Things that don't rightly belong. You'll hear the old-timers talk about them sometimes, when the night is dark and the wind is high. They say—" He trailed off and shook his head, as if thinking better of whatever he'd been about to say. An involuntary shiver worked its way down my spine. I wanted to ask him to continue, but something held me back. An animal instinct, warning me that there were some mysteries better left unexplored. John retired to bed soon after, leaving me alone with the popping of the stove and the mournful sighing of the wind in the eaves. I stayed up a while longer, writing in my journal and trying to give form to the tangled thoughts and emotions of the day. But exhaustion soon overtook me. I banked the fire, turned in, and fell into a dreamless sleep. Little did I know that miles away, deeper in the trackless forest, something ancient was stirring in the darkness. Something that had slumbered for ages uncounted, but would slumber no more. And it was slowly, inexorably, making its way towards the unsuspecting inhabitants of the peaceful little cabin. I awoke the next morning to sunlight slanting through the bedroom window and the rich aroma of campfire coffee brewing. For a fleeting moment, I thought I was a kid again, waking up at summer camp. But reality came rushing back soon enough. After a quick breakfast with John, we headed out to the ranger station, a larger log structure a short hike from the cabin. The air was cool and clear, and mist hung in gauzy veils between the towering pines. In the light of day, my fears from the previous night seemed silly, like childish fears of the boogeyman under the bed. What could possibly threaten me in such a tranquil place? The morning passed uneventfully as John showed me the ins and outs of station duties. There were trail maps to update, weather reports to file, park brochures to stock. He demonstrated how to use the radios to communicate with the other far-flung ranger stations. By lunchtime, my head was swimming with new information. But John seemed pleased with my progress. "You're doing well, kid," he said as we ate our sandwiches on the porch, watching a red-tailed hawk circle lazily overhead. "Takes most greenies a week to remember half of what I've thrown at you." I felt a flush of pride at the compliment. Maybe this job wouldn't be so tough after all. Maybe I'd even come to enjoy the peace and solitude, a welcome change of pace from the chaotic scramble of my life before. After lunch came my first solo task, hiking one of the trails to clear any fallen branches or other debris. Armed with a pack of supplies and one of the handheld radios, I set off down the Deer Creek Trail, named for the gurgling stream that paralleled its path. At first I enjoyed the hike, breathing in the sweet scents of black earth and pine pitch, marveling at the play of golden sunbeams through the canopy. I felt like I'd wandered into a Hudson River School painting. With just a few snips of my lopping shears here and there, the trail was clear and I made good time. But as the afternoon wore on and the sun sank lower, I began to feel uneasy. The friendly greens and golds of the forest took on more somber shades of blue and gray. Shadows gathered in the thickets and hollows. And was it my imagination, or were the bird songs fewer and more tentative? I was just thinking of turning back when I glimpsed something through the trees that made me pause. A flash of white against the brown and green. Curious, I stepped off the trail for a closer look. There, caught on a twisted root at the base of a massive oak tree, was what appeared to be a scrap of cloth or paper. I leaned down and gingerly plucked it free. It was a page, yellowed and brittle with age, torn on one edge as if ripped from a book. The paper was covered in a dense, spiky scrawl, written in an alphabet I'd never seen before. The characters seemed to writhe and crawl before my eyes, defying comprehension. But at the bottom of the page was a drawing, faded but still clear, that turned my blood to ice. It depicted a figure, gaunt and elongated, with antlers springing from its head and hooves where its feet should be. Malevolent eyes glared from its sunken face. Dancing imp-like around its cloven feet were twisted little homunculi, all grinning skulls and grasping claws. Unnerved, I stuffed the unsettling page in my pocket, hurried back to the trail, and made for the station at the best pace I could manage without actually running. What did it mean? Some hiker's idea of a prank, or something darker? Try as I might, I couldn't dislodge the image from my mind's eye. It gibbered at me from the periphery of my thoughts, capering at the threshold between reason and nightmare. Back at the station, I debated telling John about my strange find, but something held me back. I didn't want him to think I was some gullible rube, spooked by what was probably just a bit of trash left by an oddball hiker. Park rangers were supposed to be made of sterner stuff. So I kept quiet, stashing the freakish page in the chest at the foot of my cot and doing my best to put it out of my mind. But that night, as the wind moaned through the chinks in the cabin walls and the branch shadows clawed at my window, it crept into my dreams. I found myself back on the Deer Creek Trail, but the forest had turned twisted and wrong, the trees looming like skeletal sentinels, their bark etched with unreadable glyphs. The gurgling stream now ran black as pitch and smelled of sulfur. Up ahead, a figure stumbled down the path, dragging one leg behind it at a grotesque angle. At first I thought it was another hiker in need of help. But as I hurried closer, I saw that the thing had antlers growing from its head, and its hands ended in jagged claws. It spun to face me, and I recoiled in horror. Its visage was a bare skull, with malevolent sparks glowing in its hollow eye sockets. It let out a ululating screech that turned my knees to water. Then, to my mounting terror, it began to lurch towards me, moving far faster than any human could. I woke with a strangled cry, heart pounding, the reek of the thing still thick in my nostrils. Just a dream, I told myself, as I waited for my racing pulse to slow. Just my overactive imagination, nothing more. The unfamiliar surroundings and John's spooky campfire tales had simply gotten under my skin. At least that's what I tried to believe. But I couldn't shake the deep, primal dread that had sunk its claws into my guts. Something told me that there was more to my dream and to the mysterious page than I wanted to contemplate. Somewhere in these deep, dark woods, an ancient evil was awakening, and I had blundered into its path. The next day passed without incident, and I began to relax a bit. The nightmares didn't return, and the humdrum routine of ranger duties acted as a balm to my jangled nerves. There were trails to walk, maps to file, supply inventories to take. The crisp autumn air and honest work was like a tonic. Maybe, I allowed myself to hope, this job would be the fresh start I needed after all. A chance to clear my head, refill the coffers, and figure out my next steps in life. Surrounded by the serene majesty of the forest, my previous worries and failures seemed to recede, like mist beneath the morning sun. But on my fourth day, that fragile peace was shattered. Mid-morning, a call came in over the radio from a ranger station 20 miles north. A group of hikers had stumbled into the station in hysterics, babbling about one of their party being attacked on the trail. The Rangers were mounting a search and rescue mission, and they needed all available hands. John and I threw our gear together and piled into the pickup. As we bounced along the dirt roads, he filled me in on the situation. The group had been hiking a remote trail along Mosquito Creek when they had heard screams from their friend Michelle, who had lagged behind the group. They had rushed back to find her sprawled on the trail, dazed and badly scratched, her clothes shredded. Of her attacker, there had been no sign. An icy knot formed in my gut as I listened, the dreams surging back up from the depths of memory. Whatever had assailed Michelle, I knew with grim certainty that it was no ordinary woodland creature. The evil I had sensed, the antlered thing from the torn page, had made its first move, and it wouldn't be the last. We reached the turnoff for Mosquito Creek and followed the winding track up into the hills, the tires skidding on the gravel and the suspension groaning. Ahead, I could see the other Rangers' vehicles parked in a clearing. We pulled up and leapt out to join the search party. But as we combed the woods, calling Michelle's name until our throats were raw, a sickening realization crept over me. We weren't hunting for the lost hiker. Not anymore. We were prey. The unseen thing that lurked in the forest, the nightmare made flesh, was hunting us. I could feel its unseen eyes on me, could all but hear its hungry breath rasping in the shadow-choked thickets. It was toying with us, I realized, savoring our fear, glutting on our dread. This was just the beginning of its twisted game. And I, the Greenhorn Ranger with a head full of scary stories, was to be its special pawn. We searched until the light began to fail, but found no trace of Michelle. Defeated, our nerves frayed, we trudged back to the vehicles. John radioed the other stations, giving them the grim news. A pall of morose silence fell over the group. As we drove back to our cabin in the dying light, I finally screwed up my courage to tell John about the disturbing page I had found and the nightmares that had followed. But to my surprise, he didn't scoff or make light. Instead, his weathered face grew grimmer than I had ever seen it. "I warned you there were strange things in these woods," he said quietly. "Things that don't belong. Looks like you've gone and stirred one of them up." He fell silent for a long moment, jaw working as if chewing over some difficult decision. Finally, he spoke again. "There's old stories round these parts," he said slowly. "Stories the Rangers don't much talk about. About creatures that walk like men but ain't men. Things that come creeping out of the deep hollows and dark places when the stars are right." A chill slithered up my spine as I listened. Gone was John's usual gruff pragmatism. In its place was something I'd never expected to hear in his voice. Fear. "They say there was a cult, way back when," he continued. "Bunch of crazy folk who worshipped these things. Made sacrifices to 'em. Till the Rangers put a stop to it." He paused, his eyes distant. "Or thought they did anyway. But maybe some of those old monstrosities didn't go quiet into that dark night after all. Maybe some of them are still out there, waiting, sleeping, but damn well not dead." I sat stunned, trying to process what I was hearing. Part of me still wanted to dismiss it as superstitious nonsense, the ravings of bored and isolated woodsmen. But in my bones, I knew John was telling the truth. The impossible, awful truth. That night I lay sleepless in my bunk, watching the waning moon paint twisted shadows on the wall and listening to the wind keen a mournful descant in the eaves. What have I gotten myself into? I wondered in slack-jawed wonder and mounting despair. I wasn't a hero or a savior. I was a scared kid way out of my depth, caught up in something I had no hope of understanding, let alone fighting. But like it or not, I was here now. And one way or another, I knew I'd see this eerie business through to its bitter end. The next morning dawned chill and lowering, the sky gravid with the promise of rain. John was quiet and withdrawn, his eyes glazed and haunted, and I didn't have the heart to press him for more dark revelations. We went through the motions of the daily chores, but the air between us was fraught with unspoken fears. Every snapping twig, every skirling bird call sent me flinching and looking over my shoulder for antlered horrors. The once comforting forest suddenly felt claustrophobic, sinister, like it was full of watching eyes and grasping claws. It all came to a head that afternoon. Clouds were piling up in the east, and an unseasonable chill was gathering. John and I had just finished our forlorn lunch when the radio crackled to life. "John, come in. Over." The signal was weak and staticky, the voice on the other end strained. John snatched up the handset. "This is John. Go ahead." "John. Found something. Mosquito Creek." The transmission dissolved into a burst of white noise. "Ritual site. Those symbols. Need backup." A grim look settled over John's grizzled features. He depressed the talk button. "Sit tight. We're on our way. Over." Turning to me, he said, "Grab your gear, kid. I got a bad feeling about this." Minutes later, we were bouncing up the old logging road, the ancient pickup suspension protesting every rut and pothole. The sky had turned a bruised purple, gravid with unfallen rain. The air smelled heavy and foul, thick with the sickly sweet scent of rot. We found the other rangers huddled at the trailhead. They looked ashen and spooked, darting wary glances at the treeline. Deputy Hank, usual a stolid bull of a man, was practically quivering. "John, thank God," he said as we pulled up. "We found... well, hell, you'd better come see for yourself." He led us down an overgrown spur of the trail. The forest had gone preternaturally silent. No bird calls, no skittering squirrels. Only the crunch of dead leaves beneath our boots. Even the wind seemed to be holding its breath. After a quarter mile, Hank held up a hand, signaling a halt. "There," he whispered, pointing. Ahead, half hidden in a blackberry thicket, were the crumbling remains of what looked to have once been a small cabin or shed. Its roof had caved in and its walls were scabrous with moss and lichen. But it wasn't the building itself that sucked the air from my lungs and set my blood to icy sludge. No, it was the symbols carved into the weathered wood, knife-cut and crudely pigmented. The same squirming, non-Euclidean hieroglyphs that had adorned the page I had found. They crawled across every surface, an insane scrawl of eldritch sigils and mad geometries. And there, in the center of the room, half obscured by the collapsed ceiling beams, was a sight I knew would haunt me till my dying day. A crude altar of piled stones, their surface stained a rusty brown. Scattered around it were yellowing shards of bone. Whether animal or human, I tried very hard not to speculate. "Mother of God," John breathed. His face had gone the color of spoiled milk. "The old stories, they're true." I opened my mouth, though to say what I had no clue. A warning, a denial, a prayer, they all clustered unspoken in my throat. But I never got the chance to give them voice. Because at that moment, from somewhere deep in the tangled black heart of the forest, there came a sound that turned my innards to ice. An ululating cry, the bastard offspring of a wolf's howl and a madman's shriek, filled with a malice and hunger that could not possibly be of this world. And beneath that eldritch vocalization, I could all but feel the attention of some immense and unspeakable presence turn suddenly, inexorably, towards us. We had trespassed on its domain, disturbed its charnel house, and now, like any predator, it would deal with the interlopers. Swiftly, brutally, and with a fury unmatched by anything spawned of nature's kinder environs. In that instant, I knew we had only two choices: stand our ground and face the oncoming horror, or flee headlong and pray we reached the thin solace of civilization before it caught us. John's bellow shocked me from my fear-frosted paralysis. "Run! Back to the pickup now!" We crashed heedlessly through the underbrush, thorns and twigs lashing our flesh, breath sobbing in our throats. Behind us, drawing closer with each passing second, That hellish howling rose and fell in a frenzy of bloodlust. The rattle of the truck's engine sounded sweeter than any angel's hymn as we threw ourselves into the cab. John jammed it into gear, and we tore down the rutted track in a hail of gravel and flying mud. In the side mirror, just before we whipped around a bend and lost sight of it, I glimpsed a flash of something erupting from the tree line. Something tall and spindly and unspeakably fast. Something with the grinning rictus of a fleshless skull. Something with antlers. The pickup barreled down the logging road, frame shuddering as the hellishly thick woods blurred on either side. For a moment, I dared hope we might make it, might outpace the unnatural entity that hungered for our blood. But no sooner had the thought formed than a massive figure lunged from the trees ahead, directly into our path. John wrenched the wheel, but it was already too late. An impact like a freight train slammed into the truck's flank. The world pinwheeled crazily as we rolled once, twice, shearing through the brush in a scream of crunching metal and shattering glass. I felt a sickening weightlessness, a hot slash of pain, and then a crushing darkness rose up to whelm me under its silent tide. I swam groggily back to consciousness some interminable time later, my mind a tattered scrapbook of blood and terror. Blinking away the pain drumming in my skull, I looked around and nearly choked on my own pounding heart. The truck was crumpled around me like a discarded beer can. The other rangers strewn around me like rag dolls, their bodies bent at angles nature never intended. The air was murky and fluid, saturated with the coppery tang of blood and the acrid stink of leaking gasoline. And lurching out of the swirling mist, not 20 yards away but approaching steadily, was the thing that had run us to ruin. The skeletal homunculus from my fever dreams, the entity that had imprinted its vile sigil on scraps of discarded parchment. It towered a good 8 feet tall, its hide scabbed with moss and livid with wheels. Baleful corpse light danced in its empty eye sockets, and the antlers crowning its skull-like head twisted in mind-bending fractals. It couldn't be real, my short-circuiting mind insisted. It was impossible. A fever dream born of overwork and a surfeit of ghost stories. But the deep-seated animal panic filling my gut knew better. This thing, this affront to natural law, this cosmic blasphemy. It was real as the blood in my mouth and the scream building in my throat. Slowly, almost gently, the creature bent and seized Deputy Hank's limp form, hoisting him as effortlessly as a child with a kitten. Hank's eyes snapped open and he shrieked, a high and terrible sound, as those skeletal claws dug into his flesh. That scream pierced the shock that had me in its thrall. Ignoring the howling protest of abused nerves and muscle, I kicked open the crumpled door and tumbled from the wreckage, my duty pistol somehow already in my hand. Not that I had any illusions the weapon would do more than inconvenience the grim fiend. But by God, I was a ranger, and I wouldn't go to my grave without at least the token show of resistance. If I was to be a snack for the unnatural, I'd make sure to give the hell-spawned bastard indigestion. I took aim at the center of that grinning, bony mask, the revolver bucking and kicking in my sweat-slick grip. Once, twice, 3 times, the shots echoing away between the vine-cloaked trees like Judgment's own trumpets. To my amazed horror, the 357 slugs punched fist-sized holes right through the thing's torso and healed over almost immediately, the edges of shattered bone and blasted gristle knitting together as I watched in repulsed fascination. It was as if the creature's physical form was a thought rather than a fact, mutable by its unclean will alone. But if my attack hadn't harmed the horror, it had certainly gotten its attention. Dropping Hank's mauled form, it swung its Stygian gaze to me and let out a roar that shook the leaves from the trees, a sound of fury and dark joy. Then it was coming for me, bounding across the loam in great loping strides, its gnarled limbs blurring with unspeakable speed. I steadied my aim and prepared to fire my last defiant shots, determined to die on my feet. But before I could squeeze the trigger, the darkness took me. Not the oblivion of unconsciousness, but a sudden, unnatural absence of light. It was as if the sun and moon had been snuffed out, leaving only a cloying, clammy blackness. The roar of my own pulse in my ears was soon drowned out by a susurration of rustling movement all around me, the dry whisper of something moving through the forest floor detritus. Something cold and sharp snagged my ankle, yanking my feet from under me. My head hit the dirt with a sickening thud. Dazed, I felt more clammy tendrils winding around my legs, my waist, my neck, hoisting me bodily into the air. Hot, fetid breath washed over my face, and I nearly gagged. I was suspended in front of the creature's fleshless skull, its empty eye sockets boring into mine, a dark intelligence glittering in those lightless pits. "Fool," it hissed, its voice the crackle of old parchment and the seep of ancient bogs. "You dare much to strike at me. Your kind are even stupider than I recalled." I could only gurgle in response, the coils around my throat submerging me in a red sea of agony. "You will not die. Not yet." I could hear the smile in its voice, a dreary, mirthless rasp. "First, you will serve. You will scribe my words, bear witness to my return. And then, when the stars are right..." The tendrils constricted, and I felt a rib crack. I screamed, or tried to, the exertion painted across my darkening vision. Well, even an insect can be useful, in the proper. The flash was blinding, a bolt of pure actinic grief erupting from the gloom behind my captor. It struck the creature square in its bony back and clung there, crackling and spitting like downed power line. The thing shrieked, a sound of shock and fury, and the tendrils binding me withered. I dropped to the fetid loam like a sack of meat. Gasping, I raised my head in time to see a second brilliant lance of pallid energy stab from the darkness and punch clean through the abomination's torso in an arc of sparks and flaming ichor. Squealing like a stuck pig, the creature spun to face its assailant. There, striding from the gloom, was a figure both strange and oddly familiar. A tall, rangy man, clad in a long duster and a wide-brimmed hat. Mist curled from the glowing runes etched along the barrel of the massive pistol he leveled at the antlered horror. "Back to the pit that spawned you," the newcomer growled. His voice was like gravel and grave dirt, but there was a note of iron resolve in it that kindled a faint ember of hope in my chest. "You'll not have this one, you bark-gnawing bastard." The creature screeched its defiance, but I could see the uncertainty in the hitch of its slumping shoulders, the backward shuffle of its hooves. Whoever this man was, whatever eldritch weaponry he wielded, the monster feared him. It spat a curse in some guttural tongue that turned my gorge, then bounded away into the fog-choked glades, its ululating howls fading into the gloom. In moments, the forest was silent and still once more, as if the abomination had never been. The tall man turned to face me, his pistol already holstered beneath his coat. In the pale light, I saw that his face was deeply lined below his scuffed hat, his beard streaked with ash gray, but his eyes were bright and sharp as flensing knives as he stared down at my battered form. "On your feet, Ranger," he said gruffly, extending a calloused palm. "No time to grab a siesta. You've work to do before the long, dark falls." Gingerly, dizzy with pain and confusion, I took his hand and let him haul me upright on watery legs. My mind spun, questions clotting my tongue. Who was he? What in the name of all that was holy had that thing been? What did it want with me? What work did I have to do? But before I could choke out a word, the mysterious gunslinger held up a quelling hand. "Plenty of time for questions later," he said, as if privy to my churning thoughts. "For now, just know this. You have looked upon what should not be, and in so doing, have marked yourself. The antlered one has chosen you, for purposes I cannot guess. But know that it will be back for you. It is inevitable, fixed like the stars in their courses." I shivered, nausea churning in my gut. But beneath the fear, a stubborn ember of anger and defiance kindled. "Like hell," I croaked, my voice a ruined rasp. "I won't be a pawn in that thing's game. I'll fight it with my last breath." To my surprise, the man threw back his head and laughed, a sound like a rusted hinge. I believe you might at that. Wouldn't have intervened otherwise. I've been watching you, Ranger. You're green as spring grass, but there's a spark in you. The same spark that drew me to this benighted stretch of nowhere all those years ago. He clapped me on the shoulder, nearly buckling my knees. But you'll need more than pluck and a pistol where we're headed, boy. If you aim to beat the antlered one at its own game, deny it the foothold it craves in our reality, you'll need to learn the hidden ways, the old crafts, and for that, you need a teacher. He turned to stride back into the mist-shrouded trees, his long coat flapping. After a few paces, he glanced back over his shoulder. Well, you coming? Time's wasting and the shadows grow long. I stared at his retreating form for a long, befuddled moment, the events of the last few minutes replaying in my mind in all their awful glory. I was bruised, bloodied, and bedeviled. My certainties crumbled to dust, the tattered veil of my reality ripped asunder. The sane thing, the safe thing, would be to turn my back on this hidden world of horrors, to bury my head in the sands of blessed ignorance, to run back to the life I knew, however bleak and banal it might be. But even as the thought crossed my mind, I knew I couldn't do it. I was changed, marked, like the man said, by what I had seen and survived. There was no unknowing the truth, no return to a reality not poisoned by the dark. And if the antlered one truly had designs on me, some destined purpose for my unwilling flesh, I knew it would be back. It would hound me unto the very gates of hell. Running would only postpone the inevitable. No, if I was to have any hope of reclaiming my fate, of ripping it from the clutches of the unclean thing that sought to claim me, I would have to stand and fight. To learn the secret ways of this darksome world, and hopefully, find some means of breaking my occult shackles. And God help me. But this mysterious gunslinging stranger seemed to be offering me a way to do just that. Sighing, I retrieved my miraculously undamaged service revolver from where it had fallen and limped off after my new mentor, into the crepuscular murk that shrouded the forest. As I followed him into the unknown, one final burst of lunatic humor escaped my cracked lips, a wheezing parody of a laugh. I thought I had come to these woods to escape my past, to find myself. But it seemed I'd found something else instead, something far older and hungrier. My name is Ethan Walters. I'm a park ranger. Those words, once a statement of purpose, now felt like the setup to a bitter cosmic joke. But as I forged on into the gloom, I amended the thought. I'm a park ranger, but I'm also so much more. I'm a hunter now too, a slayer, and my prey awaits. Again, my new mentor, John Ryder, he'd called himself, barked. I groaned, every muscle protesting as I hauled myself off the damp forest loam for what felt like the 100th time. We'd been at it for hours, Ryder putting me through a grueling regimen of calisthenics, weapons drills, and hand-to-hand training, interspersed with terse lectures on the unnatural entities that prowled the shadowed corners of the world. Remind me again why this is necessary? I grumbled, brushing leaf litter from my jeans. I thought you were going to teach me magic, not run me into the ground. Ryder snorted. Magic? That's a child's word for it. What I'm teaching you, what you need to learn, is the art. The craft of will and sacrifice, of blood and breath and bone. And believe you me, boy, you'll need a strong body and a disciplined mind to wield it. He tossed me a canteen. I drank deep, the lukewarm water soothing my parched throat. The antlered one and its ilk, they ain't some two-bit back-alley thugs you can spook off with a stern word and a flash of tin, Ryder continued. They're old, powerful. To face 'em, you need to be a weapon, honed in body, mind, and spirit. I sighed, recapping the canteen. He was right, of course. After the horror in the woods, the glimpse I'd gotten of the squirming, suppurating truth behind the thin veneer of reality, I knew I'd need every scrap of strength and skill I could muster just to survive, let alone to fight back. All right, I said, squaring my shoulders. What's next? Ryder smiled thinly. Next, we see if there's any talent in you for the hidden ways. Time for your first lesson in the art proper. He led me to a small clearing carpeted in moss and lichen-crusted stones, the trees crowding close as if to shield us from prying eyes. From a pocket of his long duster, he produced a scrap of yellowed parchment covered in dense, spidery script and strange, unsettling diagrams. This, he said, is a ward. A basic weaving meant to turn aside the hungry eyes of the things that lurk in shadow. Study it, commit it to memory. But more than that, try to feel it, the shape and texture of it, the way it warps the skein of creation around it. I took the parchment, frowning at the cryptic markings. At first glance, they were nothing more than ink scratches, devoid of meaning. But as I stared at them, letting my eyes unfocus, I began to sense something. A pattern beneath the chaos, a logic as cold and inhuman as the vacuum between the stars. I think I feel it, I murmured. It's like the world suddenly has a third dimension I never noticed before. Like the air has weight and color and meaning. Ryder nodded. Good. You're glimpsing the true shape of things, the hidden currents of creation. The art is the act of seeing those currents and learning to direct them, to swim rather than be swept away. He gestured at the parchment. That ward is a simple pattern, a mote of stability imposed on the malleable essence of the world. With practice, you'll learn to craft your own patterns, to weave your will into reality as easy as breathing. I swallowed hard, a sudden weight settling on my shoulders. This was real. This was happening. I was being initiated into some ancient eldritch mystery cult, learning the secret ways of magic and monsters. It was exhilarating and absolutely terrifying. But, Ryder's voice cut through my racing thoughts, the art exacts a price. Every working, every weaving, it costs. Some more than others. And not just in blood or sweat or precious reagents. It costs a piece of you, of your humanity. Wield the art too recklessly, rely on it too heavily, and soon you'll be as much a monster as the horrors you hunt. I met his gaze, saw the somber warning in those flinty eyes. Is that what happened to you? I asked quietly. Is that why you live out here on the fringes? For a moment I thought I'd overstepped, that Ryder would shut down or lash out. But to my surprise, he just sighed, a sound of bone-deep weariness. I've made mistakes, he said slowly. Sacrificed things I shouldn't have. People I shouldn't have. All in the name of the hunt, of holding back the dark a little longer. I aim to spare you those mistakes if I can. He clapped me on the shoulder. But that's a lesson for another day. For now, focus on the ward. Practice tracing it, not just with your fingers, but with your mind. Get a feel for the currents, the flow of energy. We'll make a warden of you yet, boy. And so I sat, cross-legged on the loamy earth, the strange parchment balanced on my knees. As the forest darkened toward twilight and the first pale stars glimmered in the purple sky vault above, I immersed myself in the eldritch geometries, the non-Euclidean lines and impossible angles of the ward. It was grueling, maddening work, trying to force my mind into shapes it was never meant to assume. More than once I felt the edges of my sanity fray, felt the yawning abyss of lunacy beckon. But always, just when I thought I might shatter, Ryder was there, a steadying hand on my shoulder, an anchor in the howling chaos. Hours passed, or maybe days. Time lost all meaning in that hushed glade, reality itself seeming to warp and twist around the arcane patterns I wove. But finally, as a ghostly moon rose over the spectral trees, I felt something shift, some inner barrier crumbling away. The ward flared to sudden, actinic life on the moldering parchment, its lines blazing with otherworldly energy. I felt it then, truly felt it. the way it pinched and puckered the fabric of space-time, the way it shunted the ravenous gazes of the dark things scrabbling at the edges of the world. "I did it," I whispered, my voice hoarse with exhaustion and exultation. "I actually did it." Ryder smiled, a fierce, feral expression. "You're damn right you did. Congratulations, Ranger. You've just taken your first step into a wider, wilder world." He turned to gesture at the night-swathed woods around us. A world of wonders and horrors, of beauty and terror beyond mortal ken. A world that needs men like us, now more than ever. His gaze bored into mine, stripping me soul bare. "So what do you say, Ethan Walters? You ready to embrace your destiny? Ready to stand against the hungry dark?" I met that intense stare with a level, adamantine look of my own, the ward still flickering between my hands. In that moment, I felt the last of my old life, my old self, slough away like a shed skin. I was a ranger, yes, but I was also something new, something more. I was a warden, a hunter in the shadows, a light against the encroaching gloom. "I'm ready," I said simply. "Where do we start?" Ryder's smile widened, a slash of white in the moon-dappled dark. "Where else?" he asked, rising to his feet with the boneless grace of a born predator. "With the hunt." He turned to melt into the treeline, his long coat swirling. After a moment, I rose to follow, the ward clutched tight in my fist like a talisman against the night. As I slipped into the waiting woods, I couldn't suppress a shiver, a primal tremor of fear and exhilaration. I was crossing a threshold, I knew, leaving behind the safe, sane world of light and reason for a darker, stranger realm. But with each step, each crunch of dry leaves beneath my boots, that fear ebbed, replaced by a rising tide of resolve, of grim purpose. The antlered one was still out there, still fixed on claiming me for its own ineffable ends. But it would not find me easy prey, not anymore. I had taken my first steps on the hidden paths, the secret ways. I had touched the intangible, tasted the arcane. And though the road ahead promised to be long and dark and treacherous, I knew I would walk it to the end. For I was a warden now, and I had monsters to hunt. The trees crowded close as Ryder led me deeper into the shadowed heart of the forest, the moonlight filtering through the canopy in wan, sickly shafts. The night air was heavy and still, thick with the loamy reek of decay, and the only sounds were our muffled footfalls and the occasional skitter of unseen things in the undergrowth. I followed close on Ryder's heels, my senses straining against the gloom, the warden's ward a comforting weight in my pocket. Despite my exhaustion, despite the dull ache of overworked muscles, I felt strangely exhilarated, alive in a way I hadn't been in years. It was as if a veil had been ripped away, revealing the world in all its terrible, transcendent glory. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice hushed. "What are we hunting?" Ryder glanced back at me, his eyes glinting in the dimness. "There's been signs," he said cryptically. "Omens and portents, whispers on the wind. Something stirring out here, something old and hungry and malevolent." He ducked under a low-hanging branch, his coat snagging on the rough bark. "As for what it is exactly, I ain't rightly sure, but I aim to find out, and put it down, if need be." I swallowed hard, a sudden chill prickling up my spine. "And you think I'm ready for that? To face whatever this is?" Ryder barked a laugh. "Hell no, you ain't ready. No one's ever really ready first time out. But you got potential, kid. I saw it in the way you took to the ward, the way you opened yourself to the art. You're a natural, even if you don't know it yet." He paused, turning to face me fully. In the spectral light, his weathered face was a mask of shadow and angles, his eyes twin pits of darkness. "But this ain't gonna be no cakewalk, understand? What we're hunting, it's gonna be smart, and vicious, and utterly inhuman. It ain't gonna play by our rules. Ain't gonna have any mercy or morality as we understand it." He jabbed a finger at my chest. So you gotta be ready, in here. Ready to do whatever it takes, to cross lines you never thought you'd cross. Because out here, in the wild places, it's kill or be killed. Hesitate, flinch, and you're dead. Or worse. I met that fathomless gaze, my jaw clenching. I understand, I said quietly. I didn't come this far to back down now. I'm in this, for better or worse. Ryder held my stare for a long, searching moment, then nodded. Good. Hold on to that resolve. You're gonna need it. He turned and forged on into the brush, and I followed, my heart hammering against my ribs. Deeper and deeper we went, into the primal gloom, until it felt like the whole world had fallen away, leaving only the forest, ancient and enigmatic and full of watchful eyes. Time seemed to blur and stretch, minutes bleeding into hours, hours into some dreamlike eternity. Just when I thought we must surely have crossed over into some other world, some fairy realm of shadow and mist, Ryder held up a hand, bringing us to a sudden halt. There, he breathed, pointing. Look. I followed his gaze, squinting into the inky murk. At first, I saw nothing but the endless ranks of trees, their trunks pale as bones in the moonlight. But then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw it. A flicker of movement, a deeper darkness against the night. It was humanoid, but only in the loosest sense, a gaunt, elongated figure that seemed to unfurl from the shadows themselves, all emaciated limbs and tattered rags. Its head was a featureless oval, smooth and blank as an eggshell, but I could feel the weight of its eyeless gaze, the hunger that rolled off it in palpable waves. What is it? I whispered, my voice trembling. A hollow, Ryder murmured. A shade, a revenant. The empty husk of a soul long lost to the dark. He reached into his coat, drawing out a long, wicked-looking knife, its blade glinting with eldritch runes. They're drawn to pain, to suffering. They feed on it, use it to sustain their existence. And this one, it's old and powerful. I can feel it from here. The hollow drifted closer, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette dancing on unseen strings. As it neared, I saw that its rags weren't rags at all, but tattered strips of mummified flesh clinging to yellowed bones. Ryder stepped forward, putting himself between me and the advancing abomination. Stay back, he warned. This ain't gonna be pretty. The hollow lunged, its movements blurring, far faster than any creature of flesh and bone. But Ryder was faster still. He sidestepped the grasping claws, his knife flashing in a glittering arc. Black ichor sprayed, sizzling where it struck the leaves, and the hollow let out a shrill, ululating cry that set my teeth on edge. Back and forth they danced, the warden and the wraith, trading blow for blow, darting in and out of the shadows. Ryder was a blur of motion, his blade seeming to be everywhere at once, but the hollow was relentless, shrugging off wounds that would have felled any mortal creature. I watched, transfixed and horrified, my hand clutching the ward in my pocket like a talisman. Part of me longed to help, to join the fray, but I knew I'd only get in the way. This was Ryder's fight, his element. And then, in a move almost too swift to follow, the warden slipped inside the hollow's guard, his knife ramming up under its ribcage. The thing convulsed, ichor gushing from the wound, and Ryder bore it to the ground, pinning it there like a bug on a card. Back to the abyss with you, he snarled. Back to the nothing that spawned you. He twisted the knife, and the hollow spasmed, its limbs thrashing. Then, with a final rattling sigh, it went limp, its form crumbling away into wisps of shadow and oily smoke. Ryder stood, breathing hard, ichor dripping from his blade. He turned to face me, his expression unreadable. You see now? He asked grimly. You see the kind of thing we're up against? I nodded slowly, my mouth dry. I had thought I'd understood, thought I'd grasped the gravity of this hidden world, the stakes of the warden's calling. But seeing it in action, witnessing firsthand the raw, primal brutality of it. It shook me down to my core. Are they all like that? I asked hoarsely. The things we hunt? Ryder shook his head. Some are worse, he said simply. Some are smarter, stronger, more twisted. The hollow. It was just a shade, an echo. The real horrors, the true abominations, they're still out there. He met my gaze, his eyes glinting in the moonlight. Still think you're ready for this, Ranger? Still think you got what it takes? I took a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. The fear was still there, coiled in my gut like a cold serpent. But there was something else now, too, rising up to meet it. A spark, a flame, kindled in the depths of my being. A fierce, unquenchable need to stand against the darkness, to safeguard the fragile light of the world, no matter the cost. I'm ready, I said, and my voice was steel and fire. I'm with you, Ryder, to the end. The warden held my gaze for a long moment, then nodded, something like approval in his eyes. All right then, he said, sheathing his knife. Let's get moving. The night's still young, and the hunt's just begun. He turned and melted back into the shadows, and I followed, my heart pounding in time with my footsteps, my soul alight with a grim, exultant purpose. I was a warden now, baptized in blood and darkness, and I had miles to go before I'd sleep. The days blurred together as Ryder put me through my paces, each lesson harder and more harrowing than the last. He drilled me in the esoteric arts of warding and binding, of hex and glyph and sigil. He taught me to listen to the whispers of the trees, to taste the tang of magic on the wind, to see the hidden world that pulsed and eddied beneath the skin of reality. And always, there was the hunt. Ghouls and ghostlights, revenants and redcaps. We tracked them through darkling woods and fog-shrouded fens, across moonlit moors and through crumbling cobwebbed ruins. Some fell to Ryder's flashing blades, some to my faltering first workings of the art. But with each victory, each notch carved in the warden's weathered staff, I felt myself growing stronger, surer, more attuned to the secret rhythms of this shadow world. Yet even as I embraced my new calling, even as I threw myself into the warden's work with all the fierce focus I'd once reserved for my ranger duties, I couldn't shake the specter that loomed over it all. The antlered silhouette that stalked the edges of my thoughts, the memory of bone-white branches and fathomless eyes. The horned one, my destined foe, the architects of my fate. It was out there still, I knew, weaving its webs, spinning its snares, waiting for me, in the blackest hollows of the wood. And I knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that our paths would cross again. That all of this, the training, the hunting, the slow unfolding of my arcane potential, was only prologue to that final, fateful confrontation. It was a thought that filled me with dread, but also, if I was honest, with a strange, shivery thrill. A dark anticipation, like the charge in the air before a storm. For in the warden's world, there was no higher calling, no greater glory than to pit one's will and skill against the most terrible of foes. To stare into the abyss and see it blink first. And so I trained, and I studied, and I hunted. Honing myself, body and mind and spirit, into a weapon fit to face the coming dark. Ryder was a hard master, unsparing in his criticism, relentless in his expectations. But I met him at every turn, matched him steel for steel and grit for grit. I had to. For all our sakes. For the sake of the light, and all who walked beneath it, unknowing of the horrors that lurked just beyond the firelight's edge. But even in the midst of that grim work, there were moments of, if not levity, then at least a certain wild gallows humor. A camaraderie forged in blood and shadow, the bond of those who walk the knife's edge together. Like the night we hunted a particularly wily pack of werkin through the moonlit brush, their howls echoing off the mossy trunks. We'd finally run them to ground in a bramble-choked deadfall, and as we stood over the steaming, silver-pierced corpses, catching our breath, Ryder clapped me on the shoulder with a rusty chuckle. "Not bad, kid," he rasped. "You're learning. Couple more years, you might even be half as good as you think you are." I snorted, wiping ichor from my blade. "Careful, old man. Couple more years. You might need me to haul your arthritic ass out of the fire." He cuffed me upside the head, but he was grinning as he did it, a flash of yellowed teeth in the darkness. "Mouthy whelp. Remind me to teach you some respect, next chance I get." "You can try," I shot back, sheathing my knife with a flourish. "Bring it on, Graybeard." And on we went, trading barbs and japes as we melted back into the trees, the werekin's blood still warm on our hands. It was a strange thing, that rough affection, that prickly camaraderie. A light in the dark, a bulwark against the howling void. In Ryder, I'd found more than a mentor, more than a brother in arms. I'd found a friend, the kind forged in the hottest fires, tempered in the sharpest trials, the kind that could face the abyss at your side and spit in its eye with a smile. But through it all, through the blood and the banter, the hard lessons and harder truths, the shadow of the Horned One loomed. I could feel its presence, its malign awareness, like a weight on the back of my neck, an itch between my shoulder blades. Waiting, watching, biding its time. I knew it was coming. Knew that all of this, all the sweat and strain and slow unfolding of arcane potential, was only preparation for that final, fateful reckoning. And as the days turned to weeks, the weeks to months, I found myself growing impatient, almost eager for that ultimate confrontation. To test myself against the abomination that had marked me, set its sights on my soul. Ryder sensed it, sensed the restless hunger growing in me. And one gray, guttering dawn, as we huddled over a meager fire in the depths of the forest, he finally voiced what we both knew was coming. "It's time," he said simply, his eyes glinting in the flickering light. "The signs are clear, the portents aligning. The Horned One, it's making its move." I sat up straighter, my heart kicking into a higher gear. "Where?" I asked hoarsely. "When?" Ryder shook his head. "Can't say for certain, but there's a power gathering, a darkness rising. I can feel it, like a storm on the horizon." He met my gaze, his face grim. "And at its center, the Horned One waits. For you." I swallowed hard, my hand straying to the hilt of my knife. "Then I won't keep it waiting any longer," I said quietly. "I'm ready, Ryder. As ready as I'll ever be." The old warden held my gaze for a long moment, searching, evaluating. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Aye," he rasped. "I reckon you are, at that." He reached out, clasped my shoulder in a grip like iron. "But you listen to me, boy, and you listen well. What you're facing, it's like nothing you've ever known. Nothing either of us has ever known." His fingers dug into my flesh, his eyes boring into mine. "There's every chance you won't walk away from this. Every chance that this is a one-way trip, a march into the mouth of hell itself. You understand that? You ready to shoulder that burden? Pay that price?" I didn't hesitate, didn't flinch. I met that flinty gaze with a level one of my own, my jaw set, my resolve unwavering. "I understand," I said, my voice low and fierce. I knew what I was signing up for the moment I followed you into these woods. Knew there'd be no going back, no second chances. I leaned forward, the firelight dancing in my eyes. The Horned One chose me for a reason, marked me as its own. And now I choose to mark it right back. Ryder stared at me a moment longer, his face unreadable. Then slowly, a grin split his weathered features, a savage, feral thing, all teeth and tightly leashed violence. "That's my boy," he growled. That's the ranger I trained, the warden I forged. He released my shoulder, sat back on his haunches. All right then, no sense waiting around for the hammer to fall. We move at dusk, follow the signs, track the rising dark to its source. And then... He trailed off, his eyes distant, fixed on some far horizon only he could see. And then... I finished for him, my voice a whisper of steel and shadow. We finish this. Once and for all. Ryder's grin widened, a slash of white in the gathering gloom. Aye, he said softly. Once and for all. The fire popped and hissed, the embers swirling up into the darkening sky. And in their fitful light, I saw the path ahead unspooling, a black ribbon winding into the heart of the abyss. A path steeped in blood and terror, in madness and malice, and all the dark things that lurk in the shadow of the soul. But it was my path, the only path, and I would walk it to the end, wherever it led. For good or ill, for weal or woe, the Horned One and I were bound now, our fates entangled like thorns in a briar patch. There would be no peace, no respite, until one of us fell. And by all the powers of earth and sky, by all the fire in my blood and steel in my spine, I swore it would not be me. Not this day, not any day. We set out as the last light bled from the sky, following the eldritch spoor of the rising dark, the crawling itch of wrongness that skittered up the back of the neck and set the teeth to aching. Through gloaming woods we went, through mist-shrouded valleys and over wind-scoured ridges, deeper and deeper into the wild places, the thin places where the veil between worlds wore tattered and thin. Ryder took the lead, his eyes gleaming in the dusk, his every step sure and silent as a wolf on the prowl. I followed close behind, my heart a war drum in my chest, my every sense straining against the gloom. The warden's wards burned cold against my skin, talismans against the hungry eye of the hern. But I knew they would only turn its gaze so long, only shield me from its hungry howl for so far. Sooner or later the Horned One would find me, would catch my scent on the wind and come for me, inexorable as the tide, implacable as the gallows. It was in its nature, after all, to hunt, to rend, to lay waste to all that dared defy it. And I had defied it to its face, called it out, challenged its claim on my soul. There would be a reckoning for that, red and raw and written in blood and bone and the screams of the dead. But I was ready. Ready as I'd ever be, shaped and sharpened on the whetstone of Ryder's mad wisdom, forged in the fires of my own resolve. I was a weapon now, honed to a killing edge, a warden of the wild places, a rook to the hern's blasphemous king, and I would see this game played out to the bitter end, see the board swept clean in a tide of ichor and ash. Through the night we went, and on into the gray, guttering dawn, following the signs and portents only Ryder could read. The spoor of hares running in panicked circles, the unseasonal shedding of stags' antlers, the trees all aligned in ominous patterns. Slowly, surely, we spiraled in on the dark heart of the forest, the whispering hollow where the shadows grew thickest, and even the wind muffled its voice in dread. And there, in a clearing ringed by twisted oaks and choked with bone-white brambles, we found it. The ritual site, the charnel ground, the place where the barriers between the worlds grew thin as gauze. The air was thick here, cloying, tasting of spoiled meat and sour copper, and the ground underfoot was spongy, saturated with a black and virulent essence that sucked at the boots like hungry mouths. In the center of the clearing, a great flat-topped stone jutted from the earth like an altar or a dolmen, its pitted surface crawling with profane runes that seemed to writhe and squirm in the corner of the eye. And atop that stone, scattered like offerings or sacraments, were the bones, scoured clean and sun-bleached, unmistakably human. Dozens of them, scores, arrayed in spiraling patterns that hinted at some mad, non-Euclidean geometry. Mother of God, I breathed, my throat tightening at the sheer, palpable wrongness of it all. Ryder, what is this place? A gateway, the old warden murmured, his voice bleak as salt wind. A thinning of the walls between the worlds. Here, the hern's power waxes strong, its grip on our reality growing tighter. He gestured at the spiraling bones with the point of his blade, his mouth a grim line. It's been preparing for this, gathering its strength, whetting its hunger on mortal flesh and innocent bone, biding its time, until its chosen quarry came within reach. He turned to face me then, his eyes glittering in the half-light. Until you came within reach, boy. You're the final piece, see? The last link in the chain, the blood tithe that will throw wide the gates and usher the hern into this world in all its savage glory. A mirthless grin split his face, more a rictus than a smile. That is, if you let it. If you bend the knee and bare your throat like a lamb to the slaughter. A growl rose in my throat, my fingers tightening on the hilt of my knife. Never, I grated out. It'll choke on my bones before I give it that satisfaction. I thought as much. Ryder's grin sharpened, a wolf's grin, all fangs and tightly leashed menace. So what say we spoil its feast, eh? Upset the altar and scatter the offerings, spit in its eye and dare it to do its worst. The blood was high in me now, thundering in my ears, and the wards burned against my skin like cold fire. I could feel it out there in the lightless hollows of the trees, the weight of the hern's gaze, the building pressure of its hunger, its hate. It knew I was here now, knew its chosen prey had come at last to the killing ground. I could all but taste its foul expectancy, its glee, and its black rage. Let's end this, I snarled, my voice scarcely my own. Let's cut the strings and break the webs. Let's send this antlered bastard howling back to the void that spawned it. Aye, Ryder growled, falling into a fighter's crouch. And may the old gods help us, because naught else will. As if his words were a summoning, a fetid wind gusted through the clearing, setting the branches to groaning and the bone chimes to clattering. The shadows deepened, darkened, drawing in on themselves like a beast crouching to spring. And there, at the edge of the clearing, the underbrush parted like a rotted curtain, and it stepped through. The horned one. The hern. My nightmare made manifest, my doom given flesh and form and terrible tearing fangs. It towered over us, twice the height of a man, its emaciated frame swathed in scraps of rotting fur and tattered hide. Its limbs were long and bony, tipped with jagged claws the length of short swords, and its barrel chest heaved with the effort of its breath, the reek of charnel pits and opened graves. But it was the head that drew the eye and chilled the blood, a monstrous, eyeless skull crowned with an ever-twisting tangle of antlers, their points sharp as spears and glistening with a viscous, venomous ichor. It swung that massive head from side to side, scenting the air, seeking me out. And when at last its eyeless sockets fixed on me, I felt a cold hand close around my heart, a black despair sink its fangs into my guts. This was a thing out of darkest dreams and most abysmal legend, a primal horror spawned in the black gulfs between the stars, and the reek of its malice, its cruel and avid hunger, struck me like a hammer blow. But I stood my ground, even as my knees ached to buckle, my bladder to void itself. I'd sworn an oath, sworn it in blood and shadow, and I would not break now, not with the end so near. Blade in hand and wards burning bright, I faced my nightmare, snarling back at its eyeless gaze. Beside me, Ryder braced to spring, teeth bared in a devil's grin. "Come on then, you whoreson bastard," he roared, his voice ringing in the blackness. "Come get your guts in a pile." The hern threw back its head and bellowed, the sound shattering trees, a shockwave of pure malice. Then, moving with terrible blurring speed, it charged, its claws scything, antlers lowered to impale. I dove aside, hitting the ground in a shoulder roll, as those claws ripped furrows in the ground where I'd stood. Lurching to my feet, I lunged in low, my knife blade flashing for the hern's legs, seeking tendon and artery. But quick as I was, the beast was quicker, an eye blink ahead of me. It danced back, unnaturally nimble for its hulking size, black ichor sizzling where my blade scored its hide. Grinning its death's head grin, it beckoned me on, daring me to come at it again. And I did, roaring my defiance, all fear forgotten in the rush of battle joy. We met like stags in rut, clashing and rebounding and clashing again, the hern's furnace breath hot on my face, its skull visage filling my world. Behind it, all around it, Rider darted and wove, his blade a silver flicker, scoring its hide, spilling its sour ichor. Whenever its clawed hands lashed out at him, he slipped their grasp like an eel, taunting it, mocking its sloth even as he opened it, throat to belly. And yet, for all the savagery of our onslaught, for all the wounds we rained on its ravaged corpus, the hern fought on undaunted. Black blood painted it head to hoof, its matted fur hung on it in ragged strips, but its strength only seemed to grow, its hideous vigor to swell. Even as we drove it back across the forest floor, staggering it, hammering it to its knees, I knew the bitter truth. We were outmatched here, outclassed. The hern was a force of nature, an elemental thing, as much a part of these benighted woods as the trees themselves. And we were just two fragile men of blood and bone and breakable flesh. But gods, we made it bleed for every inch. Made it pay in pain for every crunch of shattered rib, every glob of tar-thick ichor that spattered the ground. Howling our war cries until our throats were raw, we fell on it like wolves on a wounded bear, desperate to pull it down before it could regain its balance, desperate to deal the killing blow before our own strength gave out. And we almost did. Almost had it. Sprawled in the mast and muck, Rider on its back with his arms locked around its neck, me on its chest with my blade angled under its ribs for the heart thrust. I stared up into that fleshless face, into the black and burning pits of its eyes, and grinned a feral grin as I tensed to drive the knife home. For all the lost, I snarled through gritted teeth. For all the damned, this is for them, you son of a bitch. But even as I drew back to strike, the hern rallied. Rearing up with a roar that shook the earth, it caught Rider a backhand blow that sent him sprawling into the brambles, his blade skittering away into the dark. An instant later, its claws found me, closed on me, those dagger digits sinking through jerkin and shirt to pierce my flesh beneath. I howled as it hauled me off my feet, shaking me like a rat, a red mist of agony descending over my eyes. Gods, the pain, like cold fire, like molten lead, searing my nerves to ash, my mind to gibbering ruin. Dimly, through the haze of torment, I felt it throw me, felt the sickening weightlessness, the gut-wrenching impact as I slammed into the dolmen stone. Something cracked inside me as I struck, a bright starburst of fresh anguish, and the world swam out of focus, narrowing to a blur of black and red. I scrabbled weakly at the stone, trying to pull myself upright, but my limbs wouldn't obey, my body a distant, shattered thing. From what seemed an infinitesimal distance, I heard Rider screaming my name, heard the clash of steel on talon as he hurled himself back into the fray. But it was a losing battle, and we both knew it. The hern had us now, at its non-existent mercy. It was only a matter of time. I slipped in my own blood as I struggled to rise, to force my battered carcass back into the fight. And my hand fell on something hard and cold. Dragging my head around, I beheld one of the altar's grim offerings. A human thigh bone, long and heavy, still stained with the blood of its previous owner. A desperate thought kindled in my stunned brain, a last-ditch hope. Even as the hern bore down on me, its skull face alight with terrible glee, I closed my fingers around the grisly cudgel and heaved myself upright to meet it. And as that antlered nightmare towered over me, as its talons flashed down to rend and eviscerate, I swung the thigh bone with all my remaining strength, feeling the impact judder up my arm as it cracked against the hern's bony brow. The beast reeled back, more surprised than hurt, a chunk of yellowed skull flying into the darkness. And in that instant, I pressed my advantage. Lurching inside its guard, I brought the bone down again and again, aiming for the orbits, the nasal cavity, the gaping cage of its teeth. Bone met bone with a crunching, splintering retort, and the hern howled, clawing at its shattered visage, black ichor spraying. Beside me, Ryder saw his chance. Snatching up a fallen pine branch as thick as a man's arm, the old warden put his shoulder behind it and rammed the jagged end into the hern's belly like a spear. It punched through the rotting hide in an explosion of fetid gore, skewering the beast, staggering it back. Ryder leaned into the improvised pike, barking a laugh as he used it to force the hern to its knees, all that terrible strength pouring out of it in a tide. Now, I thought dimly, my blood-soaked fingers tightening on my macabre mace. Gods, let it be now, before it can muster itself for another charge. Gathering the last crumbs of my fading strength, I raised the thigh bone high and brought it down like a thunderbolt, square on the crown of the hern's head. The creature's skull shattered like a melon, chunks of yellowed bone and gobbets of black matter spraying, and it let out a sound I'll never forget. A high, keening wail, a cry of disbelieving anguish. It reared back, Ryder's branch slipping from its punctured gut, and slowly, ponderously, like a great tree finally yielding to the axe, it toppled backwards and crashed to the loam, its limbs twitching spasmodically, the eldritch light guttering out behind its eye sockets. Dead. It was dead. After all the fear, all the blood and agony, the horned one, the terror of the wild wood, lay dead at our feet, bested by desperate men with the most primitive of weapons. A ragged sob tore from my throat, halfway between a laugh and a moan, and my legs gave out. I sank to the mast beside Ryder, bleeding from a score of wounds, shaking with exhaustion and the aftermath of terror. The old warden put an arm around my shoulders, hauling me close, steadying me as the last of my strength bled away. You did it, Ethan. He rasped in my ear, fierce pride burning bright in his voice. You rang the bastard's bell, but good. I knew you had it in you, by all the old gods I knew. I leaned into him, turning my head to grin up at him with split and bloody lips. We did it, I croaked. You and me both, warden mine. Couldn't have done it without you. Ryder's grin flashed in the gloom, feral and joyous and full of savage light. No more than I could have done without you, boy. We're a matched pair, we are. A regular Tamlin and Janet, and no mistake. I coughed a laugh at the old, half-remembered tale, the story of the bold maiden who braved the wild wood to save her love from the fairy queen's cold clutches. It seemed oddly fitting in a strange way, a fable to match our desperate venture, our battle against a monster out of darkest legend. Tamlin and Janet, indeed, I murmured, letting my head loll back against Ryder's shoulder. A hell of a story, for one hell of a night. We sat like that for a long moment, just breathing, savoring the sweet air and the simple fact of our survival. Around us, the forest seemed to breathe easier too, a tension going out of the shadows, a freshening in the wind. It was as if the hern's fell influence was already fading, its power broken with its physical form. Finally wincing, I struggled to my feet, Ryder rising with me. Together, leaning on each other, we limped to the edge of the clearing and looked back at the scene of our victory. The shattered dolmen, the scatter of bones, the great dark bulk of the hern lying twisted in the mast. Even dead, it was a thing to inspire dread. But that dread was tempered now with a savage satisfaction, a primal joy in a great evil laid low. We should burn it, Ryder said quietly. Render the bones, scatter the ashes, make sure the bastard never comes back. I nodded wearily. Agreed. But let's see to our own wounds first, eh? I don't know about you, but I could use a stiff drink and a soft bed. Not necessarily in that order. Ryder snorted. A man after my own heart? All right, let's away. I know a place nearby, a safe haven warded and watched. We'll get patched up, and then, God's willing, we'll get righteously drunk. We've earned it and then some. Lead on then, Macduff, I quipped, sheathing my knife. and damned be he who first cries, "Hold, enough." And with that, we turned our backs on the shadow-haunted clearing, on the cooling corpse of an antlered nightmare, and hobbled off into the whispering wood, battered and weary, but alive, alive and victorious. The horned one was no more, and the wild places were a little safer, a little saner, thanks to Ryder and me, an old warden and a young ranger, two unlikely heroes waging a war most would never know was fought. It was a strange destiny, a hard and bloody calling. But I knew as the first pale light of dawn glimmered through the trees that I wouldn't have traded it for the world. This was where I belonged, on the border between the tame lands and the untamed wilds, holding the line against the dark. After all, I was a warden now, and I had work to do.